Well, a very good morning to you all from Barber Motorsports Park in Leeds, Alabama, just about 15 minutes outside of downtown Birmingham. This is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. Thanks for being with us, everybody, this morning. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. Joining you remotely this weekend, Ryan West is our man on site. Good morning, Ryan. Ryan's not up with us yet, but he will be in just a few moments' time. We're getting him all hooked up to the PA there down at Barber Motorsports Park. Scott Michaels joins us as well this morning. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning.
And JT Tammy as well. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
It's a pretty full house for us here at DriversEye Live this weekend. Ryan Bauer is on the ones and the twos. It's a full grid as well. 60 cars are set to take the green flag here in elapsed time from the 2.3-mile layout at Barber Motorsports Park, traditionally seen as an excellent motorcycle racing track, also an IndyCar venue over the last decade or so, and also plays host to the second round of the 2024 World Racing League season. It's a little bull ring, Mr. Scott Michaels. You're our resident pro-adjacent sim racer. I'm sure you've got a handful of laps at least around Barber. Lots of undulation, very technical track, a little difficult to pass on, but it tends to suit endurance racing and multi-class racing actually fairly well.
Yeah, it's. I think if you took a massive iron and flattened it out, it would still be a really technical track. There's a lot of combination corners, particularly combination corners where you are changing speed throughout the complex. So you're having to deal with throttle and brake input as well as a lot of steering and then picking lines. Then on top of that, you have the elevation, which makes the car go light in some pretty awkward places on some of the corners. And then also the curbs, which are, I've always found are quite an unusual shape here. They kind of start off very steep and then flatten out over the top. So it's one of those tracks where if you're going to use the curb, you have to really commit to it. And that changes the geometry of the complexes depending on whether you're going to do that or not. Now, whether they are going to do that in the weather conditions I'm looking at is another question. Yeah, very, very technical, interesting track, and yeah, when you add in traffic to all that, it makes things very interesting, particularly with the lack of hard standing runoff as well.
We are on our way to the green flag. JT Tammy, we'll touch on the general production classes here in just a moment. One thing to note this morning, ASM is going to start on your GP1 pole. That is the Honda S2000 we traditionally see in GP2, has jumped up a class for the weekend and has taken the class pole in doing so. The pace car has pulled off into the pit lane to driver's left. It's Bruce Innovations, the number 333 on pole, alongside the number 888 from TLM Mona, onto the front straightaway in the spray. The green flag waves, and we are racing for 8 hours on the Saturday at Barber Motorsports Park. The GTO and GTU field heads down into turn number 1. The road falls away very quickly and narrows up here on the exit. You've got to set yourself up really well for this long right-hander at turn number 2. And thus far, even in these tricky, greasy conditions, looks like everybody has made it through turns 1 and 2 cleanly. Back in GTU, Dawn Motorsports, that is the only non-Stratus car this weekend. The number 95 has jumped up into the lead in that lightweight Grand Touring class. You see in the background there, the GP field takes the green flag and sends their way down into turn number 1 and 2. Fairly small split between the grids first thing this morning. And looks again like everybody's made it through these first couple of corners fairly cleanly. We'll pick up the Grand Touring field now as they make their way into the turn 7 chicane complex. You see the spray. That is the TLM Mona car that's jumped out to the early race lead, taking the top spot away from the number 333 BMW M4 of Bruce Innovations, and already got them by a couple of car lengths.
Yeah, that was done on the outside of turn 1. It was just a better jump off the green flag for that Aston Martin, going straight around the outside of turn 1. Look, you say that we got through the early complex unscathed. From some of the onboards, it's pretty remarkable. There was absolutely 3 wide with no visibility in the spray further back in the GTO field. So excellent job there, everyone, keeping things straight.
When we left you from Eagles Canyon about a month ago, you'll remember, dear viewer, that we had some on and off rain showers that made the course conditions extremely changeable and extremely difficult to predict. The good news for our competitors here as we complete the first of many racing laps is that The course conditions seem fairly consistent.
Oh, there's a spun car in the penultimate corner.
Nope.
It looked like a Mercedes to me, GTO car.
Yeah, there's only one of those, Scott. I think it's going to be the NFC Motorsports number 123, and indeed that car has not yet come across the start-finish line. The camera we've got there is a little touch and go at the moment, hoping it kind of cleans itself up as we work through the early morning hours here at just past 9 o'clock in the morning from Barber.
The car was spun facing the wrong way with its rear wheels in the grass, but it didn't look like it got any further than that. It didn't, to me, look damaged. I was watching it from an onboard camera, but I think they shouldn't have a problem getting that going again, based on what I can see.
Great long shot from the exit of turn 6 down into turn number 7 here as the GTO field. Looks like a pair of new G82 BMW M4s there for ACP Tangerine Associates. The yellow and black number 52. It's a new paint scheme, I presume, to go with the brand new car as well. Also got the return of the Porsche 997 Cup from round 3 racing. Currently is shotgun on the GTO field. Go ahead, JT.
To say that might be a bit tricky in these conditions right now.
And no kidding.
Speaking of the back of GTO, the GTO field, the Moorhead Speedworks Ginetta, is that correct? Or what car?
Yeah, it'll be the 290.
Yeah, I was doubting because I've not seen Moorhead in a Ginetta. So, but yes, the Moorhead Speedworks Ginetta started last and has now made 12 places on the first lap and has been making more places basically every corner of the second lap. They're almost dived down the inside of the GTR 99 Supra into the penultimate corner, where the Mercedes that we were talking about has disappeared from. So I assume it's got going again. Yeah, that Ginetta is absolutely on rails compared to, like, the GTR 99 Supra should be a pretty sorted car, and I would say it gained over a second in that final complex and down the inside into turn 1. That is taking 7th place. So from what are we looking at? Something like 18th on the grid. Yeah, they're up 16 places in 2 laps.
Confirmation that the spinner at the last corner was the number 123 Mercedes, and in doing so has fallen all the way to the back of the field, including the general production cars. So now 50th in the running order, and with it all to do, passing the cars that would otherwise be back markers, at least relative to the pace of that Mercedes, and is going to have to do it in the wet, which is not in an envious position to be in. There is the, that'll actually be the, I think that's the Panos Performance Ginetta that went through the shot earlier. This is the Moorhead car, a little more extensive aero, and has just gotten past the number 72 from PMW, Precision Motor Works. Very, very tricky conditions here, especially in these lightweight cars and anything with kind of an off-normal weight distribution like you'd get out of that Porsche Cup car. So far, though, other than an off for the 766 as well and that quick spin for the 123, we've been fairly consistent thus far.
I presume, Brendan, there's quite a variation in tyres as well.
Yes, you would think so. And we're not anticipating more rain through the rest of the day, so as the track begins to dry out, we should transition to and stay fairly dry.
Yeah, it should be a fascinating transition. Not that we would expect any, I don't know about any, but we certainly wouldn't expect many cars to change tyres specifically for the dry, presumably, because they tend to run all-season tyres in series, correct me if I'm wrong. But I think the performance of each of the different brands of tyre is going to be variable both in the dry and in the wet.
Yeah, it's a 200 treadwear tire, so we do technically run, they are, I guess, technically to some degree all-weather tires, or at least meant to be treaded. So there is a little bit of leeway that you have, but if it's truly sopping wet and there's standing water, there are rain tires available, proper rain tires available that are a little bit softer, have a little bit deeper tread, and are going to be a little bit better suited to those type of conditions. As things stand, I really haven't seen much in the way of standing water from around Barber Motorsports Park, with the exception of often some of the curbs and the initial parts of the paved runoff. So I wouldn't be too concerned about that. just at the moment. And in these early laps, everybody's going to be taking it fairly easy anyway.
Well, what do we have? Before I start this sentence, do we have a weather update? Do we know what the temperature is there?
Our man Ryan West has been out and about this morning, but has not yet checked in since we've gone live. He is here and is up in the booth. It says 46 degrees at the moment. A bit of fog and mist.
Okay, so I'm wondering if those full wet, softer tires, and I'm not talking about any requirement for clearing water, but just the softness of the tires might be. I'm just looking at cars like the MSW Ginetta, which is coming through the field really quickly, and it fundamentally looks like it's in a different class to the cars around it.
Yes.
I'm wondering if that is a car that may have started on the softer type of tire, more of a rain-specific tire.
It may also have a slightly more comfortable driver in the rain aboard that car at the moment. Up 17 spots, and actually make it 18 because it's just gone past the number 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates as we came through that first sequence of corners.
Yeah, as I'm watching it, I'm having to work out if we're in lapped traffic yet, because it looks like it's passing production cars. It's so much faster. I should check. Yeah, and it just set the fastest lap of the race by less than a second, but that's while working through traffic. But it's amongst a group of cars that have already lost 12 to 15 seconds to the leader over the first. Is it 3 laps or we've completed 4 yet? We've completed 4 laps. So it's amongst cars that are losing 4 or 5 seconds a lap to the leaders. So that kind of makes sense. So there seems to be a small handful of GTO cars that are really comfortable in these conditions, whether that's the tyre they're on, the amount of downforce they've got, comfortable driver, or some mixture of the above. And MSW is one of them. I wonder if there's anyone else. There's the 119 and the 225 Thunder Bunny car, the cars. They've also moved up double digits through the field. Dawn Motorsports, as you were talking about earlier, the GTU leader is up 12 places. That's not super surprising because there'll be a set of. Actually, that does seem a little odd. I'm trying to work that one out, actually. If they managed to pass did they start at the back of the GTU field? Or have there been that many GTO cars that have dropped down?
No, they started all the way behind the GTO cars and have one by one picked their way up now to 17th overall after having started 20... Reed's 29th based on the map we have here.
I think there are 6 cars at the bottom of timing that are all... they're not all GTO, actually. Some of them...
fair.
GTO.
Yeah,
so I'm guessing they started quote unquote behind those cars, but those cars don't actually.
Yeah, they were separated at the green flag, Scott.
Right. Yep. So those cars don't actually exist. So those were free positions.
Right.
But either way, that's still moving up through the back of the GTO field quite nicely. They're being followed by Stratus 60 that has made 11 places on Race Hero at least.
So moving on down towards the general production field, now that we've got our feet under us up at the top of the running order. GP1 led at the moment by PC Racing. It was actually just overhauled the number 59 from Stratus up in GTU, so make it 23rd overall for the BMW of PC Racing. It's a blue and white BMW M3. Ginger Racing now up into second in the number 46. ASM number 150, that's a Honda S2000. Not making a series debut, but as far as we can tell, making a GP1 debut. And we'll want some more information on that as the day goes on. That car is now back into third in the first of our general production classes. Harrison Motorsports in the number 392. That is a BMW E92 in GP1. JT, have we seen that particular car before?
I don't believe so.
I don't think so, yeah.
First GP1. I don't know if we've seen it under an open throttle, guys, but this is definitely, I believe, a new car for Harrison.
I'm trying to think. I mean, the open throttle E92 has been detuned to run in GP1 now for the last couple of race weekends, spilling back into last year. But this is, I think from memory, the first time we've seen an additional E92. This one for Harrison Motorsports now runs 4th in the class. And TCS Motorsports, which we'll have an onboard here from momentarily. This is the X Chill Out. There we go. The X Chill Out Mazda MX-5. This also used to be a GP2 car. Just suffering through some of the trackside network issues here through the back of the circuit. We'll pick up a little bit better as we make the dive down into turns 11 and 12.
This car
And
did
headed up.
start 11th in class this morning.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Moorhead Speedworks has worked their way up into the top 5, having passed number 52 Tangerine, ACP Tangerine Associates car.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh! I think may have grabbed the wrong gear there, headed into the final corner.
Good save though.
Locked the rears and did kind of a very sudden but lazy half spin right into that final corner there, and really nicely recovered by the number 22 from TCS Motorsports. Did lose a spot to Birmingham Road and Race, who is at their home track, and nice to see them back. That car is extremely quick when it's on and we're in the dry, and I would anticipate that car being in contention through, I mean, the duration of today's race, if it stays reliable. Which, being an endurance race, is always a question mark with these production cars. Also interesting to note, this car has gone back to an H pattern from the looks of things.
Yeah.
Which,
Sorry, Brennan, it's worth noting the 122 has just gone into the Paddock.
this is
That's the Tooth Autosports Honda Accord.
Civic SI is what it says, but I appreciate the update. That is good.
Is it a Civic?
It is a Civic SI, 2023 Civic SI. The Accord was, I think, the JNR.
No, JNR definitely has a Civic.
They did
This
a Civic,
seems kind of
yeah.
long to be a Civic. I don't know. Maybe it's the new body style.
Anyway, GP2 led by Ruben ASF Motorsports in a 2002 BMW 330i. It is a white car that I won't immediately recognize on camera, and now has substantially gapped the rest of the GP2 field. Second place now, the 369 Tourenwagen Meisterschaft. And then another couple of overall spots down to the number 715 from Rockwell Autosport Development. Open throttles number 66, fourth in class. And then that Tooth car, well, long off there for, I think it's the Taija number 760. That's the only ND Miata in the, or ND MX-5 in the field, excuse me. Ryan, nice of you to join us this morning. Thanks for being with us. Yeah.
We're hanging in here. We're doing what we can.
No, we're in a good place.
It's a little bit wet. It's impeded some progress this morning, but I'm happy to be here, and we're excited to watch this race.
How does it feel? Is it cold, wet, damp, kind of miserable, or?
Let's put it this way. I am the only person in the paddock this weekend wearing shorts, so I might not be the best person to ask if it's cold.
Sure.
I was actually going to update if it's become Ryan Short kind of cold, because that would be a serious indication of cold. But
I mean, it's been fine. Like, today is definitely warmer than it was yesterday. I'll say that much. Yesterday was pretty miserable, pretty awful. There is a light mist about in the air, and I think that's going to prevent the track from really drying out, at least until the sun hopefully starts to poke through. We're not supposed to have a ton of sunshine, but it also wasn't supposed to rain today at all. So I think we're in for just a kind of gray, sort of wet, kind of close-ish weekend. But hopefully the precipitation itself will stop and we can at least get a dry line going. It's just starting to want to form one on the front straight here, where everybody's kind of setting up on the outside to go into turn one. But we'll keep an eye on the weather here for sure. Fortunately, Continental Tire, the official tire brand of the GP field at least so far, they have two tire options. There is a dry spec as well as a wet spec of tire. My understanding is the wet spec of tire is very similar to what you would find on like a performance road car, like from the factory. So a lot of technology transfer there as well. But that wet tire supposedly pretty darn good, and I did see yesterday during practice and qualifying on numerous occasions that some of these GP cars on the wet weather tire, I presume, can really get deep into the corners and give some of these GT4 vehicles a run for their money on the brakes into a couple of the tighter turns like turn 5 here. So a interesting, I think, set of decisions to be made with regards to where you're going to set up a pass if you're in a higher class car.
That is always the nature of racing here at Barber. Fortunately, we have enough reasonable pace differential between most of the classes that you can, set it up maybe coming out of turn 2 and get them on the brakes into turn 5. This is a move up the inside from the number 22, taking a handful of cars all at once. And this is a pretty healthy mix of cars as well here. There's a Thunder Bunny Super in there. We've got the number 392 from Harrison Motorsports. It's the E92 we were discussing earlier just in front of us. And I think that will have been a move up the inside for TCS Motorsports on the number 98 from Birmingham Road and Race.
Harrison Motorsports BMW, they were very, very comfortable in the wet. I'd say probably among the most comfortable in the wet yesterday, making some incredible slides all the way through turn 5 and then through sort of the turn 7-ish area, kind of complex down there. Able to get that car pretty sideways, but in a controlled manner. Really having a good time in practice. But if I had to pick just based on what I saw in practice, if it stays wet, that's going to be my pick for that class, is that Harrison Motorsports BMW with a V8.
That's interesting. And so it is a V8. We're interested to see how that car goes. As far as we can research, I believe that is that car's debut in GP1.
Yes, I believe
reliability may be a question.
Now, on the flip side, Open Throttle has a very similar build of car, and that car has been reliable. It's never the fastest in class, but it has been incredibly reliable since they've had it, for the last, probably about the whole last season. That car hadn't run into a whole lot of reliability issues. So my assumption is it will be the same here, but when you have a car with that many electronics, it's always a big question mark as to how those electronics were handled and how they're going to be, defeated in different ways.
Three wide headed up the hill through turn number 4. Turn 3 is really just a continuation of turn 2, that long right-hander. And then you crest the hill here into arguably the best passing zone on the track at turn number 5.
Ooh.
And just about every class represented in this one. GTO, GTU up the inside for the 997 with the, I believe that is the Thunder Bunny Supra of, oh no, it's a Kingpin car.
Yep.
The white and red number 11. Haven't seen that car yet this season. Not with that paint scheme.
Tyler Hoffman, of course, at the controls, most likely, to start that car off. Lamborghini Super Trofeo et al.
Ryan, so we want to catch up a little bit with some things that happened yesterday, and it's okay to not have answers to these.
Sure.
You were on site for most of the afternoon. 909 Automatic Racing set a really competitive time in practice and qualifying, yesterday morning, and did not take the start.
Yeah, I was not privy to that. I did see that they were working on that car when I walked through the paddock. They had their hands full because that team, of course, also preps the Ligier, which they were having issues with water in the connectors on that particular car.
But that was going to be my next question.
Yeah, so they were having issues off and on. There's a connector with no O-ring, supposedly, that just keeps getting wet in the wet conditions. So they were hoping they were going to have that fixed for today, but I have not seen that car either. But entirely an electrical issue is what I was told with that one.
And looking at timing, 82 from Random Vandals. 147 we're not so concerned about, but the 82 I think is the only other one. Oh, and the 48 from Puka Racing.
I have not seen the 82 circulating at any point in time since I've been here.
Okay.
Granted, I got here at about 2:30 or 3 to where I was actually paying attention to what was going on track. So may have been out earlier in the day. I have no idea. But that is correct. I have not seen that car. Only the 28, the green Random Vandals car, have I seen circulating.
Got it. Yes. Okay, that makes sense. Some notes to catch up on here. We had a report of contact between the two AOA MX-5s, the 85 and the 55. If rule 1 of racing is don't hit your teammate, then not starting off on the best foot there. It's reported a side-to-side contact at turn 7 about 10 minutes ago. Also a long 4-off possible contact for the number 99. This is the second race weekend for that GTR 99 Toyota Supra. And it's been a very average GTR start. Bottom of the top 10.
That car didn't look fast at all while I was watching some onboards and seeing it submarine a bit through the field. It looked like it was really struggling for grip.
New fastest lap of the race from number 2. That's the ACP Tangerine Associates BMW G82, 147.998. So only just the fastest lap, but it does count.
F82.
Sorry, F82. Oh, that's the G82, isn't it? The 2?
Oh, G. I thought you said E82.
No, G.
Yeah, G. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that is the current gen.
Yeah.
And then we believe the 52 is a new gen BMW as well for the first time.
Absolutely. But, you know, all this talk about the new BMW, but the 333 of Bruce Innovations is up in second and qualified on pole.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, a stout driver lineup in the 333, but nonetheless making the old car work here.
I mean, that car has long been a competitive one in various hands, but Bruce Innovations has really started to get the most out of that car. Steve Weber is kind of anchoring the driver lineup there.
Along with Glenn McGee, who was, I believe, the winner of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo World Finals thing.
Yes, at Vallelunga.
Race for the chase for the Vallelunga thing.
Could there be anything more prestigious than winning?
My understanding is that winning that has opened a lot of doors for Mr.
I bet it has.
So, I mean, I understand he has some plans this season that have not been announced yet, but a very good career trajectory unfolding for Glenn McGee here,
It is so, I don't want to say wild, but sometimes you realize just how hard it is to climb the ladder in professional racing. Like, Glenn is an obvious talent. Right? That JTR Motorsports Engineering crew 2 years ago in the World Racing League kind of didn't stomp the field, but it had everybody squared up for pace, for sure, before some of the BMW reliability issues took hold later in the season. You know, they went out and Jared Thomas won the MX-5 championship, the JT and JTR. Glenn McGee was obviously competitive there, ran Super Trofeo, and then won the World Finals last year at Vallelunga, and just now we're starting to talk about him having doors open to him after realizing that he was arguably one of the quickest drivers in the field.
Yeah,
you know, over 2 years ago now in the World Racing League.
But still, you know, able to extract the pace from what's effectively the same car. I believe it is the car.
It is the car, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Here comes the 909 through the pit lane.
Very good.
That is the new gen Vantage. I think maybe a little bit of a change from what they're used to in WRL at least. Typically running the old school Vantage. I think this is one of the first times we've seen them use the new one in WRL, which makes sense because the new Vantage is now out and available for GT4 competition. So
I do not anticipate seeing that car here anytime soon.
I mean, I don't either, but Automatic seems happy to use the previous car right now, which would tell me that the new one is at least in the pipeline.
I mean, it is wild to think that the Aston Martin that debuted beginning of last season or tail end of 22 at the hands of TLM USA is now obsolete. Like that to me is it's not irresponsible, but it is asking a lot of various competitors and entrants to shell out money to go pick up a new build of a car. And I get that the idea, as publicly stated, is to, as we get a huge gaggle of traffic here headed into turns 11 and 12, the idea of the new Aston Martin is to bring the car into a wider setup window, right, where you're not so reliant on getting things absolutely spot on to get the car to work properly, get the tires to come up to temperature and pressure and stay in the right operating window. And for sure, being on 200 treadwear tires presents its own challenges, but the new gen Aston Martins in the hands of TLM USA have been really, really good. It just doesn't feel like we were there needing a new update to the Aston Martins, but nevertheless.
Well, it's not like TLM brought them to the series when, you know, they had just come out. So
that is a fair point. Is that a new automatic Aston Martin?
Yeah, that's what
we were just talking about.
I thought we were talking about the TLM cars. I didn't realize the automatic was a new car as well. Ah,
come on.
So when you said previous gen, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. When you said previous gen, I thought you meant the 2014 car.
No, what I was saying is they don't have the 2014. They have the current one, but the new one is like in the pipeline. So that's probably why they're using the previous car.
Yeah, that car's had a few impacts along the way as well, that 2014 car.
Yeah.
Both of them, the 908 and the 909. still, we did see it in historic racing at the end of last year as well. So it's not like it got to the point where they just couldn't run it anymore, because
No, but I think
through November of last year, it was really putting the miles on.
I mean, you have to also understand that, you know, that 2014 Aston Martin Vantage, I think, was designed in like 2009, 2010. So you're really trying to limp that car along versus the 888 of TLM. You know, has good drivers behind the wheel, no question, but that car shows astounding pace when it's here. So I think it's just the natural march on of people having to have the newer, better car.
Thanks for joining us, everybody. We're coming up to the end of the first half hour of racing from Barber Motorsports Park. 7 hours, 31 minutes remaining. We'll get a checkered flag at 5 p.m. Central Time from just outside of Birmingham, Alabama, where Ryan West is on site. Ryan, are you conducting interviews this weekend?
I am. If anybody would like to come have an interview and talk about their plans for the rest of the season, I am up inside of the 3rd floor right next to race control.
Change for the race lead a couple of laps ago. The Dexter Racing number 61 Supra has marched its way from 3rd to 1st in consecutive laps and now holds both the fastest lap of the race and the race lead by just over a second. A little bit further back, but we've still got the top 7 cars within 15 to 16 seconds. Also, just a little bit further back, 47 seconds off of the overall race lead, but next car in the overall running order on debut is the Trim Tax and Round 3 Racing Porsche 991.2 Cup.
Yeah.
That is Josh Balicki is on that entry list. Or is on the entered against that car. That was a very, very recent announcement by Brad McCall and the folks at Round 3 Racing to get a second Porsche Cup car into the field. This is a much newer car. And I think, as a result of being a newer car, that would have run in either Carrera Cup or GT3 Cup Challenge as it was back in the early 991 days, I think that car will have ABS, which is going to be, I think, a huge boost.
It definitely still doesn't have traction control.
No, we know. Yeah, those cars never did get traction control. Although, you know what? Maybe did running an SRO, some of the GT World Challenge events. Full course yellow. Yeah, first time.
It's for the sister car.
That'll be for the 997. That car was reported as having spun, and now is reported as in the beach at turn 8.
Oh my. Okay.
So, let's talk about full course yellows, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's talk about it.
This was always going to happen. This is a unique event in the World Racing League season, being that we will not be attending VIR this season. This is the only track we now use code 35, which, if you're familiar with code 60 in the Creventic 24-hour series, is there you see the Round 3 Racing Porsche 997. This is similar to code 60, where when the full course yellow comes out, you have a 10-second warning with a double yellow flag. And at the end of that 10-second warning, when the purple flags come out, you're required to be at 35 miles an hour. For the cars that are equipped with pit lane speed limiters, that is equivalent to the pit lane speed limit, and you can engage the limiter and ride around. For cars that aren't, you've got to keep it as close to 35 miles an hour as you can. Also important to note, there's no passing. So if you happen to get caught up behind a car that is doing 31, 32, 33, in the event to not pick up a penalty for speeding under code 35, which is enforced by a variety of tools, including sector timing, lap timing, and speed guns, you still don't have the ability to pass. It does vary the pit strategy pretty significantly from what we would otherwise see in these types of endurance races. And indeed, we've got two, I think these are both of the Thunder Buddy Supras into the pit lane off to your right-hand side there, Ryan?
Yep, so I just saw the 225 come through. They are heading out, and I don't have a view of that into the pit lane.
Okay, so the 225 is on its way out. I think I think it was another Super that brought itself into the pit lane. And now the 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes is into the pit lane as well. Now, we'll have this debate throughout the course of the day. But under Code 35, you're basically taking 2/3 of the overall penalty off of a pit stop. In the pit lane, you are running the same speed as cars on track. So your time loss...
99, Britton.
Sorry, the 99. Very good. Man, that is going to take me some time to get used to. I thought I had it down, but I guess when you can't physically see the cars, you revert to your old habits.
Yep.
So anyway, this Code 35 really does change the calculus on whether or not you pit. We can have these debates throughout the day, but the general starting point is you should probably just take advantage of the Code 35 and come in and top off, change drivers, whatever it is you would normally be doing on your next stop. It is worth noting, with us being on a wet track here and it being a fairly technical and slower track, probably not using anywhere near as much fuel as we would be if we were pushing on in the dry.
The 369's in, Britton.
Okay, that is the, call it Battleship Gray.
No,
BMW 325.
They have the new Fast Tech livery on there.
Haven't seen that yet.
You're thinking Birmingham Road and Race.
Birmingham used to be plain white.
Now they're gray.
Ah,
The 98. It's a new
just for
build
you.
apparently.
Yeah.
so much. Oh, very cool. Happy to hear that.
So the 369.
New GP1 build. There it is. Yeah.
We anticipate having Justin Ford up in the commentary box at some point this weekend to kind of talk through the story on that. But the wrap, very, very new. They had a guy who designs a lot of the IMSA liveries do the livery for them, so it's a good-looking car.
Very nice. It is unbelievable to me that we already have a debate over Code 35 in the chat. I just truly can't believe it. Also,
Really?
hi to Edge Autosports. I appreciate your concern over our coverage of the general production start. We do our best at the start of these races. We're a little behind the 8 ball today, but normally we do try and pick up, of course, our general production classes. GP1 is about as good as it gets for racing in the World Racing League, and the top of that class is stacked. Also, why aren't you here, Edge Autosports?
I think they are.
Not the number 26. No. Well, then you know something I don't.
I believe I saw their car circulating yesterday.
They are not on the entry list, or they're not on timing. Green flag.
Alrighty.
Nice to hear that in the background of Ryan's mic there as well.
That is one of the vagaries of, well, one of the features, I guess, of these Code 35s is that the green flag can come at any moment.
Yeah. Typically, there is at least an announcement over the team channel from the World Racing League race control staff, so you know it's coming. It's passed on to the drivers, and then as soon as the flag goes, you go. But obviously, we don't have access to that the way a WEC type broadcast would.
Here's something to debate. The Round 3 Racing 997 pitted immediately as the green flag came out.
Yeah, my guess is they're going to have to dig some gravel out of that car. Also, second spin for that car in fairly tricky conditions in a tricky car to drive, and I just wonder if maybe there is a quick once-over there for the car and maybe for the driver as well. That is a car that doesn't, as far as I am aware, doesn't run on DOT tires anywhere else in the world.
I believe that is correct, and I believe nobody ever has run it on other tires before. I mean, I don't know what somebody did in some crazy track day, obviously, but at least in competition.
Sure, yes.
Yeah,
That- that's more what I meant. Yeah.
I was going to say they'll put these on to roll it onto the trailer, but
So Bruce Innovations pitted under Code 35. I don't believe the 888 or the 61 did. But the 766 also stopped. So they're now about half of a stint, a little bit more than half a stint, ahead of the leaders, the 766, the 333, and the 290. So the strategy is going to come into play here as well.
The 997 is back out. Saw that car leave the pit lane a moment ago. And as we go back green, with 18 laps completed, looks like we're starting to get a dry line, or a drier line.
We are.
Yeah, it doesn't look terribly windy, so this will all be just the energy being put into the track by the 53 cars that we've had on the track thus far. Remember, we didn't have the number 40 from off the leash take the start. The 147 also did not take the start. And the number 909, which is the automatic racing Aston Martin, was a late starter. Now finds itself about 13 laps off of the GTO and WRL lead. Race being led by TL and Mona in the Triple Eight, as you mentioned, now 3.5 seconds ahead of the Dexter Racing number 61. And then the two ACP Tangerine Associates BMWs, the 52 and the 2. You'd expect those cars, newer electronics, newer and improved EC and ABS. Maybe shining in these tricky conditions. Actually just headed out of the last corner there. They're the two BMW G82s back-to-back, very brightly colored cars being chased down by the number 766 of Thunder Bunny Racing. Nice to see them back as well, having missed out on Eagles Canyon. That's true of the whole Thunder Bunny Racing squad. Tough day yesterday for the number 111 as well. So the 225 that you see is not a new Thunder Bunny customer as such. It is the normal Thunder Bunny squad in a, I guess what would amount to a backup car to some degree.
Still very slippery at turn 5 here. Just about everybody having trouble getting back up the hill. The 411 was very sideways, and then you see just about everybody else kind of gingerly try to make their way up the hill.
I mean, it's such a tricky corner, even in the dry. You're trying to maximize the time you're spending on the throttle, and as you go into the braking zone, down into turn 5, the road falls away from you, so you lose a lot of the available brake pressure heading into that corner. You're oftentimes trying to make a pass, whether it's for position or just passing a slower class car.
Oh no, I'm talking more on the exit, Brendan.
I know, right, but that's what I'm saying. So once you finally made it to the apex, then you climb the hill on the other side, you're turning to the left while trying to put the power down and tracking out as you're kind of retightening the car up to get the line set up into turn 7. You're always turning through, you know, basically the halfway through the braking zone to arc it to the apex, all the way through the exit of the corner. And even with good TC, it's really, really difficult to get traction.
I believe the 997 returned to the pits and they've left again. Just to sort of...
Yes, that was after they came out. Yep. They, or sorry, after they came out of the gravel, they did pit and now are
then they
back on
again.
On oh, interesting. Okay.
But they're again back out on track.
Okay, very good. A fastest lap of the race briefly belonged to the TLM Mona number 888 in the overall race lead. Now belongs to the number 290 from Moorhead Speedworks. In the meantime, we jump on the number 22's onboard camera. This is now your second place car in GP1 and sits something like 35 to 40 seconds off the back of the leading number 44 BC Racing BMW. We'll stick with this camera for a little bit. A little tricky through the bottom of the compression where the cell surface is particularly poor. Justin Furr driving the number 22 Mazda MX-5 at the moment.
You mentioned that fastest lap for Moorhead Speedworks. It's a full, well, 9/10 faster than the fastest lap that TLM Mona had just set. So that car is clearly the class of the field right now, but is 36 seconds off the lead. However, it's made a pit stop. So that car could already be in the, in fact, I would say it is already in the effective lead, given the fuel advantage it has.
Worth noting here with this number 22, it might take an eagle-eyed viewer to notice this, but if you take a look at both the steering wheel and the shift lever, these are both changes from what we've seen this car run in the past. I think as recently as Circuit of the Americas last year, it was still using the steering wheel that would be equivalent to the BMW M4 GT4. It's a much larger wheel with paddle shift and all kinds of electronic features built into it. And obviously they've gone away from that back to a traditional H pattern and a round, actually very deep steering wheel. And I just wonder if maybe they were struggling with some of the electronics with that setup. That would have been a carryover from the way Chill Out built the car out in 2021, before it changed hands going into 22.
Change for 6th there. Bruce Innovations being overtaken by the Moorhead Speedworks car. Updating, just to update what I mentioned a lap ago, TLM Mona has knocked another 7/10 off of their own fastest lap. So they're actually on similar pace now to Moorhead on that previous lap. But yeah, Moorhead working their way back towards the top 5 after their pit stop.
We're on board the 997 here. Normally the lower third updates as we change cameras, but producer Ryan Bauer is working on that at the moment. This is the GTO portion that was backwards in the gravel trap. Sideways in the gravel trap and sideways on the brakes down into turn number 5. Pretty aggressive on the brakes there, but as it crested the hill, the thing just started to snap around. Very, very tricky car to drive. I would still like a turn, please.
That's the owner's car. That's Carter Peace and then Brad and Buzz behind the wheel of that.
Yeah.
My understanding is that's quite the hot ticket item to try to get into.
Is that right?
Not likely.
No. But we do get to ride along, which is...
Yes, absolutely. Almost as good.
Excellent touch. Moorhead Speedworks again resets the fastest lap, and we're now cresting into the sub 145 bracket, a 143.918, while most of the cars ahead of it are in the, well, all of the cars ahead of it are in the 45s and 46s. Bruce Innovations is not going slowly, but has lost positions as a result of the early stop and has gone from the lead now to 7th in class. The lead at the start back to 7th in class. But again, did take advantage of the code 35 a little earlier to make its first pit stop. Topic of pit stops, I think we'd expect a first round of stops here for most of our runners, probably well into the the second hour of racing. I'd go maybe hour 15, hour 20 for the GTO cars, given the conditions. And that brief code 35 interruption.
Fastest lap for TLM Mona, a full 2 seconds quicker, and Dexter Racing has just taken it off of them. So the track conditions are really rapidly improving now.
They are, and it's great to see. I mean, there's real parity here at the top. You've got the Aston Martin V8 Vantage. It's a turbo V8, but nevertheless, the newer, no longer the newest Aston Martin there for the AAA. The 61 Toyota Supra is lapping in the 43s. There are also laps in the 43s from the 290 Moorhead Speedworks Ginetta. Well, it says M56. I do wonder if that's their modifications to it, just denoting the Moorhead, M for Moorhead. And a really nice recovery for that car having started at the back of the GTO field this morning. And even the cars that aren't lapping in the 43s are all within the same sort of low 45 to low 46 range. Bruce Innovations dips into the 144s now as well. GP1, our TCS Motorsports Mazda MX-5 embroiled in a battle now with the number 98 from Birmingham Road and Race. We can either pick up the onboard or find that trackside. Be good to try and follow along with that. It is a battle for second in GP1 on track with just half a second to choose between them. That's the PC Racing car headed down into turn number 7A and 7B as we speak. So I think this car is going to be, or our battle is going to be somewhere back around turn 2 or maybe headed up towards turn 5. I'd like to pick that up if we can.
Yeah, PC is a nice 30.
There it is, just headed through.
30-second gap. You have TCS fighting off Birmingham right now.
Oh, and Ginger Racing is right on the back of the Birmingham car.
So yeah, there was a 4-second gap to the next 3 cars. Ginger has closed that up, so now they're fighting for the second place position. The Harrison E92 is now 6 seconds back with the 150 ASM S2000, and then number 5 from All-Star Racing directly behind them as well in their BMW. So there's a lot of good fighting in GP1 here that's relatively close together.
Now let's say hi to All-Star Racing. This is the number 5 BMW E46 that we last saw at VIR last summer. That was involved in a massive impact down at the entry to the climbing S's, and we're happy to see the driver step out of that car, and fortunately everybody was okay. The car was very much not, and I'm going to lean on Ryan West here if he's still around to give us an idea of what kind of shape that car is in. Does it look like a rebuild of the old car, Ryan, or does it look like a new one?
So I can't tell.
Okay.
It's wrapped similarly. I do know, having hung out with some teams, that you can replace the sort of front subframe, front clip piece can be removed from that chassis and put back on. So I would speculate that that's what occurred, given that it was the front end of that car that was pretty well destroyed. But I have seen the front end of those cars rebuilt. It takes a little bit of welding, of course, to get it done. You want to make sure it's on there straight. But that is a repairable thing. But you do end up having to reset the entire, engine, transmission, the whole line. You're literally redoing the whole front part of the frame. But the front bit of the frame, it's like two long, they're almost sort of trumpet-shaped things that come off of the sort of where the firewall is for the cockpit. So those two big things kind of bolt up to the front of the car to make up the, quote, unibody. How una it is when you can remove those, I would dispute. But I know that they can be removed. But again, this is, a quite involved process, but it can be done. So I would imagine that's what was done. If not, then it probably is a new car.
Yeah, the other thought would be that because it went in kind of nose first, but sliding at an angle, that it may have tweaked the chassis itself. Would be the additional concern there, but nevertheless, nice to see All-Star back on the grid.
It's a great battle for 6th place overall at the moment between Thunder Bunny Racing 766 and Moorhead Speedworks.
Ooh, that was very clean. Right into turn 5. They tried to take it 3 wide there and were successful. That was pretty good.
Yeah, that would have been the number 2 up the inside of, I actually missed who the other car was.
It was the Kingpin car.
The Kingpin, right. Okay, yeah. So it's number 11.
That car, I think, it's either had issues or it maybe just had a mistimed pit stop. I noticed that car exiting the pits under green straight after the code 35.
If we have a moment here, it'd be good to pick up the, I was going to say the TCS car, but that move has already happened while we're discussing All-Star Racing. PC Racing now leads Birmingham Road and Race, and Ginger Racing is your GP1 podium. TCS Motorsports has given up both those spots and a couple of extra seconds since the pass to those two cars. If you're following along timing, that's racehero.io. Scroll down till you see Barber 8+7, and that'll be us for the race weekend. Of course, we have our ticker on the left-hand side of the screen as well that shows the same information. But if you are using the website, you're seeing a lot of green last lap times, of course, denoting a personal best or a car best. The purple best lap on the right-hand side shows the best lap of the race. That belongs to the number 123 of NFC Motorsports, who's in something of a recovery drive from an early spin. Fell all the way to the back of the running order for all classes, and now holds the best lap at a 141.155. Still mired down in 28th overall, but all kinds of time to make up those positions. The Tangerine Associates ACP number 52 is now into the 141s as well. Of your top 10, that is currently the fastest lapping car by about a 10th relative to the Moorhead Speedworks number 290.
Yeah, as pointed out in chat, the battle for the GP3 lead has been very good. Running nose to tail between the two AOA cars, with the 75 currently ahead of the 85. We saw them occasionally in the background here, going through a couple of our shots earlier. It's the orange MX-5 followed by the black or very dark blue MX-5. Just as they were starting to come up to lap the Taija MX-5 Cup car, also in that same class.
Yeah, it's a very easy one to find on track, that Taija car. Being that it's bright orange, a little bit harder to pick out the two AOA cars. You've got to key in on the yellow.
Yeah, you gotta look for the orange one because
Ryan's got good vision from his perch up there to start finish. Don't know if he can pick out the number 75.
The 75 is the yellowish orangish one going into turn 1 right now.
Yeah, okay. Just cresting the hill and headed down the hill.
One car separating them. A GTO car, I believe. 2 GTOs coming through.
Yep, it's actually gone the way of the 75 now. Change didn't happen last lap, but just a little bit of a margin beginning to kind of eke out there as some of the GTO traffic works through that GP3 lead battle.
Yeah, you can see heavy traffic definitely starting to play a role here. As these cars just continue to lap quicker and quicker each time.
Some pit stops worth mentioning for cars that haven't resumed their place on track. The number 56 of Pano's performance, which we'd like to get to the bottom of at some point in the next 2 days, waiting on some information for having the name Pano's return to the grid, or on the grid. The Tooth Autosport number 138 Audi RS3 TCR also into the pits after the code 35 period. I'm not sure those cars have come back through yet, or if they've gone back into the paddock. But anyway, they're now 6, 7, 8 laps off of the overall race leader, TLM Mona number 888. And the battle rages on for the overall race lead. Half a second splits the Aston Martin 888 from Toyota Supra number 61 of Dexter Racing.
And if you look at turn 5, the 61's going to try it on the inside.
We just had it coming into the camera shot there. There we go.
Yep.
It's the yellow and white Supra up the inside. Likely a better launch for that number 888, being able to open the wheel and put the power down in these slightly damp conditions. Headed out of turn 5 and 6. As I come back into a review here at the chicane at turns 7A and 7B. It is still Aston Martin leading that Supra, but he's out wide at turn number 8. They'll head out under the bridge. And we'll come back into our review here at the other end of the track through turns 11 and 12. Also seeing just out ahead of this battle, the shift up now by AE Victory Audi R8 GT4, the GTR 99 Supra, but they haven't come through just yet. So let's hold on this and wait for that lead battle to come through. There's the Aston Martin. There's the Toyota Supra through turn number 13, the long right-hander at 14 and 15, and then we'll exit onto the front straightaway. Those of you who have been to Barber and operated an onboard camera, or any camera for that matter, know that the cell coverage is extremely spotty here. And even back-to-back cameras can sometimes have wildly different qualities. This will be the rundown into turn number 1, which all of a sudden is playing nicely again, and then cresting the hill into turn 2. They're both out wide, but the number 61 has to dab the brakes to avoid dropping 2 wheels in the left-hand side grass on the outside of the corner. They'll climb the hill out of that turn 2 and 3 run. You'd think maybe the 61 is able to get a better launch there, but will have lost time through the middle part of the corner, and indeed nose to tail with about half a car length between them, headed through turn 5 and 6. Good battle in GP1 as well, but let's stick with the lead battle as things stand. The other fights in GP1 are going to be between Ginger Racing, Birmingham Road and Race, and TCS Motorsports, Harrison Motorsports, All-Star Racing, and ASM. But we'll pick that up here in a moment. Actually, I think this is them, headed down into 11 and 12. That is the TCS car. There is
Harrison, there's TCS, and directly behind is All-Star.
Yep, actually, I think All-Star's gone through on the Harrison car. I think when we see them here onto the front straightaway, it's going to be TCS leading All-Star and then Harrison.
I think it's the other way around.
All right. Oh, no, Harrison's gone through.
Yes.
So yeah, Harrison, TCS, and then All-Star.
The number 5 having a hard time finding its way around the number 22.
Yeah, 22 is a fairly well-sorted car, but they've also clearly made some adjustments and changes to it. And it's been boosted up into GP1 as well. Man, look at this traffic headed down into turn 5. Ginger Racing is deep on the brakes on the back of the number 98 Birmingham Road and Race BMW.
It's good to see the 25 of MMR in there.
Oh, All-Star up the inside at turn 5. Sorry, JT. This is, excuse me, kind of that dynamic we were talking about. Difficult to get the power down. Headed up the hill out of turns 5 and 6. Big squirm on the brakes there for that number 22. Actually, the 5 has slipped back.
Yep.
As the number 99 Toyota Supra comes through. There's the lead battle for the, the overall lead battle featuring the AAA and the 61. So this is all going to come together fairly nicely, headed up and down the hill. We'll just stick with this here, Ryan, for a moment. Let the overall race lead come back into the picture. There goes Birmingham Road and Race. And as they next set of cars crest the hill, Harrison will come into shot first. GTR, there's TCS and All-Star. TLM Moda has gapped the number 61 all of a sudden to the tune of about 6 to 8 car lengths. And as we crest,
lost even more time.
We crest the first hour of racing. It's all come together and then kind of stretched itself out again in the span of just a lap or two. It well into the 1 minute 30 bracket now, leader in the 139s. Personal best for Moorhead Speedworks, a 138 flat. And scrolling down to the 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes, we're even into the 1 minute 37s. Do not count out that Mercedes, by the way. Only 2 laps off of the overall race lead. It's been a tough old start for that Mercedes, but it's slightly off sequence to the cars that did not pit under the first code 35 of the day. And that car always seems to find its way back into contention, provided it doesn't make any unforced errors from here on out.
I think this is the first time all race we've had a GCU car with the fastest lap of the race. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Stratus 59 is just set at 37.1, which is 0.8 faster than the previous fastest lap. So they're running 13th overall, not leading GTU, so they are closing in. Actually, they're closing 5.5 seconds faster than Dawn Motorsports on the last lap. So that gap's down to 11 seconds. And NFC Motorsports smashes that fastest lap of the race immediately with 35.8. So once again, we're going through a phase where the track is getting faster and faster really, really quickly. That's 4 seconds faster than the leader was on the last lap for NFC Motorsports.
Back in GP3, that battle for the lead is still within a second there. Still the 75 orange AOA MX-5 Cup car leading over the sister car, the black MX-5 with a white hardtop. They've got a just over a minute gap to the sister car, the 55 yellow MX-5 with, I believe, a black front bumper, if I recall correctly. So AOA running 1, 2, 3 in class right now. As you see the 55 come through shot here. We also see the Palomar E36 BMW. We haven't really had a chance to talk much about them right now. They're running 8th place in GP1. A little ways ahead of the 25 MMR Mustang. Unfortunately, 32 seconds behind that really good battle for 4th and 5th in GP1. But we'll see that ebb and flow as the race goes on.
Apologies, I've been doing some research on exactly what our target lap time range is going to be here. Fastest lap in 2023 was by BMW Motorsports, the BMW M4, 134.543. So only 1.3 seconds off of that lap time that we set on the Sunday 7-hour last year.
I'd say that puts into context how good that fastest lap right now is, because the track doesn't look anywhere near optimal conditions, and I imagine the temperature can't be much above the 40-odd degrees you were talking about earlier. So yeah, we could end up, I mean, it might wait till tomorrow, but we could end up seeing some really fast times this weekend. I think we're seeing a slow orange BMW on screen.
It's a Ford Mustang. It's the number 125 from Michael Moore Racing. MMR, as you say, slow, headed out of turn 6 and into turn 7. It's going to push one of the open throttle BMWs out wide, headed into that murky chicane at 7A and 7B. Had a camera pointed at the exit of that corner there, but I assume it's not playing very nicely with us at the moment.
Just before we saw the MMR Mustang there limping through, we did see briefly Ginger Racing in turn 5, getting around the 98 of Birmingham Road and Race as they come across the line here. So that moves Ginger Racing back into second in GP1.
Completed the first hour of racing from Barber Motorsports Park. We sit just outside of Birmingham, Alabama in Leeds, often referred to as the Augusta National of Racetracks. Ryan West, you have some thoughts.
So I don't know if you've noticed this, Brendan. The racetrack is technically in Birmingham, Alabama.
Is that right?
Right as you pull into the track, there's a sign specifically that says, "Now leaving Leeds, welcome to Birmingham." So I think there may have been some county versus city responsibility for the...
Oh, that's a backwards MX-5. We come back to that turn 1 camera there. Was able to get it stopped just before the gravel trap. That was lurid out of what I believe is the Taija number 760 in GP3.
That was rough.
Well, they didn't hit anything, so actually I imagine it was quite fun in hindsight. But yeah, the car hasn't got going yet, so there's going to be a yellow flag through turn 1 for a little while.
Do you think they're pressing Control-Alt-Delete?
Ryan.
Fastest lap updated by Moorhead Speedworks. They're into the 34s. What did you say the fastest lap was last year? It was a 34.
134.5.
Right, so we've got to a 34.9 at this point.
Okay, they'll get there then. They will absolutely smash.
I almost don't see a way we're not going to get into the 33s here.
Well, I suspect at some point the GTU cars are going to end up being the fastest cars. They don't tend, correct me if I'm wrong, but historically I don't think they tend to be as good as the GTO cars in the wet. But when the track fully dries out, I kind of expect them to be the pace setters.
They've made some changes to the power regulations in GTU as well, which will help them versus the last couple seasons.
Right. The battle for the lead in GTU, by the way, is half a second apart now.
It's right there. They're going into turn 1 right now, nose to tail.
That's Dawn Motorsports in the Stratus 59. White leads black and gold.
They're just going to come through here.
Look at the body roll on that open throttle BMW.
Are these cameras on a different delay too?
The track sides are not, the onboards are.
Okay. Oh, we just missed it. Got it. So turn 5. That Stratus car going to stay just right in behind. I think they're going to be too far back to make a run into turn 7 here. Not quite close enough to drag up alongside, but are going to tuck right up under the rear bodywork, coming down into turn 7.
Stratus bested the number 95 from Dawn Motorsports by 3 seconds that last lap. 36.5 plays a 39.5. It's really hard to not see this changing hands within the next lap or so, because the 59 is going to be held up quite badly here.
I was
in the meantime.
I've been keeping an eye on that Dawn car for a while, and they've been stuck behind the 172 TLM USA car. And actually, on that lap, both both them and the 59 made it past that car. So maybe Dawn has a little bit more pace. It was just stuck. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
And the 59, just under a 34.
Yeah, there we go. That's significantly faster than last year. They made that lap time while passing Dawn on that lap. Is that correct?
Yes.
Looks like it. So yeah, I think we're about to see the 59. I guess it does look like from some of the onboards that there's quite a lot of dry line in a few of the corners. So yeah, I think we're going to start seeing those GTU lap times really get much faster.
And right, as you said, right in 33s now. Have completed that pass.
Well, that was while completing the pass. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. On the lap that they passed the number 95 from Dawn Motorsports. So by the way, if you're going to have a debut, your first hour and 10 minutes of racing in the World Racing, it's a pretty good way to start.
Yep, they've done very well so far.
On board the Mazda MX-5 of TCS Motorsports. So we didn't quite have the right onboard earlier. It was listed as TCS Motorsports, but that's not who we were following. Got it correct now, and that is the old wheel and setup there. So I want to make sure we identify who we were on board with earlier. I was on board 369 from Park Meisterschaft, but this is on board with the 22 as the 59 Stratus NPO1 sneaks through on the way into turn number 1.
Should note that the Stratus number 60 just made a pit stop, and they were one of the teams that pitted under yellow, so that's quite early. So that car might be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, especially when you consider it doesn't look like the 59 pitted under the code 35 and is still out there circulating 36 laps into the first stint.
I think the 60 has exited this after that early stop. It was a 5-minute lap time, which is actually longer than its yellow flag pit stop lap time. So I think they may have had an issue that they were tending to.
Not quite well there.
Also back out is the 64 from Open Throttle. They had been having problems. Both their E90s, unfortunately, not a great start. The 63 had an issue right at the very beginning. Come back out, and more recently the 64 had been in pit lane for a while. Yeah, roughly 40 minutes of work. But it's good to see them get those cars back out there.
I appreciate those of you who have joined us this morning, creeping up towards 200 of you and some of you in the chat as well. Feel free to participate throughout the day. We will be live through to the checkered flag at 5 o'clock Central Time. I know it's a busy morning of racing. I gather we are having a more exciting morning than at least one of the available options for motorsports this morning.
Please, no spoilers in the chat.
Oh, I'm not. Yeah, no spoilers there. But yeah, can't speak intelligently to it either. But I gather it's not exactly the most exciting thing happening.
One of them is pre-spoiled, given that you know who's going to win anyway. So it doesn't matter.
Ryan.
It's Justin Ford. Yeah, sorry. Our producer Ryan is talking in the background about who Justin Ford is, and I'm pretty sure that's just Justin Ford.
That's accurate.
I'd like to believe we're making a Ford 15,000 reference there, but
I was going to say, there's definitely an accent where that's the correct pronunciation.
Yeah. It may or may not come out of Chattanooga as well. Surface flag is being displayed up there at turn number 15.
It is wet.
Yeah, but you wouldn't put the flag out for that.
For what it's worth, PC Racing did have a broken line on their oil cooler yesterday. They said they have fixed it, and that car is still circulating, so that's not what it's coming from. PC Racing, I think, really just hoping for a clean event this weekend, having had crippling vehicle issues the last several events they've attended.
Let's not talk about it.
All right. They're the leader in class. So I mean, I'm gonna, you know.
They are generally week in and week out very quick in GP1. There's generally a reliability question, so it's better if we just ignore the fact that they're leading, and hopefully nothing bad happens.
Fastest lap watch. Stratus briefly had it. So the GTUs were taking fastest lap away. Sorry, not that's not who I meant. I meant to say NFC briefly had it at a 33.6. So that was the GTO cars taking the fastest lap back before the Stratus 59 car, which leads GTU, has taken well over a second off of the fastest lap. Sorry, exactly a second off of the fastest lap, down to a 32.6. So we're 2 seconds quicker than last year already, despite the track not being in perfect condition.
And I think that NFC car will continue to be quicker than it was last year, given they've done some development on it. There's now an enormous rear wing on the back of the
how about it?
123. Absolutely stunning how large that is on the back of that car.
It's actually something I haven't really thought about is so aero gets you a power to weight adjustment.
Not in GTO.
Not in GTO.
Not in GTO. Okay, so you can put whatever aero you want on.
Yeah, and the aero does not there's no scaling penalty there. It ships with a tiny rear wing meant for GT4, and because obviously that car isn't running in any homologated GT4 series, you can do whatever you want to it.
Is there a reason why we haven't seen time attack style crazy aero?
I mean, I have to imagine that those aren't very easy to fix when they've had contact.
Well,
because a lot of them
really
are really
shouldn't be having
ornate.
contact in this series anyway.
I mean, that's
it's a
fine, but like
penalty.
it happens. Like it occurs. It's racing versus time attack, where you're looking for only a lap time. I imagine the serviceability on that kind of stuff is awful. I agree with you generally, Scott, but like that's probably a good call.
I mean, you're not. I don't think you're wrong there, but I wouldn't call that a reason not to do it.
You also have the situation, Scott, where these cars don't have as much power as a time attack car. So if you go to somewhere like Daytona, Road America, etc., you're probably piling on more downforce than you could really make useful versus the amount of power you need to get down the straights.
Tell that to the GTU cars.
I'll defer that to you. Well, the GTU cars get their doors blown off at Daytona.
Sure, but we're not at Daytona.
That's true. That's absolutely true. But you then have to, well, you don't have to re-homologate the car with WRL because there's no penalty for that.
Yeah, exactly.
I imagine the weight would change, but not a lot.
Not if you build them well,
it's not a terrible idea, but aren't you friends with the owner of a GTU team? Like, well,
by the way, there's a slow or even stopped car in the grass on the X. Oh, actually, no, sorry, it's buried in the barrier. It's a green BMW, I think.
What corner is this?
Turn 13.
Thank you. Yes, turn 13.
Yeah, if we can pick up an onboard that's headed around that end of the circuit.
It was between 13 and 14.
And we are going to go full course yellow here.
Yeah, the car is underneath the barrier.
Oh my.
Well, underneath the tire barrier, I should say,
sure.
to be a bit more accurate. It's not underneath any kind of Armco, but
will have been a fairly big impact over there. It's listed as a number 63 at turn number 13.
Trying to remember where I placed the camera over there.
Looking for an onboard to try and pick it up around that end of the circuit.
The 392 is going to dive in and take some fuel here. Running third.
Yeah, I think we're going to see pretty much everybody in here, Ryan.
I think so too.
The 60 is in. The 50, sorry, which ACP car was that? Was it 52?
Yeah, this is actually very well timed, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, we thought it was going to be about an hour 15 or so, especially for the cars that didn't pit, or particularly, I guess, for the cars that didn't pit. In comes the number 28.
Actually, I say very well timed. It's obviously not well timed for anyone who topped up under the last yellow, because they were about to get a bunch of cars doing green flag pit stops that they wouldn't have had to have done. But we should see those cars pitting for less time. So the 50, what I'm going to be looking at is the 15-second gap between Moorhead and the leader. I wonder if that could be similar to the amount less fuel that they have to take. So we might see Moorhead jump up a few positions here, because I think they are the top running car that did pit under the last yellow. Quickly checking.
Oh, sounds brilliant. 392 getting out of the pit lane.
By the way, Race Heroes fixed the bug that we were
Yes.
Yes.
Fantastic.
We have
On Sunday of Eagles Canyon, actually.
Yeah, that's really, really helpful.
On the subject of aero, Scott, the number 28 has what I believe to be a non-standard front splitter on the BMW M4. It has orange highlight around the front of it, so if you see it on an onboard, you should be able to see it. But it sticks out probably a good 3 or 4 inches longer.
Right. Just saw the open throttle car buried in the tires there to driver's left. Very, very easy to do what that driver has done, where you drop wheels just coming over the crest. They're completely unsighted as you crest the hill, and if you don't have the trajectory of the car exactly right, especially in this wet grass, it'll just carry the car off to driver's left and eventually nose into and or under the large tires and safety barriers that make up the left edge of the track.
By the way, if we want to see the gigantic wing Ryan is talking about, if we have the Bruce Innovations on board, they're right behind that car under yellow.
Yeah.
I don't believe we have the direct link to that. We probably pull it in from YouTube. That's the game we're willing to play this weekend.
Oh, good to know.
Well, is that a can of worms we want to open? Like,
It depends on how badly we need it, I guess.
all right.
Okay, we got Moorhead coming into the pits now. So actually, the leaders have only just made it round, I think, because their last lap times are still showing as full green lap times. So the yellow must have come out immediately as they were passing pit entry. So it's going to be a little bit of a while. So leaders, by that I mean the top 4. I think they're going to be fine because BMW's going to take a while to fish out of the barrier.
Yeah, it's worth noting here that there really is no penalty for that, right? If it's a quick code 35, you'd be worried, but here,
this is going to be totally fine.
Specifically, yeah.
I imagine they'll have to repair that barrier, to be honest. So it's going to take a while.
The Triple Light is coming back out.
Triple Light.
This has worked out incredibly well for them. Like, it just could not have.
Yeah, I still think it won't work out. This is the great thing about Code 35s. I don't think it'll be bad for anyone who pitted under the first one.
Right.
So I think this is kind of neutral for everyone. It's a bit of a shame for us because it means we have to wait another hour and a half or so for a full green flag pit cycle. If we can get an hour and a half of green running,
I'm sure we can, Scott.
Sure, we can.
Let's get some positive energy going.
Okay, so something I predicted has happened. Moorhead has jumped up into second because they had less. They had less fuel to put in because they pitted under the first Code 35. They're a surprisingly long way behind, although that 24-second gap is obviously going to close when we're up to full racing speed. But yeah, they have jumped into second.
And that is now last the second.
Right.
First hour and 20 minutes or so this morning.
Yeah, I mean, they were effectively running up there anyway because of the fuel advantage they had, and they've now just used that fuel advantage, and we're all even. I'm a little bit surprised they weren't able to jump all the way into the lead, but there we go. How early was that first Code 35? Was that 20 minutes or so?
Lap 17, excuse me.
Okay, so it was more like 35 minutes. Yeah, kind of surprised they haven't jumped further with that, but perhaps they have a bigger tank.
Yeah, actually, it looks like the TLM's pit lap was quicker. Now, obviously, it would have been further out in front, so it spent a less portion of the lap.
Yeah.
For Code 35, so it's probably not a fair comparison, but
yeah, it was about 35 seconds ahead, I think. So it would have done about 35 seconds more of the lap at full speed. So yeah, difficult to compare. We're hearing that this splitter you were talking about is just a standard splitter with tape on it, Brian.
Then that tape does a really good job visually of emphasizing how big the front splitter is, because like I would swear that it is bigger.
Is it like adding grill tape? Is that a thing we could still do?
I was actually looking specifically at that during the Rolex 24, and every single car I saw had grill tape all over it.
I meant mostly in NASCAR.
Well, it's a thing in sports car racing as well.
Yeah,
even at
for
the
sure.
highest level.
Yeah, it'll just block up some of the brake ducts.
I was a little bit surprised that that's still a thing. I kind of assumed modern like Porsche GT3 cars and LMP2 cars would have had maybe something a bit more advanced, carbon fiber bits you can slot in, but no,
So
apparently they still use tape.
Just looking at the 28 because the 333 is behind it. Wow, that does it. Okay, now that I'm like looking at it, it is the same size, but putting that bit of orange on there really draws attention to it. Huh. The more you know.
That's
Yeah,
right.
because the splitter blends in with the shadow of the car when it doesn't have the orange, so it just looks like there isn't even one on there within the 333. Huh. All right. Happy to be corrected on that.
Kind of funny watching the Chattanooga Tourenwagen onboard. That it's an example of a driver who's trying to bully the car in front to get a bit closer to the 35 mile per hour speed limit.
That would be tremendously slow.
Well, yeah, that'd be sort of Australian supercars pit lane kind of slow.
Yeah.
Does the
All
same
about
job
safety.
though. I'm sure these cars are capable. Well, actually, the GTU cars may struggle with that. Going quite that slow, I imagine. I feel like their cooling relies on some amount of speed.
Yeah, it's 40 Ks, right? Is the Aussie pit speed limit?
I think it's 35.
Oh, is it 35 now?
I think it probably is track dependent, but I feel like I've watched enough Bathurst 1000s to get
40
35
is
stuck in my
20,
head.
what, 27 miles an hour?
Yeah.
Definitely used to be 40 anyway.
Okay.
I feel like anything less than that might be a little bit overkill. But I don't work for risk management for Motorsports Australia.
I mean, I will say that being hit by a car at 25 miles an hour still is pleasant.
Very fair.
Crashing a bike at 25 miles per hour is also
Well, that's-
unpleasant.
Now, what
It
would
still
you know
feels
about that?
fast.
I mean, I know about getting hit by a car at 25 miles an hour. I know all about that.
Is that a thing that you do?
So it happened in the parking lot at the high school, and it was a friend of mine, and I was sort of sarcastically like walking in front of them, doing a thing, and I don't think they intended to hit me because she got out and was like very like irritated that she had actually hit me, and I was like, well, why didn't you stop? She was like, I thought you were gonna move again, and so I thought that was the end of it. And then my English teacher, who I had first period with, was also one of the administrators at the school, and I walk in the morning, and he has the security camera footage from the from that camera in that parking lot pulled up on the projector as everybody walks in, and I like just immediately was like, oh, okay, well, and then everybody finally sits down and says, hey guys, guess what I found on the cameras? And so we played with that for about 5 minutes in various slow motion states at my expense. It was a good time.
Could we do? I mean, can we get this for the broadcast? Did you save
Oh,
this anywhere?
I'm certain it's not saved. Like, there's no
I thought
chance
maybe
I
you
will.
would have saved it for posterity.
No, I certainly didn't want to save it. It was, you know.
Working code 35, number 2 for the morning. Going to retrieve the number 63 open throttle racing BMW out of the tire wall at the exit of turn 13.
Confirmation that the Australian supercar speed limit is 40 kilometers per hour,
Yep.
but there was at one point a proposal to raise it to 100.
Oh my!
It's a little fast.
Yeah, I mean that would have felt relative to
That's-
what it used to be, like just.
That was the justification was to spice up the racing. Apparently,
That
I
would.
mean, it would do it.
My God.
debatable.
You need to spice up supercars.
I mean,
I think nowadays you kind of do. But
In a world where you only have one crew per team and like actively or stacking pit stops under full course yellow is a legitimate strategy decision. Like the
oh,
idea
God, that
of
would have been a disaster.
exactly,
Yeah,
yeah, stacked
that's- yeah,
pit
that's
stops
no-
with cars whizzing by at 62 miles an hour is just wild.
Fortunately, Urbis has kept us entertained with their machinations. And we're going to go green here.
We do go back to racing from Barber Motorsports Park. The ticker will catch up momentarily. That is that still the round 3 997 in the pit lane?
That is not a place I can see.
Okay. It would be just off to your right-hand side, but I believe that car is still stationary and actively taking on tires or otherwise up on the jacks at the moment. It's just not where you want to be. Oh, slow PC
Yep.
racing.
Yeah.
No, I think it's PC.
It is PC racing.
Oh my god! Who said it? Who said it?
JT did. JT talked about it more than I did. JT talked about not talking about it. He talked about not talking about it for longer than I actually talked about it.
But you brought it up. Yeah.
I blame JT.
All right.
Sorry, Peter.
Guys.
So hopefully that car can trundle around. But as I said yesterday, the issue was a oil line breaking. I have to imagine that was fixed, but they had some gearbox issues at Eagles Canyon. That car becoming a bit of a handful, I think, in its old age. Used to be just an incredibly consistent car, and like I say, probably for the last 4 or 5 weekends, it's had these, just little issues.
But it's every little
and
issue.
I think we're going to go back to full course yellow here, Brendan.
Is that because we have a stranded number 44?
I don't know. I can just see the person in the flag stand holding on to 2 yellow flags. It may yet not pass.
It's moving.
It does say continued now on the race control log.
All right.
And I don't see any other cars listed as being stopped, so
I'm not
any luck.
Back out of the pit lane.
Oh, yeah, I was
good.
just going to say the same thing.
On board the 290 Moorhead Speedworks Ginetta M56. And this is now up onto the back of the GTR 99 Supra to put it a lap down. That is a slow... I just caught it. Was that the Michael Moore Mustang?
No, that is under speed right now. The
Okay.
Michael Moore Mustang's about to catch the PC racing car, though. That's going to make it a little tighter on turn 5.
290 is going to box in the 99 there, headed into turn 1.
That gap for the lead closed up to 7 seconds, so it looks like Moorhead managed to gain about 30 seconds by having more fuel when they entered the pits. Versus what the gap was before the Code 35.
Yeah, Dexter Racing actually able to close in a little bit on that last lap. Now sits just 2 seconds off the rear wing of the Ginetta that we're on board with. You can actually just see it in the distance there. It's mostly white with yellow accents.
Well, yeah, that was a 7-second gap while they were cruising around at 35 miles an hour, so that makes sense. That it would close up to 1.8. The close battle for 6th between Bruce Innovations and number 52 ACP Temporary Associates. Those cars are effectively nose to tail. At least they were at the start-finish line. And then, yeah, big gap back to GTR 99 after Thunder Bunny, which is running 8th. So yeah, the GTR 99 car, I noticed at the start in the wet conditions, it was really struggling for rear grip, it looked like, and there's just not really had the pace in the early part of the race. Might come to them as the temperature warms up.
We're going to go 3 wide into turn 1. We've got 3 E46s, and they're going to make it.
It's so...
the tail end of it there.
I don't know if you're experiencing the same thing, Ryan, but it's so alarming knowing that they're headed down a hill and then disappearing.
Yeah.
And it tightens up so badly because of how you have to set up for turn 2 that you see them disappear. You're like, well, I genuinely don't know that this is going to work. You just kind of sit and watch the screen for them to pop out the other side.
Fortunately, at Sonoma, it goes the other direction. It goes uphill into turn 1, so you can see that it did or didn't work out as they move through.
On a short delay here, we're back on board the 290 for Moorhead Speedworks. This is obviously not the 766.
The gap is closed up because Moorhead just set their fastest lap of the race at a 33.8, which is second and a half faster than TLM. So that gap for the lead is down to 5 seconds.
And just up the road from Moorhead is that a GT3 battle still between the 75 and the 85.
411's in the pit lane.
The 75 has...
All 4 of them?
Yes.
Sorry. We're going to want to keep that 290 Moorhead on board on rapid recall if we can here. Not needing to go back to it at the moment, but as this lead gap continues to dwindle, we'll want to make sure that we can jump back on board and watch that chase, because it feels slightly inevitable at this point now that we've sent ourselves off into what should be hopefully a long green flag run here. And both of those cars fresh off of pit stops. we'll get to see that one play out on track. Dexter Racing lost a lot of time the last time around. 141.6, 6 seconds slower.
Oh no, there's been contact at turn 1. The 44 comes from very deep to try to get that move done, and I think just gets bumped by the Harrison car. Just quite the move, I think, by everybody. There's a pretty big gaggle of cars there. The 44, I think, had been stuck behind those cars for some time. It was probably looking to make a move.
This is that GP3 battle lead right here.
And that is between
75 and 85.
Yep.
The
Each of
75
AOAs.
had a much better pit stop, so coming back to the green, they were 4 seconds ahead of the 85. But the 85 has just been quicker and was able to, in the tune of 2 laps, get that gap back down to underneath a second. The sister car, meanwhile, had briefly surrendered third to the 251, which is the Headquarter Automotive JJEP Racing NB Miata, but has since got around and is starting to pull a gap now to the tune of 3 seconds.
Are we going with JJEP on that one? Or JEP? Or perhaps YEP?
Not sure.
Yeah, I think that's another newcomer to us here in the World Racing League.
And up in Jeep 2, it's still the Ruben ASM Motorsports 525 with a very, very good lead so far today. I believe they've led from the start over the 369 Tourenwagen Meisterschaft version 3.69 and the 715 of Rockwell Autosports development. The lead of their 2 Porsche Boxsters, the 715. Running ahead of the 66 open throttle BMW.
Back on board the number 290 from Moorhead Speedworks. We've just gone past the TCS Motorsports number 22, which briefly had me tricked for being the 888. Very similar shade of blue, but slightly less ornate paint scheme on the MX-5 as compared to the Aston Martin Vantage that now dangles like a carrot out the front windshield of the Ginetta G56. This battle can almost be measured in car lengths. Well, technically it can always be measured in car lengths, but 1.4 seconds is going to be the margin when they come across the line here. Remember, these onboards are a little bit behind because we're running them through YouTube. And with 49 laps complete, an hour and a half, hour 35 minutes gone in the Saturday 8-hour enduro. The battle's going to be on for the lead here in just a moment.
Also a good battle for 4th. Looks like Thunder Bunny's caught the number 2 ACP Tambourine Associates car, and they are really scrapping.
To be clear, that's the 766 from Thunder Bunny. That car debuted back at Sebring, I believe, at the tail end of last year. Previously driven by folks behind the, was it the Works 45 Audi R8? Yes. Jumped over to the Thunder Bunny team and the Toyota Supra platform and were immediately competitive. Do anticipate them only running today?
Yes, also true.
Do not run the Sunday races, just Saturday. But when they do race, that car is always competitive. And indeed actually finds itself besting the number 225, which to their, in their defense, is, I don't know how well they keep that car, like the setup matched to the primary car, to the number 111. If they had plenty of time last night, they realized that, okay, we're going to run the second car today, that, you know, maybe they had time to prep it, but it's also possible that they didn't. And that that car is going to be...
Ooh, the 909 pushes the 52 all the way to the outside of turn 5. I think getting a little bit looser than they anticipated. No harm, no foul, but that was, I think, a reminder that there's still some wet bits on the track that you got to be careful of when making passes.
Yeah. Ryan West is our on-site reporter at Barber Motorsports Park this week, and also responsible for the trackside cameras. And thank you to Ryan for taking care of that first thing this morning. We do rely a little bit more heavily on the trackside report and onboard cameras here at Barber because of the nature of cell coverage, and you can see it in most of the onboards that aren't bonded across multiple networks, where you get through the run out of the turn 7A and B chicane and the cell service drops away, exit at turn 3, kind of the same thing. It's a tricky old place for us to work, but still one of our favorites because the racing here is about as good as it gets. Some real classics over the years here in the World Racing League. So, if that is all to say, if it sounds like we're not talking to the pictures or we're focusing on an onboard a lot more than we normally would, which is not necessarily a bad thing, or Ryan is mentioning something out the window, it's because we kind of need it to be able to talk intelligently about our 15 hours of racing to come this weekend. One of the things we haven't... Oh, go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, battle for the lead's down to 6/10, so...
Yep.
Sorry, 2/10.
Nose to tail headed across start-finish.
No move into turn 1.
Just see him crest the hill and the brake lights disappear off into the distance on the right side of your screen. The 888, defends well to the inside, headed into turn 2. The 290 is going to get a run. If we can jump on board here, might be about the right time to take a look at this, because it will be lights ablaze directly into the rear view camera of that number 888 TLM Mona Aston Martin, headed up the hill out of turn 2 and 3. Love to get a camera that works down in that valley, but sadly, in 5 or 6 trips to Barber, never have been able to. On the brakes into turn number 5. Lap traffic about to play a role here. The open throttle BMW slides a little bit wide. This is the number 64. And they'll go line of stern again now with the 888 opening up about 2 car lengths down to the braking zone at turn number 7, underneath the Barber Vintage Museum crossover bridge. If you'd like to come and check out Barber, you can always visit the museum. It is open during race weekends, I believe, and those walkover bridges are available to the general public if you come into the museum there, even though the event is not, strictly speaking, a spectator one. Badly held up by traffic through the 9 and 10 chicane for that number 290, and that's allowed the 888 to really stretch out the margin. But look at how much quicker that lighter and more agile number 290 is through that turn 11 and 12 complex.
They're going to get him on the brakes here a little bit further through the turn, but as soon as we come back onto the front straightaway, I reckon that Aston Martin Vantage is going to extend the advantage, and indeed they do.
Yeah, the 888's proving to be actually quite quick here. It's been a really good start, no mistakes for that car. They've taken advantage, kind of played the strategy well for them as they slide a little bit wide through turns 2 and 3.
Unfortunately, this onboard's on a delay, so I'm trying really hard not to call out the window.
Well, we knew it was coming. Based on what the view is there. Takes a narrower entry into turn number 5, but can't quite get to the apex. 290 takes a little bit more of a traditional line, is able to get right up to the inside curb there. Driver's left. Interesting how much more curb the 888 takes at 7A, which is that left-hander headed down the hill, whereas the 290 is a little bit more straightened out inside of the curb. I guess let's say outside of the curb through the left-hander there. Lots of traffic coming up here for the lead duo. Up to one of the Rockwell Autosport development. That's a 714 Porsche Boxster. And now the 888 is actually going to get balked quite badly here. Actually does sneak through on the open throttle BMW, whereas the 290 can't through this final sequence corners. There's no rush here if you're in the Moorhead Speedworks Ginetta. In fact, having taken the win on the Sunday back at Eagle Canyon Raceway about a month ago, didn't lead until the final 10 minutes or so, 5 to 10 minutes. In those wildly changing conditions at the end of the race. Proof positive, you only need to lead the last one. Point out the window there from the number 5 from All-Star.
52 is just going to tuck in behind the 888 here, and the 290 is going to try to stay up behind the 52, but it doesn't matter because they still can't hold on to the back of the 52 either, in spite of having that big draft.
Yeah, worth noting, we've now lapped up to the number 52, which sits in third place at the moment. The next car is going to be the number 225 from Thunder Bunny, which is lapping quite quickly. Actually, now that I look at it, it does have a pretty healthy margin back to the 225, so I wouldn't be too concerned about that car going a lap down in the imminent... Yeah, minute 15 is gap there, so I've got some time. Yeah, and lapping reasonably competitively at the moment. Continue to ride on board here. Just want to touch on some other items elsewhere. Number 172 TLM USA, Aston Martin leads the 72 from BMW Motorsports. They were side by side across the line and actually should be able to pick them up here headed into the braking zone at turn 5 in 5 to 10 seconds. Be looking for a red Aston Martin and a white and blue BMW M4 as the camera cuts out. Nope, not playing nicely back there at turn 5. There we go. Oh, big slide out of the 72. Around, tries to go around the outside of the 172 Aston Martin. There's your lead battle in the back of the shot. So this is all coming together as well as they work through some traffic headed down into 7. The Harrison Motorsports 164 balks the number 172 Aston just a touch there, headed down into turns 7 and 7A. And they've already come through here, so we'll get them up at 11 and 12. Just hang out and wait for them, because it is the two things we're most interested in at the moment. That 11 camera has gone down as well now, I'm told. Fighting against that.
There goes the GP3 lead there. Still the same fight.
And that will not let up between those two AOA. Mazda MX-5 Cups, those are the NC cars. We can wait there at start-finish there, Ryan, to pick up this 172 and 72 battle. There they go, and then we'll wait for the leaders to come through. There is the 888, there is the number 290. So as they head down into turn number 1 and 2, trying to follow these two things more or less at the same time. That 290 is definitely quicker than the 888. Up on board here with the Ginetta G56.
New fastest lap of the race by the Stratus 59. 32.3.
Just where we left these two cars here. The second apex at 2 and 3. Head up the hill. It's a good exit for both cars. Not really much of an advantage for this number 290, which is a little bit down on power being a lighter car, but makes more time overall through the lap by this being a more technical, twisty track. Does benefit that number 290 in the braking zones as well.
This is going to be the closest the 290, I think, has gotten to the 888 here as they come down into turn 7 after this straightaway.
Such a difficult braking zone, though, Ryan, to try and make a pass on. You've really got to have a good head of steam all the way through the exit of turn 6, and that 290 just doesn't have the power to draw alongside.
So they had a good run coming out of turn 5 that time. And now the 888 being balked a little bit here. That Harrison car is going to try. The 290 is going to go around the outside, lose a little bit of time there, but I think better than tucking in behind the BMW.
Not to draw attention to this, but it's worth noting if you're following along with things. I don't imagine the folks off to your right there are particularly happy campers at the moment, Ryan. Lots of just very odd contact that we don't normally get is being reported this morning. With cars that aren't normally involved in it. Bruce Innovations and the 44 have been reported for contact, 411 and 55. I appreciate that this is a tough old track to set up passes and execute passes on as the 290 dives down the inside at turn number 5. We'll get this on a slight replay. Jumping on board the Ginetta. Hope we can clean things up a little bit as the day goes on. 290 has to keep it tight on corner exit, which is going to hurt its ability to get the power down. And again, the additional horsepower on that Aston Martin for being a heavier car, and a little bit of a pick there being set up with the one of the Mazda Miatas, allowing the Triple Eight to just maintain an advantage. But this 290 is definitely a touch quicker overall. No question about it. Needs to be quicker in the right places.
I think there was an issue on that last lap for the number 52 Tangerine Associates car. They lost 8th place to Stratus 59, and the lap time was nearly 10 seconds off the pace.
The car hasn't just quite been up to pace in this stint, Ryan. Or Scott. It's just a little off the mark.
Oh, actually, yes, you're right. That's in
Yeah.
line with all the lap times it's been doing up to now.
It's a tricky time, right? We're drying out, but if you have to go offline for any reason, like, you know, passing a slower car, it definitely still appears damp. And whether or not it's actively, you know, impacting the behavior of the car, it's still a, hey, it's a long race. You know, nobody wants to throw the car into the weeds or make a mistake or beach themselves into the gravel or anything.
Yeah, it's a long race and an expensive car.
Exactly, yeah.
In contrast, the car that just took 8th place from the number 52 has set another fastest lap at 32.1. That car's going around
on the brakes, very, very late for the 290 headed into turn number 5. We're going to do the same thing we did last time, but this time I think the overlap is going to be there. And as they head down into out of turn number 6, indeed the pass is complete. We have a new overall race leader. Moorhead Speedworks leads TLM Mona.
I do like that about that hairpin. The fact that you can, obviously it didn't work out that time, you can run the outside there and hold off another car. It means that if you want to make a late dive, it's a relatively safe move because the car on the outside doesn't feel like they absolutely have to get to the apex. So moves like that, while they look pretty late and aggressive, they do tend to work out one way or the other, but nice and safely.
The other battle we've been watching may change hands here. The 888 around the outside. So 72 and 172 are side by side. 888 and 290 are side by side. And the TLM Mona car is going to be really opportunistic here. Go around the outside of the long right-hander through turn 15. Take the lead back before they get the start-finish. So technically, that was not scored as a lead change. And the 172 is able to defend from the 72 as they go whizzing past the Porsche Cup number 997.
That kind of shows how wide this dry line is getting. If you can make moves around the outside now, we must be pretty close to a full speed track, even if there are a few wet patches offline.
All of this scrapping is allowing the number 61 to just draw back in a little bit. The margin from second to third is now 26.5 seconds. Back to Dexter Racing's Toyota Supra.
I'm curious where the Stratus 59 car is on track, because they're a lap behind, but lapping 3 or 4 seconds a lap quicker than the leaders. So I imagine we're going to see them come past at some point. And then they've got enough time left in the race that if this is going to be a regular pace delta between those GTO and GTU leaders, then the Stratus 59 car could still be in the conversation for the overall win.
I mean, theoretically, anybody in the top 14 or so right now is in conversation for the overall win.
Yeah, obviously you need to have the pace to be able to make up the time lost, because there won't be safety cars. Well, very unlikely. Is there actually, could we possibly have a safety car, or is everything code 35 or not?
No, I believe the return from if we were to have a red flag, would be under safety car.
Okay. Well, okay, so we could have a red flag, which would condense the field, but otherwise, let's hope we don't get that.
Yeah, it's we haven't really talked about it yet this weekend, but we will have that red flag tomorrow. And the 290 has just lost heaps of time stuck behind the 172 here. The margin's gone out from, let's say, half a second last time around now to 4.6.
Yeah, it's a 39.4 on that last lap, so 4 seconds off the pace for Moorhead, just stuck behind that 172 Aston Martin, I think.
Yeah, and in some ways, it's a similar sort of challenge that the 290 faced behind the 888. It's clearly faster, at least to some degree, but they are similar enough in terms of performance in the really obvious passing zones that for cars that are in the same category, it's actually really difficult to set up and execute a pass, especially when you are in the underpowered car, as is the case with this number 290.
Which color is the 59?
The gold, black and gold.
The gold one. Okay, I'm going to try and locate it.
Should also be noted a few laps ago on the
Oh, sorry,
onboard here.
spin in turn 3. There's a BMW on the apex making a somewhat risky recovery. It has now recovered and is back going again.
It's reported as the number 118.
That'd be Blaze Racing.
Yes, it is. It is the 1995 BMW M3. 997 has gone missing, and I think that's it just about mid-pit. Just off in the distance there behind the Honda Civic. It is. Pick up the overall race leader here. 888 and the 290 into the frame. Means the 172 and the 72 battle is going to come into shot there. Just in the braking zone. Turn number 5, so we can wait on them to come through because this lead battle is not at the moment of any real significance. Scott, I think this is your 59 here. It is. So in the middle of these two battles for position, we're watching the lead overall battle. We're also watching the overall battle for what is now 15th in the overall running over overall order, 14th in GTO. The number 59 is also trying to unlap itself.
I figured that
From
it
the
must be
overall
around
race
there,
leaders.
Yeah. It's actually it was slower on that previous lap, so obviously caught up in the same traffic. But yeah, that car clearly has the potential to get back on the lead lap and then start a long process of working its way around.
Yeah.
Like you said, then tomorrow are actually going to be fundamentally very different races because we're going to assume that today is going to be red flag free, and therefore there will be no condensing of the field at all. Whereas tomorrow there will be a condensation, I guess, of the field at about halfway through the race. So really, that first half of the race is all about trying to stay on the lead lap, and then you'll get put back up with the leader, and then it's a real race after that. Whereas today, every second you lose is potentially a second that you've got to make up at some point.
And we've hashed this out over the years at any of these local or tracks where local sound laws come into play, particularly on Sunday mornings. The goal is always to stay on the lead lap, right? Whatever you do, whatever strategy decisions you make, if you're in contention for a race win, are just do not fall off the lead lap, because obviously you'll grid yourself back in the pit lane after the red flag is over, and as long as you manage to stay on the lead lap, you're going to go back to racing with it all right in front of you as if it's now just a 5-hour race. So in some ways, you're just kind of weeding out the cars that have already had a problem or aren't really there on pace. But we will cross that bridge when we come to it. Also worth noting, change in format for this event this year. To make up for the 7 hours we run on Sunday, we had historically run a 9-hour on the Saturday, but all of the events this year are 8s and 7s. So that this follows the same general format. We run 9 to 5 today, and then we'll run 8 to 4 tomorrow with the 1 hour break coming between 11 and 12 o'clock Central Time.
Sorry, Brendan. The 59 has just gone around the outside of the second place overall car. So again, while just watching the onboard there, it's very obvious the power disadvantage of an MP01 is at compared to a Ginetta. But
which itself is not the most powerful car in GTO.
Right. Really great speed on the straights, obviously. But yeah, we're going to watch here. The Ginetta is going to jump all over the back of this MP01 down the straight here before being somewhat dropped through the corkscrew section. But yeah, it doesn't matter that much that the MP01 is about to get back on the lead lap because we're not expecting the field to get condensed at any point, but it's indicative of how much faster that GTU car is now that we've got full-ish dry conditions.
Yeah, I think we're there, Scott.
Yeah, I think as far as like if you're running on the racing line, just trying to lap quickly, you're pretty much at full racing speed.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a little you got to be a little bit careful offline, which faster cars like the MPO1 here, particularly fast cars that can't overtake on the straights so easily, that is a genuine concern. But yeah, we're 90% of the way there, I think. And I think this might be it. Yep, it's just gone down the... we're a bit behind on this on-board, but it's just gone down the inside of the leader and cleared it by a couple of car lengths through turn 2. So yeah, MPO1 back on the lead lap, and now, so that puts it somewhere in the region of a minute and a half behind, but lapping, well, capable of lapping 2 seconds quicker than the leaders. So, quick bit of maths there, in 45 laps or so, we might see that car threatening the overall lead.
Yeah, Dexter Racing in the number 61, well, that time was quicker than the number 290 from Moorhead. On the whole, has been losing a little bit of time back to the lead duo. It's now gone out from 26.5 seconds to 33, which is not really unexpected. Slow Ford Mustang headed into turn 7 again. I think we saw this in the last racing hour as well. Same car in the same place. Be able to mostly coast downhill from here, but that car isn't under meaningful power. Already come through.
All right, so general production updates. We do have a Honda S2000 leading GP1, having got around the 46 of Ginger Racing. Birmingham Road and Race just a second behind, 2 seconds out of the lead in that gunship gray looking BMW E36. Then 20 seconds further back, you have Harrison and All-Star still fighting in 4th in class. GP2, unfortunately, it seems a little bit of problem for the 369 Turnwagen Meisterschaft version 3.69. They have been running comfortably in 2nd, but they've had some sort of issue where they've ducked into the pits a couple times previously as they just come out and across the start-finish line. They've dropped down to 4th. That's promoted the Open Throttle 66 to 3rd and the Rockwell Autosport Porsche 715 to 2nd. And then in GP3, we were watching earlier when the 290 at Moorhead was really taking it to the TLM Aston Martin. And as they were passing, we did see that the 85 had gotten around the 75 for the lead in GP3, and the 85 has just been able to walk away at this point to the tune of about 15 seconds.
Another new fastest lap of the race by the Stratus 59 car, celebrating the fact that it's now back on the lead lap with a 131.5, which is 3 seconds now faster than we were going last year. I think the fastest lap was a 34.5 if I remember correctly. And that car is just getting quicker and quicker as we go.
Now 23 laps into the fuel run that we would anticipate going well into the 40s, so let's call it about halfway. Not much has changed substantially since we went back to green. If anything, this 290 888 battle has kind of stagnated. The gap ebbing and flowing in traffic between basically nothing and 2 to 3 seconds. 290 is definitely quicker overall because every time it falls back, it catches right back up, but has not been able to sustain a completed change for a position there. Led for about a half a lap briefly, but the number 888 came right around the outside of the long right-hander at the end of the lap. Able to sneak back through.
Good battle that's just gone through turn 3. That's the NFC Motorsports car in 10th, catching GTR 99 in 9th.
Yeah, that's where I was headed next.
Right. I think that battle itself is going to be a bit of a foregone conclusion, but NFC is the next car to think about in terms of looking 6 hours from now if we stay green. I'm not actually sure how that car ended up. Oh, that was because it was partially because it spun in the opening laps, but I don't know how that car has ended up quite as far back as it has. But every time I've looked at it, it's been way quicker than the leaders, and it's been was for a while trading fastest laps with the Stratus 59 car, which we did talk about. Yeah, I'm not sure how that car ended up quite as far back as it has, but that's another car that over 6 hours could really, it's got the pace that it could actually catch the 888 and the 290 at some point.
I'd like to take a brief moment to say hi to my family at home. And by home, I mean downstairs.
Battle for the lead is nose to tail at this point.
Yes, it is. Once again, this Ginetta, ooh, the wiper going. Surely it's not raining. Surely.
Very different lines through the corkscrew there. I've noticed the Aston is really comfortable taking every millimetre of curb, while the Ginetta doesn't seem to want to touch it.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a mechanical preservation there, or if they just think it upsets the car too much under braking. You'd say that the traditional line through that corner does take you right up over the top of that curb. In basically anything.
Certainly the iRacing line, where there is no mechanical sympathy.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could be right either way. The Aston Martin's a bit more of a traditional road-based race car, whereas the Ginetta is a little bit more pure race car. Yeah, could be an interesting question if we get a chance to speak to either of those drivers, or just something we keep an eye on when they have a driver change, see if it's driver specific, whether they're comfortable running that curb.
Yeah, that's a good point. GP3 lead battle we've been kind of keeping an eye on through most of the morning between the 85 and the 75. It stretched its way out to 18 seconds.
766 Thunder Bunny racing car is in the pits.
That does not feel like it's on schedule.
Well, that car has pitted under both yellows so far, which that's reasonable. The Ginetta that's running second has done the same thing. But yeah, their last one was lap 41. We're now on lap 66. We haven't really got any idea of what a full run is. Yeah, I think that's a bit early.
It basically matches the in at 66 and 41 is 25 laps, and then 41 to 66 is another 25. So this matches our longest run of the day.
Yeah, but that run was dictated by.
Well, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So my point is that they're not really. I mean, unless they've got some kind of pickup issue there, but it would be wildly, opportune for them to have gotten the last full course yellow that we did. It did just also clear 2 hours of racing, so.
Yeah, it could be that their drive's up for an hour each.
It's just so hard to lend credence to the idea that that car's got a mechanical issue. It happens so infrequently with the Supras over the last year or so that they've been, one of the main choices for the GTO competitors.
It's back out on track, so if it was a mechanical issue, it's not a major one. We're going to get side by side here. For the lead, we might want to go back to the 290s on board, or look at the turn 6 and 7 camera.
I think we are side by side for the lead, Scott. It's a good pickup, but it's going to go away again because the 290 is going to. Oh! I thought he was going to get blocked there by the Rockwell Porsche Boxster, but the Boxster just moved to driver's right to get out of the 290's way and almost directly into the path of that number 888. That made it 4 wide as well.
I was going to say it was a sensible decision not to, but the 4 wide was on there. That could have happened.
Yeah. They tell you to stick to your line, right? Just whatever your line is, just hold it, and cars will find a way around you. That 290 was probably not going to put 2 wheels in the grass to try and complete the move.
I don't think it needed to, but I also agree that it shouldn't have. Yeah, there was no need to put it up in that position. It's going to take the lead eventually.
At the same time, you got to be decisive with your positioning when traffic is coming upon you, and That Porsche was kind of. I guess I'm gonna be
Yeah.
left. I'm not sure. I'll be a little in the middle. It's.
It was wandering a little bit, and yeah,
bit
the sensible decision was to lift for the Ginetta.
Yeah, I think I would have just forced the Ginetta into a decision there. I'm going to sit right here, and I'm going to brake when I brake. And if you decide you want to go left and put 2 wheels in the dirt, go for it. But knowing that 4 wide was impending there, I would have just absolutely held the line.
Yeah, it's 6
Because if
hours
something goes
left.
wrong, then it's very obviously on the 290. Like, you hold no responsibility for that. Whereas changing your line, going in a straight line into a braking zone like that, with cars on either side, you could very well end up owning, you know, that situation, which is not the place you want to be.
A rare sighting of the Audi R8. I think there's only one in the field. Being
just
lapped
shipped
by
up
the
now,
leaders at this point.
That's going to be to put it 2 laps down. So 119 from, as JT said, shipped up now by AE Victory.
How many Aston Martins are in the field? I've seen a second one. I don't know if there's a third.
That's a good question. There's 2 TLM cars, the 172 and the 888.
Yeah, off 3.
There are 3 888 cars? Or, I'm sorry, 3 TLM cars?
No, there's 2 TLM and then there's the.
Automatic.
Yes. So
Yeah.
there's 3.
Yeah, 3 total. Yeah. I wasn't sure if you were saying there were 3 total or 3 of the TLM cars. I knew we had the automatic one sitting out there, but
Yeah,
sometimes TLM brings 4 cars. You know, I had to make sure I had that number right.
Spotted one of the Astons going an extra lap down a few laps ago, so I was curious how many
Was
we
it
had
the
in
red
field
one?
at the moment. No.
Ah.
So that would be the automatic then, presumably.
Ooh, 888's a little deep on the brakes there. 290 tries to scoot up the inside. Can't quite get the move done. On the way out of turn number 6, again, a brief instant replay here. It's half a car length or so alongside and then has to back out of it. Just get the car rotated and hold the tight line on the exit. Oh, and then switches back to the outside through turn 7 with the 888 defending headed down the hill. We'll go back to the onboard here. We'll see this move in progress. So difficult to get that move done around the outside at 7. It's completely flat. There's no camber. So you're at the mercy of whatever little grip there might be out there. Marbles accumulate there in a big way as the race goes on. And despite being early, there's no help if you get stuck to the outside. 888 drops a wheel over the curve at the exit of the really, really fast turn 9 and 10 chicane. 290 is so quick at the compression there at turn 12. That's a slow MMR Mustang again. It had been in the pits for a while. Looks like it's been sent back out, but not to any success. 290's got a little bit of a run here, but again, that power, the extra power that's on board the 888 car owing to the extra weight on that car, just able to hold the 290 at bay. This has sustained itself now for, what, about 20 laps? The scrap between the 888 and the 290?
Yeah, at least. Again, there is one. It's very clear which is the faster car, but I think that 3/4 wide moment a few laps ago was like illustrated nicely what's going on here, which is that the Aston Martin driver is just more willing to take. I don't want to say risks as if it's unnecessary risks, but he is taking slightly more risks, or I should probably just say the Ginetta is taking fewer risks. It's just a safer attitude to traffic, and it is clearly losing them a little bit of time, but not that, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But it is the reason why this car hasn't managed to find a way through right now and pull away.
Yeah.
Interestingly, though, the Stratus 59 car has gone from, I guess, being well, when we last saw it, it was about 1 minute 34, 1 minute 33 behind. It's now 1:18 behind. So it's way off in the distance at this point, having passed these two and just driven away.
But eventually being off in the distance is going to become being the rearview mirror.
Exactly.
Especially if this pace stays anything like it is. Regularly taking 2 seconds out of the leaders per lap.
Yeah, it's not even the last car on the lead lap anymore. It's past the 225 Thunder Bunny racing car, which that car's probably going to, conversely, it's probably going to lose the lead lap.
Yeah, it's a
fairly soon.
blue and black Supra that went through the frame here about 5 to 10 seconds ago. Now the leaders come through. There it is. That's at 225. You ever get any updates on what happened to the 333?
Wyatt lost laps.
Yeah, it started on pole and then just.
Oh, is that might be a penalty, because I looked at that car recently and it wasn't that bad. I think it was maybe just off the lead lap.
Oh, there it is.
Find it now.
2-lap penalty at 10:27. Well, the contact was at 10:27.
Yeah, I think that was much more recently that was applied.
Yes, I think because we've had driver changes and pit stops now, I think we're finally starting to get caught up on some of these under investigation.
Actually, no, it's just popped back up into 6th as I was looking at its lap times. So, and it's back on the lead lap, according to Race Hero. So, did they have that penalty removed?
To be determined. Don't know.
It spent 2 laps down in 19th place, and now it's back up to 6th again.
Brian West stepped away very briefly, but if we can coax him.
Lead for the
back
battles nose to tail as well on screen.
Coax Ryan back to reality, we might be able to get some more information on what's going on there with the 333. A little confusing in the meantime, but it does sit there in P6. And 290's car positioning there is really good. Almost contact, headed into 5. So we cut back to it there in real time. We'll go back to the onboard and try and get a better look at the setup of this pass. 290 a little bit later on the brakes, breathes off of the brake pedal, and as it washes away from the apex there, just has to come away from the AAA there. Now goes around the outside at turn number 7. Probably best just to stay with the onboard here for a little while until this kind of reaches its conclusion, because they're not really synced as things are. 888 to the inside, you see the tail end of that blue Aston Martin in the rear view mirror as the 290 gets a good run, taking the wider line out of 8, and the move is done. But remember, the 888's going to have big power dragging up the hill from turn 10 into turn 11 here. However, the 290 is quicker through the 11 and 12 switchback. Rise up over the hill, out of 12 and into 13.
Another demonstration there of how hard that 888 driver is willing to race.
Yeah.
Going side by side through the corkscrew, all over the curbs.
It has defended really well, and we are of the belief that over the course of the lap, which the 290 will now lead for the first time, having started shotgun on the GTO field, the 888 will always fight back until the opportunity no longer presents itself. And they'll come into the shot here in the braking zone at turn 5 and still nose to tail within a car length.
Confusingly, there's another white Ginetta, I think, 2 cars up the road from them.
Yes, that is the Panos Performance Ginetta.
So, while being awake at 3 o'clock this morning for...
Oh, here we go again.
Up the inside.
Well, around the outside.
Around the outside, sorry.
The Aston Martin taking the lead back.
Back on board to the 290. Does not... Oh, man.
Again,
Was really concerned. Yeah, go ahead, JT.
Yeah, I was just saying, being very cautious in traffic. It is a smart move. Ultimately, there's just under 6 hours left. He saw the BMW having to check up in front for a general production car, and the AAA just saw the outside being completely open. It's like, yeah, I'll take this and I'll go around.
Yeah, to be clear, this is, I would say, harder racing and harder defense than we typically see this early on in an 8-hour race, but it's been completely fair. Nobody's shoved anybody off track. There's been no contact. Nobody's, badly boxed anybody in traffic. It's just been that the 888 has been willing to race hard and push back in cars that are actually very, very evenly matched.
Yeah, I'd say it's got the look of, if there had been an issue, by the way, that gap has expanded quite quickly there, because there was a gaggle of 4 or 5 cars that the Aston Martin pushed its way through and the Ginetta wasn't willing to stick its nose in. I'd say, like, if there had been any issues, it wouldn't directly have been, in my opinion, the Aston Martin driver's fault. It just would have been a lack of awareness thing. But usually we don't see teams and drivers taking those kind of risks because of the variable nature of the drivers we get in the WRL series and just how chaotic the traffic situations can be. So it's really fun watching a driver be as decisive as his Aston Martin's been. It's just hope everyone stays aware, and we have the slower cars watching their mirrors appropriately, which they have been so far. So yeah, it's good racing at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's possible sometimes that, you know, you kind of throw caution to the wind and say, well, I know what I'm doing, and therefore I'm going to race everybody the same way. Whereas the obvious cautious approach would be, I'll push as hard as the guys around me are willing to let me push, which is usually not very hard, right? Everybody is fairly cautious in traffic. It's a no contact series, right? We don't want to be taking any risks, either from a racing perspective or in a series mission perspective, right? This is affordable, clean endurance racing. But I think the driver of the 290 and the driver of the 888 have found themselves in a situation where they both know exactly how precise the other driver is, and whether or not they're familiar with each other from previous races or other series, or, you know, whatever their past on-track experience might be, that they found themselves in a position where they can race each other cleanly. They are behaving predictably. They're racing fair but aggressive but clean, and it's leading to us being able to watch and follow some really good sustained on-track racing for an overall race lead, which is not something we always get. And kudos to the folks at Moorhead Speedworks as well for providing the onboard camera that's allowed us to follow along with it.
I've just been watching the battle for fourth position in GP1. It was in and around where the 290 and 888 battle was. That was the All-Star Racing number 5 BMW versus the number 392 of Harrison Motorsports. Harrison's pulled out about 4 seconds in the last 2 laps. So what was really close, the 392 now starting to pull away. Also in GP1, you've got the number 46. They're only about 4 seconds behind the number 98 of Birmingham Road and Race. So I'm just trying to see if I can pick up where that battle is on track here.
They believe they just came across the line. Yeah, there's Ginger going in
okay,
turn 2-3.
So separated by some traffic, the number 98 is at the front of this kind of gaggle. The 991 Porsche and the Kingpin car are probably going to get around them before turn 7, which is going to leave only the 411 separating the Ginger car from the Birmingham Road and Race car. Still a little bit of a gap there as they are going to come down into turn 7. So that's the lead car. And then this one right here, that BMW with one headlight on, is the Ginger Racing BMW.
I think there's going to be a change for position for 4th overall very soon. Not a class race because it's the Stratus 59 car advancing further, passing the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW. But yeah, that will get that car moving up into 4th. They're currently, and there is the change as they cross the line. They're now, well, actually that was quite a slow lap, presumably making the pass, but yeah, they're 1 minute 13 seconds off the lead now. The Stratus 59 GTU MPO1. Meanwhile, the race leaders are back to nose to tail. So once again, while the Ginetta lost a little bit of time in traffic, being slightly more cautious than the Aston Martin, as soon as a bit of clear track presents itself, those two cars close back up again because the Ginetta's significantly quicker, working their way around the number 766 in turn 2 at the moment. Sorry, my onboard's a little bit ahead of the broadcast onboard. There's the Supra. They're working their way around.
I just saw that happen. The 888 was able to get around the Supra, and the 290 again going for the more cautious approach in traffic. That 290, of course, the one that had a contact issue in qualifying yesterday. So I think rightfully so, choosing to be a little bit more intentional, a little bit more cautious as the race goes on.
There's another great battle for 6th place between the Thunder Bunny Supra and the Bruce Innovations. I actually don't know what that car is.
That's a BMW.
BMW?
Yep.
I think, unfortunately, the Bruce Innovations cameras, certainly around the back of the track, is very blocky and it's difficult. No, they are still right behind that car, so this is the battle for 6th overall.
Yep.
Going through the last complex at the moment.
And that 225, I believe, is the car which is usually the 111, which last year, the beginning half of the season, was dominant in and out. Of course, the 111 having some issues yesterday. The 225 is going to go down the inside of some traffic there. 333 into turn 1.
I think they're right in front.
A tiny little battle there.
Right?
It is.
Yeah, so we're going to see it here. We can see the 3 wide ahead. That's the battle we were just talking about for 6th overall.
Yep.
The Corvette in the middle.
Corvette doing well just to stay out of the way here.
Yeah, holding the line, as they should. I think the Aston Martin may have found some down patches on the outside of turn 2 there. It looked like there was a bit of a struggle for grip. And a lot of marbles being kicked up.
Yeah. Real quick update, Bruce Innovations did get those 2 laps back. Penalty was overturned. And the penalty instead has been given to the 150 ASM Honda S2000, which had been leading GP1 and has now moved them down to 8th.
So that's going to make that battle between the 98 of Birmingham Road and Race and the number 46 of Ginger Racing now the battle for the lead of GP1. I was just touching on that earlier. A little bit tough to follow that around right now.
3 wide in traffic for the race leader. That's the Bruce Innovations car on the left on the curb, I believe. Just, yeah, gridlock at the moment. Another Aston Martin.
That's the 909.
Seems to be struggling a bit, that one. Automatic racing, I assume?
Yes, it is a new car for them, though.
The 290 again here, we're just going to see them come onto the straight, is going to have a little bit of a run on the 333, but just pulls out in the air and then doesn't quite have the horsepower to come up alongside. But we'll see here, they are going to remain cautious and tuck back in behind the 333. It's hard to go 2 and 3 wide there into turn 1.
So this is the 6th and 7th place cars, which includes the pole sitter, dropping off the lead lap for the first time today, I think. But we will end up with just the top 5 on the lead lap after this. Top 5 overall, top 4 in GTO.
And of course, depending on how you look at it, it's either fortunate or unfortunate. You're not likely to get an entire lap back at any point when you have a code 35 situation versus a pace car.
Yeah, I mean, it maintains the race situation, so it's good for the leaders, bad for anyone who's not fast enough to be the leaders.
Now, that battle for 3rd in GP1 between the All-Star Racing number 5 and the 392 of Harrison Motorsports, that All-Star Racing car back within 2 seconds last time by on the 392. So the 392 now giving way, giving a little bit of time back to the number 5. The number 5 is now going to be closed in on the danger zone, as it were, for, you know, the number 5 starting to kind of look and see if there's anywhere where a move can be made. I would imagine, ooh, wow, the 11 Kingpin car going into turn 5 uses the grass a long ways. I think a good job there to not end up spinning the car coming back on track. Unfortunately, the way the cameras are set up, you're just not quite going to see it here. But they all the way down that little bit of a straight there between turn 4 and 5. Probably at least 50 yards of driving the car in the grass. I don't want to say at speed, but certainly not going slowly. And able to hold on to it and get it slowed down in time for turn 5.
I think the Stratus 59 car actually had a completely clean lap last lap, no traffic. They managed to set a 1:30.4. That takes a significant chunk off the fastest lap of the race. And they were 8 seconds quicker than the leaders on that lap, so they're under a minute behind now.
And if we can stay with this camera, Ryan, I know unfortunately it's going to be not very interesting right now, but we're going to see the battle for third in GP1 between the 392 and the number 5 come into shot here any moment. So it's going to be after this gaggle of cars here. Big grouping. It'll be just a moment longer here. And so there is the 392 followed by the 5. So the 5 is that Battleship Gray BMW chasing down the 392, which was the red, white, and blue car at the front.
And also right behind, not too far, was the Palomar BMW, now at 6.5 seconds back.
Yeah. And go back on board the 290 here.
I think this is the 225 Thunder Bunny car. Is that right?
I believe so.
Okay, so that's the 6th place car dropping off the lead lap. So they've actually gapped Bruce Innovations by 4 seconds. But that battle, that's the way that battle's ended up going. I also want to mention that the 2nd place GTU car came in the pits, and they're still there. So while that does feel like it's on time, it's been in the pits for a while.
The 290 is going to go ahead and try to make a move here on the 225. Got to do something to get back to the bumper of that 888. They're going to go side by side here. The 290, I believe, is going to make the move stick. They got another bit of traffic to come up on here.
I think we are getting into pit stop cycles, by the way, because the 119 Shift Up Now car is also in the pits. It's running towards the back of the GTO field, but this does seem like about the right amount of time since the last Code 35.
I want to say they had been running 13th.
The 369 is going to be in the pit lane here, too.
The leader's going to go around one more time. Yeah, this is something we haven't had a chance to really talk about so far today, is that the length of time or the number of laps any of these... Ooh, that was actually a surprisingly aggressive dive by the Ginetta into turn 1 we're about to see here.
Yeah, I saw that live. That was not what I expected.
Yeah.
The number 98, the leader in GP1, has just come down the pit lane as well.
Yeah, obviously this is true for all the classes, but this tight battle in GTO, it's going to be particularly interesting to see how the stint lengths compare between the Aston Martin and the Ginetta.
I'm curious to see if the 290 is going to be able to jump the 888 in the pits, and if the gap that they get with any quicker pit stop or the 888 gives them enough of a gap to where they're not going to have to play defense and end up kind of checking out off into the sunset, as it were.
Do we have any reason to believe that the Ginetta has a smaller fuel tank? Or
I think they're going to run about the same stint length, just in general.
I mean, the only reason they jump them in the pits is if they have less fuel to put in.
I suppose that's true, because you're not going to have a tire change. If there's a driver change involved, that may matter as well. We've seen, Scott, the number 99, jump people by like 30 seconds at a time in the pit lane on ostensibly the same set of pit strategy.
Yeah, there's always a... as the Aston Martin's in the pits. So the race leader has dived into the pits and the Ginetta has gone round again. So this will be Moorhead Speedworks retaking the lead. This will be the second time they've led.
And now we'll see if they're able to click off a few fast laps here.
Well, yes, I assume that a driver change is going to happen in that Aston Martin. So the Ginetta, which will be running with low fuel, and obviously a driver that is car and driver combination that is faster than the Aston Martin, and they seem to have got lucky with traffic as well. They've got a lot of clear road in front of them right now. So call it the overcut. I think that could be, and obviously any amount of difference in refueling time is going to make potentially a bigger difference than any of this overcut effect, but certainly this will play into the 290's favour. Yeah, you can see here there's a good amount of clear road ahead and only a few cars, although they are side by side, a few cars it's about to catch, so let's hope that sorts itself out in time. Dawn are still in the pits, the second place GTU car. What we hadn't noticed, I think I'm right in saying, is that really the entire GTU field has just collapsed behind the 59. The 58 is running 13 laps off of the overall lead in third. And there's a 60 somewhere, right?
Yeah, as tends to happen, unfortunately, Scott, where the GTU field ends up having big swings like this because of, I think, the reliability of the cars in the class, unfortunately.
Yeah, I still get surprised by that, as the 290's in the lead. It's only one lap after the Aston Martin, so that answers that question. Yeah, three of the four cars in the GTU class are Stratus, who are the de facto factory team.
Right.
So it's, yeah, the 60, to answer that question, is the second to last car that's scored. It's 44 laps off the race lead. So yeah, it's a shame to see that it looks like there's just one car left in GTU, but I still think that car is going to end up winning. It's now up to second overall. It looks like it's running long on fuel as well, the Stratus 59, longer than GTO cars are able to. It's cycled through to second at this point, and it's actually only 1.2 seconds off the lead, behind Dexter Racing. So the overall lead could change again on this lap, because Stratus is that much quicker than Dexter.
Back to GP1, Palomar Racing for third and fourth in GP1 have now closed up to only 2 or 3 seconds behind the number 5. This number 5 has been yo-yoing, quite consistently, as it were, between 2 seconds and 4 seconds behind the car ahead. And I think in the process of that yo-yoing, the Palomar car at 1.7 seconds down is now within 3. They were closer last lap, but have now backed off again. Almost certainly a traffic situation. The 290 is going to come back out of the pit lane, and
yeah, we got eyes on the left side of the screen here, Ryan, trying to pick up the number 888, who just comes through the shot. I think the 290 is going to beat him out
made
here.
it. Yep. So the 290 was able to take advantage of that clear lap, crack off a good one, and then had a good pit stop, able to get to the lead after the pit rotation.
It was held up really badly on pit exit by a very slow Corvette. So it's definitely not going to have the advantage it could have had. But looking in the rear view camera on the onboard, or the secondary camera, as we're seeing now, you can't see the Aston Martin, so it's not under any particular pressure right now.
And so now we'll see if they're able to stay consistent here, deal with traffic on their own terms instead of trying to play offense or defense, and continue to keep that lead to themselves.
The race lead has swapped again. Stratus 59 now. Not sure. I noticed they were nose to tail through turns 7, 8, and 9. We then lose. We've lost most of the cameras for the rest of the lap, unfortunately, so I wasn't able to track it any further. The Dexter Racing car, I'm pretty sure, is coming to the pits at the end of the lap. Either that or they've stopped. So that lead change is going to happen either way. But yeah, it's Stratus 59 now in the race lead. It has, let's see, on Moorhead or find. Why am I failing to find? Has TLM Mona lost a lap somewhere? Or is this just the? No, it hasn't. Sorry. They're a minute and 5 or so apparently behind Stratus 59. A bit more than that actually, because Moorhead's come through at minute 11. Minute and 15 between Stratus 59 and the 888, minute and 11 back to. And these are the first of the cars that have pitted in this cycle. I imagine Stratus can't get through the pits in minute 11 seconds, so they're going to lose the lead again eventually. But they're running much, much longer than the GTO cars, which is very interesting. We did indeed have Dexter in the pits. They came across the finish line in the pit lane, which means that presumably means they were on the way out of the pits, only 2 seconds behind the 888. So they might have closed up. I think that gap was over 30 seconds before the pit stop cycle. So we might have Dexter Racing through quick pit work, closing in on those lead two. Actually, the TLM Mona, the 888 last lap was a 141.6. Presumably that's a new driver. Their first lap, that would have actually, yeah, that would have been the pit lane exit lap. But the 41.6 is a complete lap on track. Hopefully that's just a new driver getting warmed up. We'll see quite soon. Moorhead Speedworks first flying lap. Stratus is in the pits and they've lost the lead now. Moorhead Speedworks first flying lap was a 39.4, 39.0 for the 888 that lap. So I think this is just new drivers getting used to the car, warming the tires back up, heavy fuel loads.
In addition to that, Scott, and apologies for being silent, some microphone issue, but we're on the good side now. As the number 2 cycles into the lead, and the erstwhile race leaders lap in the 39s, the number 2's just gone and put in a 34.5.
Mm.
And the second place car, the 225 from Thunder Bunny, does a 34.9. So picking up little bits of time here.
Yeah, the number 2's been a little bit. I mean, we invisible, but in terms of we haven't really talked about it for the last hour or so. But they were ahead of Thunder Bunny and Bruce Innovations, so sort of in that sort of 2/3 of a lap down kind of area on the race leaders. But if they're gonna, which obviously is a pretty big gap, but if they're going to run 5-10 laps longer from now until the end of the race, the end of the race being 5 hours and 20 minutes away, that could be 1 pit stop less. Which would obviously put them in a really good position, even with the relatively low pace they have compared to the cars we've been seeing in the lead. That's 59 car actually came across the line in between Moorhead and TLM.
Yeah.
Dexter Racing ended up coming out of the pits 16 seconds behind the 888.
It feels like a net gain for the 61.
Big time, yeah. Stratus has just come across the line. They're only 7 seconds behind the 888 now. So not only are they going way longer on fuel, they're way quicker in the pits than the GTO cars. So they're less than 10 seconds off what is going to turn into the lead of the race with Moorhead, and we know they're capable of 2 or 3 seconds a lap faster. So that's going to change much quicker than I thought it would. But yeah, we're going to end up with Stratus 59 in the lead quite quickly here, assuming the new driver can get up to speed. The first lap was not... Actually, no, that's the first lap including the pit exit, so that's not a bad time at all, 144.8. Yeah, I think that's going to change, and we're going to have Stratus driving way into the lead within the next 20 minutes or so, if not sooner.
I'm sure it'll be relatively quick here. As long as the pace stays good, and there goes the 59 on the inside of the 766 down into turn number 1. Obviously, you know, we've probably done driver changes on most of the cars that just came into the pits. Based on the lap times we're seeing, that it kind of bears itself out. I
think the number 2's in the pits, by the way, because Bruce Innovations has taken the lead.
Yes, I think you're right.
The Bruce Innovations is going to be the last man standing, essentially. That car was a lap down, just over a lap down before the pit stop cycle. It's now in the lead because they're still running around on this fuel stint.
Yep, we're 5 laps deeper than the 888 went. 4 laps deeper than the 290 went.
Is it only 4 or 5? It felt like one.
It does, but it was, well, so that was the outlap, in fairness. So the outlap was lap 4. We've now completed 89. So I guess it's technically 6 laps if you think about it. It came into the end of 83, we've now completed 89.
Yeah,
so that's how that all shakes out.
That is roughly 10 minutes already, and they're still going around. So if they can make up, even if they pit on this lap, if they can make up 10-12 minutes every pit stop, that's going to put them pretty close to being able to do 1 pit stop less, which it's still not going to put them in that good a position because they're only in the lead by 18 seconds. But that's how that changes is going to depend on drivers. The Stratus 59, in case there was any doubt about how quick their new driver, assuming they did a driver change, going to be, they've gone straight into the 33s, which is 4 seconds quicker than the 2 cars ahead of them, who are the effective leaders. So, yeah, we're going to get Stratus 59. Actually, the change might happen on this lap, so we're going to need to try and find the 290 and the 888 on track and see if we can spot that happening. And Bruce Innovations was the fastest of the top 3 on that lap. The car still going around, presumably on fumes at this point.
So, did we ever clear up what happened with the 333 and that road penalty situation?
We did.
Yes.
JT covered it. They're in the pits, by the way, Bruce Innovations.
Very good. So that will complete the first round of pit stops here. And as things cycle back through, it's actually already promoted the 290 and the 888 into the race lead. Same as it ever was, just different.
The 59 is only 1.7 seconds off of second place now.
And lapping 2 seconds, almost 2 seconds quicker than the lead car and over 2 seconds quicker than the 888. Interesting to note, we've gone from lapping regularly in the 34s, well, 34s and 35s for those two cars to now being in the 37s and 38s.
Just the Stratus car just went through turn 3, about 2 car lengths behind the Aston Martin. So coming down to turn 6 and 7 now. Again, about 3 or 4 car lengths behind, because that obviously that MPO1 is underpowered, but right under the rear wing coming out of the corkscrew section. So I imagine that's going to change through the second half of the lap.
Shouts to the number 70 of round 3 racing, by the way, who is still out there lapping. This is the debut of the Trimtex round 3 racing partnership.
I know, as you were saying that completes the first round of pit stops, I did question whether I hadn't seen that car before, so I wondered if they're still out there, which presumably they are.
I hadn't noticed it until we caught it in our internal DriverSeye timing monitor that said that it had been 50 laps since that car had pitted, which is a much bigger the number than just about everybody else. And they're wondering a little bit, but that car has flown under the radar so far on debut in a good way. Right, the 997 has had a handful of issues on its own thus far, having beach in the gravel over turn 7 and then a long stop after that, whereas the 70, being the first run for that 991.new Cup, very, very quiet. Now, it is in 5th overall, not entirely on pace, right? They do owe a pit stop relative to the rest of the field, but as you just pointed out, with the number 61, right? If we're going much deeper than arguably the 2-3 fastest cars in the field, then certainly there is the opportunity to actually make that time back up by cutting the pit stop.
We just saw the race for the lead come through the corkscrew.
Yes, we did.
On camera there. There's about 3 car lengths between them. So yeah, I guess if we can switch to the 290 for the remainder of the lap, we might see that Stratus car whistle by on the outside around one of these fast corners as that onboard melts as we go to it.
That is really something. There we go. You'd be looking out the rearview mirror. That is the Stratus number 59. All of a sudden, the periscope light and the headlights have appeared off the left-hand side, and just like that,
that is the overall lead.
Yeah. That is up from 28th overall, by the way, for the Stratus number 59. It wasn't the 28th quickest car in qualifying, to be clear. GTU started behind the whole GTO field.
I didn't actually check that. Did the GTU cars qualify faster than the GTOs?
No, it was wet all day yesterday. And those GTU cars, despite having decent downforce, don't really make enough, or don't really weigh enough to push into the tire and get the mechanical grip. So they tend to struggle in really wet conditions. They really thrive, I think, when it's dry and you're on let's say a twistier, more technical circuit like we have here, where they are noticeably quicker. Being in the 130s that's moving.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a shame that happened quite so quickly. I was hoping we were going to be able to follow that further into the race. Because I think now we're just going to see that 59 car, barring any mechanical issues. There's no reason why it wouldn't just walk off into the distance at this point. And there's no other GTU car possibly even running with the... what's the name of it now? Dawn
Dawn.
Motorsports. They are running again, but they're 11 laps down. Actually, they're on the same lap as the third place.
The
car.
Stratus 58 car is also running, but they're 12 laps down to the.
Well, that's what I said. They're on the same lap,
Yeah,
actually.
okay.
Dawn and
Oh, okay.
Stratus, through some weird coincidence. Either that or Dawn just decided to wait because they wanted to race. But yeah, so that's the only interest now for the overall lead. Looks like whether Stratus can make it problem-free with one of their cars. Attention for me is now going to switch to the NFC Motorsports car, which was kind of following Stratus through the field, but they've not been fast since the last pit stop, unfortunately. So I don't think that car's march forward is going to continue, at least for now.
A lot of traffic headed here into turn 5. Just cars keep appearing up over the crest.
In the braking zone. Here goes the 333.
Fastest car on the track right now is the number 70 car you were talking about, which still hasn't pitted.
So we're up to 52 laps for that car on this stint, and I was gonna note that the pace had come out of pretty much everybody, including the 59. Now that they've got themselves into the lead, they've backed it right off, and instead of being regularly in the 31s, 32s, right into the 34s, 35s.
Yeah, well, the fastest lap they've done since the pit stop is a 33. Could just be, well, it could be heavier fuel. That's going to affect that lightweight car a little bit more than it would affect the. Oh, I think 70, by the way, is in the pits. I've just seen them drop down, and they've gone red.
Okay. They'll probably come back out around 10.
How many extra laps did that car? It doesn't really matter because they still weren't able to cycle through into the lead, so they just don't have the pace to threaten the win. But
TLM was in at coming up to complete 84, and they were obviously in at the end of 92. So 8 laps.
a good 14, 15 minutes by the sounds of things. Maybe not quite that long.
I mean,
13,
if you assume we've got over 5 hours remaining, and we're doing a little over an hour on a tank, that's 5 stints, 4 more stops. I'd actually, almost certainly, I think, would cut out a stop, given where the pit stops occurred for the 888 and the 290. And maybe, something akin to a splash, but even so, you take what is going to total out to be 35 or 40 minutes longer on fuel by the time we get through to the last stint. Half a tank or 2/3 of a tank you're not going to need to take. Be interesting to see if the pace changes with this number 70 as well, or if they're able to maintain those laps that were right in the 34, 35 sort of window. If anything, if you're going to identify cars that are going to start making headway here, you look at the 123, who's lapping 135.4 last time around. Dexter Racing has stayed in the 36s, whereas, there is the 70 returning to the track. Everybody's times have gone out into the high 30s, low 40s in a lot of cases. I think we've had our camera at the entrance to the turn 7 chicane tweak there a little bit.
I do love that Ryan insists on using it though.
44 I think might have dropped a wheel there going into turn 5. 1 lap penalty for the number 118 opening the hood while the fuel was still over the wall. But look at the forests of the Birmingham area. I will say, my very first trip there, the one thing I noticed and was most, I guess, impressed by, having never been to that part of the country, the trees are enormous and old and imposing. I mean, it's a thing, you know? Trees, man. I got to be honest with you. Like, thinking back to when Barber kind of jumped onto the scene, 2004, I think it would have held its first professional event, maybe with Grand Am. I was kind of unimpressed just because it didn't feel like it was meant for cars. It almost felt like it was meant more for bikes, and then Indy cars started going there, and it produced some duds. We got the odd interesting race, but there were a lot there where it was just really, really hard to pass. And in fairness, some of that owed to really having a great road racing car. But over the years, the racing has improved. The track was resurfaced just a couple of years ago. And then you get there on site and you see just how well maintained the facility is, how well maintained the circuit is, and how well it races in a multi-class environment, particularly one, you know, Grand Am, you've got big, heavy cars. None of them really make a lot of downforce, but, you know, you've got plenty of tire and plenty of grip. Whereas here, everything kind of limits itself into a very proportional way that makes sense at even at a sub 2.5 mile track like Barber. So it's one that kind of, it took a visit there in person to turn my opinion on it. But once it did, it's one of my favorites now. We've had some really excellent WRL finishes here in the past. Leader swings onto the front straightaway again, Stratus number 59.
Palomar pits from the lead in GP1 and cycles back to third, so very good run for them.
This is a battle again. Triple Eight up the inside at 290. I don't think we saw this coming, but all of a sudden the battle has resumed itself, and this time the pace advantage is decidedly in favor of the Triple Eight, who actually leans pretty hard on the left side tires, headed through turn 3 to try and solidify that pass.
Yeah, it's almost a mirror image of the previous stint.
Yeah, ooh, 290 steep. Just to dive to the inside and kind of make a beeline for the apex of turn 5.
I have noticed that Triple Eight, the previous driver was doing it, but it seems to have carried over. They leave the door wide open every lap into their hairpin. And then typically miss the apex as well.
Well, so as the track dried out, Scott, you could see the wide line, or the dry line, was drying itself out way to the driver's right side of the track. Right, like they were actively, consistently running a car width or two off of the apex. Everybody was, and part of that is because it's a good passing zone. Take advantages where you can find them, but also I think it is a legitimate option to run wide around there, keep your minimum speed up through that portion of the corner, and try and get the power down on exit, especially if you are going to go side by side with somebody.
NFC Motorsports Mercedes appears to have started to find pace, certainly matching the GTO leaders at this point in the 36s. The car's obviously got oil speed, so it's, we'll have to track whether this driver that's jumped in is able to extract as much as the previous driver was. But yeah, at least right now it's not losing any extra time to the leaders, so keeping them in the game. Currently running 4th overall. 4th in class, 5th overall. And that lap, as I finish that sentence, is a 34.9, so that's the fastest car on, that makes it the fastest car on the track right now.
Yeah.
significantly quicker than the cars ahead.
I mentioned that a minute ago, whereas the pace had kind of blown out of most of the other GTO runners at the top, the 123 has started lapping more quickly. And it's taking time out of everybody else around it.
Yeah, it's currently 38 seconds off of the podium in GTO. Puts it about a minute off of the GTO lead.
Yeah.
It's going to take a while to bring that gap down, but it's very possible given the pace of that car. Yeah, I think so. I think a question you asked about 15 minutes ago was, did we get to the bottom of what happened with Bruce Innovations? Apparently, the incident that they got the 2-lap penalty for was reviewed, and it was actually reversed, and the other car was given the 2-lap penalty.
Yeah, the 150 is
Right.
what it ended up being, the ASM car. Yeah, I had seen it, but I wasn't sure if that was ever touched on.
And then what I haven't touched on is the fact that the 85 was deemed responsible for contact at the very beginning and has been given a 2-lap penalty, dropping them to 3rd in GP3. However, they are gaining quite rapidly on their sister car, the 55.
If you're joining us in the World Racing League for the first time this season, welcome along, or for the first time today, happy to have you. Just throwing a checkered flag out in Qatar. Some of us will have put in a cool 15 hours of endurance racing following by the end of today.
It might not be just you, but some of us are going to do it after the race, so it's a sensible time of day.
I wasn't limiting, well, that's fair. I wasn't limiting it to just before, but there has been plenty of racing going on this fine first Saturday in March. Plenty of new things in the World Racing League this season. Most recently just announced a sponsorship agreement with Stand 21. Is racewear company and is now the official supplier and official safety supplier of the World Racing League. RJ Till made the announcement back on February the 21st, so right about 2 weeks ago. So Stand 21 has outfitted some of the greatest names in racing for over 50 years, and we're excited to welcome Stand 21 to do the same for our customers. They've been a leader and an innovator in the motorsports safety industry, and we're excited to partner with them to bring the full custom premium racing suits to our customers at an affordable price point. Mr. Ryan West was giving me some of the details on that when we met up last weekend at an event out in Butwillow, and the deals are legit. Apparently, I have no need to go get myself a custom full printed racing suit, but apparently the deal is legit. So if you're interested, if you go back to the Facebook post made on 2/21 on the World Racing League Facebook page, take a look at it, because the discounts are real, the deal is real, and obviously Stand 21 has a great reputation here in North America especially. And is a proud new partner of the World Racing League. Additionally, as we head towards Mid-Ohio, DriverID is set to make its debut at Mid-Ohio this time next month, April 5th, 6th, and 7th. And also anticipating the debut of what should by that point be the enforced spec tire in the GP classes, being the Continental, which is a tire known for its longevity above all else. Should easily be able to do most races on a single tire, which, you know, from our perspective, maybe takes a small element of strategy out of it, but from a broader perspective, drives the value proposition, especially on tires, way up.
Report that the second place GP1 car is getting a meatball flag.
Oh! That is a turn of events. That's the number 46 Ginger Racing BMW.
Heavy smoking due to a tire rub.
It would be difficult not to see that being related to some type of contact.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a shock. To extend that bit a little bit further. They did have 2 cars back at Eagles Canyon, the 46 and the 47. Sun's peeking out.
Close.
Oh, it was not. It was what, 46 and
53.
53. That's right.
It was their 1 series.
That's right. Yeah, I forgot it. Yeah, it was a 1 series.
Yeah, unfortunately they don't have it here, and it's not on the entry list for Barber or for Mid Ohio either.
Yep. That is our next race out, as we mentioned. About this time next month, first weekend. Ryan West will be in attendance there as well. And we go two for in April, because at the end of the month we also head up to Road America for round 4. So we'll have 4 rounds done between February and the end of April, which is impressive. Also, the unfortunate news to report, if you haven't been following along, that unfortunately we will not be headed back to Daytona International Speedway in the beginning of June, as has become the custom. It was due to be a part of the Super Endurance Championship that was going to award special titles as part of the results for the the 3 big single-day enduros on the year: a 12, a 13, and 14 hour. And some unplanned track maintenance there. They're paving the inside of the backstretch for safety purposes for the stock cars. And unfortunately, the work is not expected to be done in time. So the date has been dropped from Daytona's schedule, completely out of the hands of the World Racing League. This was not something that was public knowledge when dates were handed out at the beginning of the season. And unfortunately, it's bit us here at WRL fairly hard. Good news is, if you're a fan of Rovals and you're a fan of long enduros, we do head to Charlotte 3 weeks thereafter.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I'm legitimately excited for that. I don't know that we have confirmation on exactly what layout they're going to run, but you're basically taking the layout of Daytona and putting it inside of a blender. Taking a 3.5 mile infield road course layout down to 2.2 miles, 24 degrees of banking, and stacking it full of cars.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ginger Racing, starting to tumble down their GP1 order here, now down into 7th. So that does promote Palomar to 2nd and Harrison back into 3rd.
We've standardized times here in the lap times in the top 7 or so overall. Everybody now into the 37. Well, a couple of 36s up at the top. TLM Mona has kept the pace up, but even some of the lower end GTO cars that were down in the 139s, 140s have found some time in the 38s and 39s. So getting a little bit more confident and consistent up there, away from the main protagonists in GTO at the moment. Fast Track Racing has cracked the top bracket here in GTO as well, lapping in the 136s and picking up time on the number 119. Shift up now by AE Victory Audi R8 P4 as we go into racing hour number 4 here at Barber Motorsports Park. Brendan Kazmarek joined by JT Tammy and Scott Michaels. At the moment, Ryan West is out allegedly making the cameras better. One of them, unfortunately, has been weeks, but we're going to try and get some of them back. We should have some more onboards here as well. But those of you who have been to Barber Motorsports Park, real ones know that service here is not phenomenal. We do have another onboard from the 766, which has been very kindly provided by over at Thunder Bunny.
Their sister cars currently fighting the Bruce Innovations BMW for 7th in GTO.
Here's Ryan, who's made it to the one camera that actually doesn't need to be touched. Yeah, I think this is the sole remaining onboard here. I think it might be time to pull the trigger on the math here.
Oh boy.
Just to see where we stand in the
We've done one green flag pit stop.
That's
You're like, you know
correct.
what? Let's do math.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I am intrigued, right? Because it's not like we have run a clean cycle here of, you know, just pitting every time, or sorry, of getting our pit stops at the end of every hour. Right, we're offset a little bit. There is up to 8 laps between the earliest stoppers in GTO, the latest stoppers in GTO. There are 17 cars that are in the lead bunch in the Grand Touring classes, from the 59 all the way down to the number 926 of Fast Track Racing. So there's a lot that's going to play out there, and obviously plenty of variation in the results it's likely to spit out. And of course, the results do absolutely love the number 59, all things being equal, but it's also providing shockingly even outcomes. I mean, with this much time left, I guess it makes sense, but the AAA, the 61, the 290 are all 20 to 25% likelihood to finish in second. The 2 is in with a good shot to finish on the podium. And all kinds of variation in the number of stops remaining as well. It is interesting just to see which cars out of those 17 are the most likely to end up. Oh, that's a backwards BMW number 72.
Yeah, reported contact, unfortunately. And you can see some dirt possibly from a rejoin just past
yeah,
it.
the 61 is being reported as slow. And now also the other car that has made contact.
The 61 being our third place car.
That is the Dexter Racing Supra. And we go
Code 35.
Code 35. I wonder if there's some bent suspension there on the 72 that's going to prevent that car from moving under its own power. It's a tricky spot. Everybody's got to kind of play nicely there. It's a long corner, long right-hander that leads up to that final tightened apex, something over 90 degrees. And if you're not aware that a car is trying to dive up the inside, very easy to just cut yourself back to the apex and make corner-to-corner contact.
Whoa! Did you see just what just came through our shot?
The 147?
The 147! Sorry, I that's just that was left field, like
it hasn't completed a lap yet. This will be its first lap, and of course we go immediately to Code 35.
Yeah, I saw something with an orange bumper coming down pit lane a moment ago, coming from out of the garage. I'm like, that's not the 25. I don't think it has an orange bumper.
Yeah.
What is that? I sorry to you know, kind of ruin the eulogy for the 72 here, but I'm sorry. That's
the 59 has pitted as a result of this Code 35, as I think most of the leaders ought to. Our last in at lap 84, it's now 107, so we're basically halfway through a fuel run here. And play your cards right. 445 does split itself up very nicely into 3 more hour and 50-minute stints. Makes it 150, 330, and then 445. So I think if I were a GTO, if I were any car, frankly, but especially a GTO car, I would make my way towards pit lane. There comes what I believe is the number 98. Not white and black this year, so I've got to adjust my expectations. And comes the one of the ACP cars.
Yeah, that should be the 52 black and yellow one. But yeah, no, if you're a GTO car and not taking pit lane here, I'm not sure they're going to be able to come around in time before that 72 is recovered, depending on how the suspension is.
Yeah, so my guess is if it could move on its own, it already would have, because it's not beached, and the berms off track here aren't high enough to really end up high-sided. So my guess is that you will have the time to get around and at least get into the pits, if not actually complete your stop before we can recover that number 72 BMW, because I think they're going to have to put it on a flatbed. Or I suppose they just couldn't get it refired and they're going to have to, flat tow it into the pit lane, which would be less helpful.
They're already
But
in, by
the
the way.
225 is in, the 290 is in, the 59 has come and gone. There is the EV Cavalry. 766 is in. This is particularly disappointing, given that the other car involved is a 61.
Yeah.
Who had a really, really strong start to the day. They've also now gone missing on race here. They don't appear to have come back through, and I wonder if... oh, that's the 225. Just wonder if... that car is now also wounded. Clearly been off track. I think those are the skid marks you see recovering there from the final corner. The Open GTO, the only car that hasn't pitted. Triple Eight's not been in, and 123. Is 123 in? I think the 123 is in. I don't think the Triple Eight came in. I think is a huge mistake. I don't have to make strategy decisions. Let's call it like I see it.
Yeah, we'll see here. Gotta wait for everything to cycle.
Yeah. Flatbed is on the move. See if they bail out of the scene here. Yeah, it looks like they're just going to flat tow the number 72 in. They can get it around the corner here. Comes 44, and I think that's a Pano's Performance Janetta. I did so much research this morning trying to sort out why there would be a team with the Pano's name running a Janetta. I got nowhere. There's the 888. Just coming through the final sequence of corners here. This is a blue Aston Martin GT4.
And Harrison stuck behind.
Yeah. Put it into the pit lane there off the right-hand side.
So So real quick about that Janetta entry, it was initially filed under Wolf Henriksen,
Okay.
and it had been renamed to Panos Performance. So I'm wondering if there's a connection that way.
Wonder who Wolf Henriksen is. Anybody know?
Wolf,
Get
ULF.
Ulf.
Green flag.
Is a CEO of a sports clinic. That's
Back
not
to
helpful. Back to green. Barber Motorsports Park, 4 hours, 42 minutes remaining in this marathon day of endurance racing. Pick up the restart here with the number 290, headed through the final sequence of corners. Dexter Racing, by the way, has not rejoined the circus, now falls to 10th overall. I assume that car will have made it back to the pit lane and into the paddock with some type of damage, and smart money would say probably suspension damage based on how you would repiece an incident down at that final sequence together. 290 gets held up here by the 64, I think, model BMW. Cars in the lead battle overall, at the very least, that haven't pitted yet, or did not pit under the yellow, include the number 888, the TLM Mona Aston Martin, the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW, and the Bruce Innovations number 333. The Thunder Bunny 225 has been in, Thunder Bunny 766 has been in, NFC Motorsports Mercedes, and the number 290 for Moorhead Speedworks, that Janetta G56. So we've once again split the strategies here at the top. And as I kind of intimated, under the full course yellow, it's really hard not to see.
Yeah, I wouldn't define that as splitting strategies.
You think one of them is on the right strategy, one of them is on the wrong strategy, or no strategy at all.
As you were about to say, I can't see any logic to not pitting.
Yeah.
Because the pit lane speed limit is the same as Code 35, right?
Well, and I don't know if anybody has ever actually traced this out, but we've suggested in the past that it might actually be short.
Yeah, because it's at least, if it's not shorter, it's exactly the same. It kind of depends how that exact geometry of the pit entry is, but the pit exit
is the part we're looking at now. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we didn't want to make a big deal out of it at the time, obviously, but it is kind of one of those things you calculate out. Like, okay, how much time are we actually going to lose? Are we going to actually lose any time by coming in? Like, if you were to just drive through, you would basically lose nothing.
Yeah, and if you basically lose nothing and you lose about a third of the amount of time putting fuel in as you will under green, there's literally, I cannot think of a reason not to come in like every lap. You might as well just put the extra lap of fuel in every lap.
Yep. And if you're not going to just identify, or if you're not going to bother identifying actual, like, solid reasons to do it, it splits up the race into really neat hour and 15-minute segments from there to the end. You're already halfway through a fuel run anyway. It just felt like every possible reason you could have to come in under that Code 35 was staring you in the face. And still, we'll see how it shakes out. It's just really hard not to look at the 888 situation at the moment in particular and feel like, well, all of that for a couple of seconds, lead in terms of track position is probably not worth it in the grand scheme of things. But quick lap, going back to green, 134.9. We haven't seen too many cars in the 34s over the last, say, half an hour or so, 45 minutes. 31 seconds is the margin in GTO from 888 back to 290.
Yeah, for the sake of completing the thought, the only downside to pitting is that you then run around on a full tank when you could be running around. You would end up spending more of the race potentially on high fuel, but I don't think in this series the margins are that close. And it's not worth the risk of having to make a green flag pit stop in 40 minutes or however long you've got left.
Personal best for the 172 from TLM USA. 135 flat.
So, if I'm reading this correctly, ASM did not pit so as to jump several cars in GP1 because they had pit handful of laps before we went yellow. And so
they were in at 85. That was 20 laps in GP2.
Oh yeah, sure enough. That's 20.
Big hands.
Yeah. But the important part is they were able to get ahead of those cars in class, and last time through they were the quicker of the cars there. They're having to make up for the unfortunate 2-lap penalty that they received earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, worth noting in GP1, the margin is only 44 seconds between Birmingham Road and Race in the 98, and the 38 for Palomar Racing. GP2 still being led by Ruben ASF Motorsports. I think they've been in the class lead all race.
To my knowledge, that is correct.
If not, it's very close.
Because they did start on pole in class.
Yep, and 4 laps roughly in hand over the 715 of Rockwell Autosport Development, who did just do their personal best at a 143.1. So some time being gained there, but starting at a 4-lap deficit there is not helpful. And the GP3 leaders, same as it's been all day, 75 versus 85, AOA Racing quad mates. Currently 20 seconds apart, though the 75 is expanding that gap rapidly.
That's important because the 85's penalty was overturned. So they were given their 2 laps back.
I didn't realize it spread itself that far out anyway. They were ever in a place where 2 laps was, a margin. 75 is also under investigation for contact earlier this morning. Not yet been reviewed. For that matter, 85 is still under investigation for contact at 9/11 this morning.
May have a bit of a clue as to your panel's performance question.
Yes,
Chat.
enlighten us.
Well, Sebaco Motorsports in chat says that they believe the panel's performance team are actually run out of the panel's facility in Georgia.
Right, so there's no major connection to Panos. They're obviously not running a Panos car or anything like that. Although the Avanzano probably has a place in the World Racing League, which was the GT4 car that was meant to run SRO back in the day.
It did very well there too.
Yeah, yeah. And since there's no homologation here, it really doesn't matter. Right? Like you could go up with one and get it down to 9-1. It'd fit very, very well here. But Sebaco also has the connection of basically running a bunch of cars that were originally designed by Elon, which was itself a Panos brand. So I'm willing to trust Sebaco Motorsport on this one. Thank you for the information. Reaching the mid-race hours here at Barber Motorsports Park. And fortunately, our lead podcast mode man, Ryan West, is out managing cameras at the moment.
I was just trying to work out how far around the track he's got, but I don't see any cameras that have come back alive yet. So
Yeah, so this one's been tweaked a little bit, and I would be hopeful that the turn 11 and 12 camera comes back. But
No chance.
Okay, Ryan's back. Hey, Ryan,
Yeah.
you broke one.
What was that?
You broke one of them.
What
Turn
broke?
7.
Did you touch the camera at the top of turn 7?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good.
Is it just not aimed? Oh, no. Oh, no.
I was surprised you even went there.
No, I was having trouble remembering because I was like, in my head, I couldn't picture the shot. I was like, oh, that must be one that was messed with. And I grabbed it and was like, oh, it was on. Dang it. And so I went to put it back and I was like, I just messed that up. So I moved on. There's other ones though.
Yeah.
This one I remounted so that it's further out of the flag stand so that it gets better service because the battery was down to 10%. And I think that's why it wasn't working.
The phone battery or the battery?
The battery.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah.
Was it not at 100?
No, they were all at 100 when I left
Oh
the
my.
hotel. So I remounted that, but didn't obviously get a chance to look at it. And then that one at the top of turn 12. Yeah, this one, I don't know what to tell you on that. But, like, I feel like it's a redundant shot because we have this one right here anyway, but now it's frozen, so it's like,
We
you know.
do not have enough cameras for redundant shots
So,
to exist.
To be, the turn 11 and 12 is actually meant to be a little bit further towards 11 and 12. Like you got to go a little bit further back down the hill to the next photo hole.
The problem with that one is I don't have the right type of mount. So the way it's mounted is...
Oh, do you have the clip thing?
It's the little clip thing, and I couldn't get it turned. I spent probably 10 minutes trying to get it to turn right, and I couldn't do it. So
Fair.
I gave up on that one. And that one's not in a spot where I can service it while the track is...
I thought you were going to say you don't have the right kind of pants on and you don't want to walk behind the head.
No. I can walk over but they were very clear that I could walk where I wanted as long as it was behind a fence.
Yeah.
But because I had the little clippy mount, I had to mount it on the outside of the fence. So
Gotcha. Yeah.
I can't mess with that one until later.
That's okay.
But I'm happy that the other ones have come back, right? Question mark?
They have, yeah.
Yeah.
We're doing okay. We're kind of cruising now.
Well, one of them, the other one at the base of 7, because there's 3 cameras at turn 7 for some bizarre reason. The other one, the battery wouldn't charge at all. Like, it just wouldn't connect at all.
Did you try a different cable?
No, I had to try a different battery pack. And it worked fine.
Was it a small one or a big one?
It was the black one, like the old black ones. That's the second one I've had this weekend that just won't even, after I've charged it, just won't come on. So, for whatever that's worth.
Yeah.
That's a little inside baseball, you know.
Yeah, it's peeling back the curtain a little bit. I'm always okay with that.
Robert Hill
It makes me
Jr.
uncomfortable.
Robert Hill Jr., you joke, but you haven't seen Glenn at High Point. Or High Plains, even.
That's true. No, we discussed Glenn at High Plains. And it was made clear to me that that was not acceptable.
I ain't seen
So, I talked about it. And he was like, "Yeah, please don't do it." I'm like, okay.
You get away with it at Thunderhill.
I don't know what. You don't need cameras at Thunderhill anymore, JT.
Yeah, that's true.
There's nobody there to watch. You just run the 2 onboards, and that's it.
I still can't believe just how wild it is. Like, oh, you need to get to the infield? Go ahead and run across the front straight
At night.
during the race.
There was
At night.
There was a year where I'm pretty sure there was a guy taking pictures in the middle of 2 tire tracks where somebody had gone off like 30 minutes prior.
100%.
And I'm like, you're out of your mind. Like, that's insanity. Don't stand there. Like, what?
I just remember in the dawn hours looking to my right at coming onto the front straight. It's like, all right, there's the Flying Lizard Audi R8. I have enough time to run across the track.
Oh, God. My goodness. Well, now you have plenty of time to run across the track. Plenty.
That is a reference I get. 147 is into the pits.
That was not a full stint.
Yeah, I'm under the impression, Ryan, and I apologize if this comes across too harshly, but I'm under the impression that this is a lapping. The purpose of this car is to do laps, not necessarily to acquire finishes.
It's a fun car.
Exactly.
They're out there for fun.
Yeah.
So that's, you know, I imagine they would want to run competitive, but I think that if anything remotely weird happens, they're not interested in keeping the car out.
Right. Yes.
I am happy to see that the other car is running reasonably reliable. Like, that makes me pleased.
Was that a major concern?
No, but I mean, it's these Cup cars that are only designed to do so many hours on all the components, so, like, it's always going to be a question mark. But that other one, I imagine, since they've been able to detune that motor significantly in order to get it in the power to weight window that they need, that it probably isn't putting a whole lot of strain on all the other stuff, whereas the old 997 was really short repair intervals and also running it closer to full power.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about I thought you were talking about the other Moorhead car.
Oh, no.
When you said Cup car, I was like, oh, G56, I guess.
Yeah, no, because the 997 came out. Oh, Scott said 147. I'm sorry.
I did say 147.
Yeah, or you said it. So the 997 also had just come back out after it had been in the paddock for a while. So I was talking about that. Yeah. I know 147 came out as well. I understand that, yes, that is also a fun car.
Oh, yeah. You and I. We'll
Yeah.
turn that into a race car yet.
All right, perfect. The 369, they had their car in the back of Palomar's trailer, which is now their trailer, but not really, but it is, but it isn't. But that trailer has a 4-post lift in the back. So they actually had the car up on the lift so they could work on it.
Yeah, it kept coming back in, and it was not sitting right.
This is the 369.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did kind of notice that.
There's a Little John song about that car, actually.
Aaron Johnson?
No, Little John.
Oh.
I think they're talking about the ride height adjustment on a race car. It's called Get Low by Little John. No, nobody's in the.
I don't even know who Lil Jon is.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. I'm glad somebody got
That's
it.
not true. I know who Lil Jon is.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Need for Speed Underground, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I get none of these.
I mean, that song was popular before it was on Need for Speed Underground, but yeah, sure.
Not with me.
Yeah, I know.
Was Lil Jon big in the UK? Scott?
I
How
don't.
would I know?
I don't imagine.
It wasn't my taste.
That's fair.
But I did like Need for Speed Underground.
Never touched it.
Was that the one where you could like get really gritty with like engine tuning and stuff?
It
It was either that one or
not
number.
the original.
It was either that one or the second one, where like the amount of stuff you could change setup wise was like kind of impressive.
No, that was probably the second one. The first one, the amount of stuff you could do with like aesthetics
Right.
was a lot, but I don't remember much setup work.
A shell of its former self, that series.
It rose and died with Shift, as far as I'm concerned.
I liked Shift. I thought Shift was
was
pretty
fine.
good.
I think they blew it up to be better than it was.
Well, that's because they advertised on the content that we listened to that was serious content, and it was never that.
Sure, yes, but they advertised it via and to sports car racing fans because that's where all
Right.
the content, that's what all the content was, and people were all excited about it, rightly so,
Mhm.
because it had all the content they liked, but it didn't have it. It wasn't very good.
I think that was the most accurate representation of what it would be like to modify a car as like just a standalone person and try to get into racing, as far as how they have the classes structured. And like, well, if
Maybe.
you spend a lot of money, then you can completely change the car and we'll do the works upgrade and it's just the frame and we've changed everything else. It's like, oh, okay. As far as like a builder's class type thing, I thought it was pretty close on that. Versus like Forza, for example, I don't think is as good in that department. But what do I?
I have not touched the current Forza. I have no.
They're about to backtrack their worst decision ever, which was the modifying the car is locked by having spent 3 hours driving the car in the game. After insisting
Instead of
that
just having credits.
no, there was still credits, but
Oh.
you had to have enough XP on each individual car to even unlock the parts.
Nice.
And then each part is assigned like an arbitrary point value, and then whichever level you are is the max number of like points. So like you couldn't even fully upgrade the car if you had enough XP because it was like, oh well, you haven't driven the car long enough. So it was super stupid, and they've now decided that they're going to undo that entire system, and it'll make the game much better.
When do we get the WRL content pack?
We're not far from it.
We're not that close, though, are we? I don't think we are.
I think we're closer than you would imagine. I imagine with DLC, they'll have all the GT4 stuff on there. But, like, you can get an E46 and, like, change all the stuff on it. You can get a Miata and make the correct adaptations to the car. You can do it pretty well. It's probably the closest game to where you could get a WRL-ish field going, just because of the way it'll let you set the classes and such. We are seeing bits of the sun poke out here and there.
I noticed.
Why is that camera even in the rotation? Why? if we're gonna credit me by name for the cameras, can we just like take that one out? You know what I'm saying? Like,
No, exact opposite. If you screw up a camera, that gets put in the rotation twice.
oh man.
We should label the name in the bottom corner.
Camera
This
presented
camera
by.
brought to you by.
Brian. We don't have any super imminent or imposing battles on track. I think the most interesting thing that's happening right now is probably the 70 catching the 99.
I
Only
think
a
the
few tenths last lap.
the 333 is catching the 766, is it not?
Yeah, so that one's in there as well. Yeah, it was about a second last time, and the margin's 4.1, so that one's coming down also.
I would have mentioned it, but somebody on the YouTube chat wasn't happy about us talking for the battle for 6th overall earlier in the race, so I didn't want to start.
It's that position
now.
specifically.
Yeah,
No.
exactly.
7th, 8th would be fine, but this is battle for P6, so fair. Of course, that lap it actually doesn't. It gives.
Yeah, I hadn't looked at history with that.
Yeah. No, what you do, Scott, is you just see something that happens once and then blow it out to be a generalization.
Yeah, of course.
Like, well, because this happened once, it is indicative of a trend.
That's good engineering, isn't it?
We're not engineering, we're broadcasting.
Well, I'm an engineering teacher. That's what
Tell
I'm
the
saying.
people what they want to hear, and they want to hear words.
The trend, I think, is Bruce Innovations catching.
Yeah, I think so.
37 versus 38s. That last lap, the trend didn't work out, but it's obviously the flow of traffic.
Yeah, TLM is catching the 225 as well, but that was a really slow lap from Thunder Bunny last time, a 143.1. The car's not come back through yet. The car's actually been stuck in the 40s for most of the stint. And remember, that is a backup car, so there are additional complications here with that car, whether or not it was, ready to go, called on short notice. Obviously, we don't have the 111 here. That car was in the wars a bit yesterday. Probably somewhere around the end of the lap. Yeah, there it goes, actually. That is the 172 through on the new number 225. So that move has been done. Across start finish. That was the number 70 just come through the shot there. 140.4 for GTR 99 and a 138.6 for round 3 racing.
Yeah, that keeps going back and forth.
Yeah. Lead margin is 37 seconds, by the way. This is at the front of GTO. So second and third overall. The gap's 37 seconds. I think it was 33 when we went back to green. So there really isn't any clear track to speak of that would have handed a meaningful advantage to that number 888 by having not pitted under the previous full course yellow. And we kind of suspected that this was going to wind up being the case. They're going to be due in here in... what, three laps, says our software?
Sorry, which car is that, Brendan?
The 888.
I'm going to ask that you adhere to the WRL style guide on that.
888. That's actually the Neil Crompton Mark Escape style guide. I don't think we can take credit for that.
And we're back to full course yellow here.
Oh, very interesting.
Well,
Is that for All-Star?
4 off at 13, and then debris.
All right, so
No, 4 off and car stopped at 13.
the amount of shuffling going on in the pit lane right now is tremendous.
Yeah, no, everybody should be
This is
in.
going to be
Everybody
a
should be in.
pit call for everybody.
everybody should be in every yellow flag.
But
yeah.
this one in particular, yeah.
Well, I don't know.
we
It's not
should
been
all
that
be
long
in.
since the last one, but
18 laps?
yeah, I mean, it's obviously long enough, but like this saves the 888. It's still not going to mean that their strategy is any better. It'll just even out.
I would like, I need Scott to be aware here that being English does not get you close enough to being Australian, and you actually need to put on the Australian accent when you say triple.
Got to put some effort.
No, I don't do accents.
Well, you do one.
This is no accent.
That's not true.
I get.
We'll
asked
give
by-
you a pass if you speak in an American accent.
No, I get asked by my students more than enough, and I have to turn them down every time. That I'm not doing an American accent for anyone.
Well, it
But,
isn't an American accent because I think there are more people with the American dialect than there are people with the English dialect. So you are, in fact, the one who has the accent.
Have you not heard of the British Empire?
Those
I mean,
are all different, though. The
yeah.
Canadians speak different from the Australians, speak different from the Scottish, and the
Also, there is
Welsh, and
not one American accent, as there is not one English
There's like
accent.
three.
There's actually there was a study. There's 15 different American dialects.
Is that it?
Alabama has 8
15.
of them.
15?
15.
How many of those heavily overlap? Like, I would say that the New York and the Boston one are like basically the
Leaderson.
same.
So
No,
yeah,
they're-
No, my gosh, Ryan,
Yeah,
No,
no, that's
they're the
ridiculous.
same.
you've gone from reasonable discussion to horrendous take
That's
in
the
a split second.
That's the
Well-
same.
so
Can we-
They are
Boston,
not
New
the
York,
same.
and Chicago are all different.
Ryan, let's pick up the main straight camera with the pit lane in full focus. If that camera is still up. Yeah, there we go.
Look at that thing.
So these are pit stops underway. The 70 is in. That's the white Porsche in the middle right of your shot. The 888 is the car just past that, as the one of the Stratus cars kind of cuts off a Harrison BMW there. One of the Thunder Bunny, I think that's a Thunder Bunny Supra, is in.
The most interesting thing that's going to happen here at the front of the race is whether Moorhead jumps the 888 because they have less fuel to put in.
It feels unlikely. I mean, Elam,
I mean, in theory, it should be very, very close.
I think the only world where I see that happening is if the 888 takes tires here.
Although we did, yeah, the 290 isn't in the pits.
Not yet.
So-
Still working
No.
its way around the back half of the circuit.
Oh, they haven't they haven't come through yet. Oh
Yep.
yeah, there's a big bumper right in the middle of the track that they just passed. So yeah, there's been a significant issue there. We're gonna
Oh,
see
yeah,
there it is.
the 5's been in the wall actually quite hard, and it's gone a long way off track to driver's left. That is horrendous outcome for All-Star Racing on the race that they brought that car back to the World Racing League, having just rebuilt the thing. That is, I mean, listen, we often use the phrase, you hate to see it, ironically, as a culture. That you do genuinely hate to see. The car's been away from the series now for half a year. Was really heavily into the barriers at VIR. Just kind of the kind of accident where you're just happy to see somebody walk away from. And to have that happen halfway through its return is brutal. The good news is it looks like it's been a little bit more of a glancing blow as opposed to the 63 that went in and dug itself underneath the tires. 290 is in, by the way. So the 888 has come and gone. The 290 is stationary. There goes the 59, which I think, is that going to put that car a full lap down?
The 290 definitely skipped past the pit lane on the first lap because it was behind the 888.
Am I
which
looking
came
at the
in.
wrong one? No, that's definitely the Moorhead car. Yeah, big MS.
No, it is. It is.
Yeah.
But they pitted on their second time past the pit entry for some reason.
That's
whereas 888,
not true.
yeah, it is because 888 came in on the
Oh,
first
yeah,
time.
you're right. Yes, but they didn't take the lead when they went
No,
through the
because
first
Stratus exists.
time. Right. Well, but they didn't even take the GTO lead.
They must have.
No, 888 has gone through to complete.
Is there?
No, 888 completed 124. No, 290 is about to start 124. TLM has already completed 124.
Oh, actually, you might be right because
Yeah.
I keep thinking the gap was much closer than it was.
No, if anything, the 123 has jumped Moorhead here.
It has, but that's because they have pitted.
Yeah. How's that happened?
Is there pit box past the start finish line?
Oh, that's a good call, Scott.
Most of them,
who's
most
pit
of them
box?
before.
At FC.
NFC. NFC's is. No.
Even if it is, they're not there.
No, they've already come out.
How did that happen?
Oh. Well, that shouldn't have made any difference. The 290s in lap was very long.
Yeah, the 123 is in turn 5.
The 290's headed through. Well, it'll be headed through 4 at this point in real time.
Yeah, I think the 290 was a minute slower than the NFC car. So it's them being slow rather than NFC being fast.
So has
290 do tires here?
So NFC has now caught up again the amount of time that they had lost at the beginning of a race. Incredible. What a car. What a team.
We call this the R for R effect.
It's
What,
NFC.
how did they? Was it more than just the spin on lap 2?
No, it was a spin.
It was the spin, but they had to wait a long time to get going because
Yeah,
the whole
they-
field came through.
They were 2 laps down, a lap and a half down, and at the back of the complete running order of every class.
Well, you don't lose a lap and a half with a spin, do you?
No, you lose a lap and a half clawing your way back up through the field in the wet.
Hmm.
While everybody else had clear track-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, that's the 888 across the line.
I would be amused if they slapped a Vodafone sticker on one of the windows of that car. That would make me happy.
Ooh, warning given to the 290.
Mm.
Fuel visor out.
Uh-oh.
So now they're even with the 888.
Also, the 85 has picked up a 1-lap penalty for speeding under the code 35.
Mm.
They also didn't take tires, the 290.
See,
Okay, no tires for 290?
they'll get you now with the code 35s. They've got the Flagtronics system in the car, and they know how fast you're going.
And they were stationary in the pit box for just over a minute and 20, about a minute 25 seconds. I don't know.
There's
how that
currently
compares.
Quite long.
telehandler on track.
It feels long, but I don't know how that compares to others.
What's a telehandler, Ryan? I'm not familiar with that word.
What's a telehandler? It's a forklift that has a telescopic fork
Aha.
on it.
So it's a forklift.
No, a forklift only has one axis of movement.
It's a lift and it has forks on it.
It's a crane with a forklift attachment
That's
on
fair.
it,
That's
which
fair.
makes it a telehandler.
That's fair.
Take the L, Brendan.
No, listen. I assumed it was some fancy West Coast. Oh, the 123's
What
back
is-
in.
No, what? It's a fancy West Coast thing.
What is going on with the pit stop here?
Yeah, 123's back in.
No, shipped up now. Gave up on their pit stop because they can't get into their box by the looks of it. Because the Miata here and the 52.
Oh.
Oh,
There's
I mean-
a pit lane marshal that's taking a look to see if they're actually in their box. But yeah, no, the Audi tried to pull into the box, couldn't, and has continued on pit lane.
Well, yeah, again, same logic as before. If, that's obviously not
Yeah, it
ideal,
doesn't-
but at
it
the
doesn't
same
matter.
time, just try again next lap. It'll
Yeah.
be fine.
Well, the
You have
concern
to
would be
stop.
that.
You do
concern-
have to stop though. I was told that in
What
the
if you
driver's meeting.
can't? What if you can't?
So
They
Like
did
you just stop in the lane and then go.
Right, you can. I mean,
Yeah.
I assume so in this instance, probably yes. But that was made very clear that because the pit lane is a shorter distance, that you are expected to stop
They did.
if you come down the pit lane.
So we do know it's a shorter distance.
Yes.
Okay.
No, that was very much covered in the driver's meeting, and it was made clear that if you were doing that to gain an advantage, you would be given a lap penalty like instantly. But that if you, as long as you come to a complete stop in the pit box, you're fine. Now, if your pit box is blocked, like I can see how there's interpretation there, but as long as they did the right thing and stopped the car at some point and then got going, then like you've only lost that, 4 seconds of decelerate and then accelerate again.
The 123 is back in to do tires.
Yes, and away.
So it's given up 3rd place overall, 2nd place in GTO. Should still come out well ahead of the number 2.
Why did they not do tires on their first pit stop?
Is there a track position angle?
You're under
Maybe.
code 35. It's not like you're
Right,
matching the
but
back
if-
of a queue.
Well, maybe, because you've got people that have their pit limiter set a little bit lower.
Oh, maybe if you're caught behind. Well, no, but you wouldn't know because you're in the pit. I don't know.
You might know
Or-
that, hey, if we take too long, we'll end up behind this train. So let's well, no, because then you'd have to catch up to. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's way too
Yeah.
complex, I think.
Well, also keep in mind the fact that with code 35s, you can go back to green very quickly compared to a safety car, where the
You don't want to be caught.
Yeah, it's the safety car is going to have to come back around, the lights are going to have to come off, and it's going to have to come in pit lane. Whereas code 35 is as soon as that track is clear, hey, we're going back to racing, guys. And so if you're going to be doing a longer stop to change tires, it might be better to kind of split it up to make sure that you're not necessarily getting caught out in that first stop.
Yeah.
Come around and see like, oh yeah, we've still got more time. Let's come in and do tires.
Go scout out the incident scene. Make sure you've still got enough time.
Well, they would have gone past the incident scene anyway. And also, you can do tires and fuel at the same time, right?
No.
Oh, you can't?
No.
Okay.
No.
Oh, well, in that case, it does. There's nothing lost.
Maybe transition the pit lane twice and therefore run a shorter distance.
Mm.
Saving fuel.
Let's just come in and change one tire at a time.
I mean,
So we get to do the pit lane 5 times.
I mean, you minimize your exposure. I mean, you could do one at a well. Would that be faster? Because you can only have one gun.
Keep in mind, even though it is a shorter distance, you are still slowing and accelerating.
Yeah,
So
but like
consistent speed.
how much is that impacting or not impacting you?
You just said 4 seconds.
Right? Is 4 seconds? Is that really the number though?
No,
So
no,
now
we
you're
have no
questioning
idea.
yourself.
No, it was conjecture at the time. Like, I'm happy to debate this. Like, that's
4 seconds seems slightly excessive, considering you're only trying to get up to 35 miles an hour. But
right.
I get your point. The margins in WRL are not close enough for this discussion.
you say that. You say that. We've seen battles here that have been decided inside of 10 seconds, and that's with no full course or no safety cars.
True.
For what it's worth, the 119 has not returned to the pit lane.
The 119.
That's the shift up now Audi R8
yes.
GT4.
Oh.
Did you see that Cadillac are leaving free money on the table by not making that car available to customers?
I'm pretty sure General Motors is a big enough company that is pennies.
General Motors can't even afford to pay their manufacturing staff, allegedly.
Yeah, and I don't think that would help. Like, in a meaningful way.
No, the trick there being, Scott, that like they're pinching pennies over their people that like make them the cars that give them the money. Then I'm sure they can contract with Dallara to sell 4 more DPIs or whatever they're called now, ETPs. Like they're not. Each car certainly isn't a loss that they're taking on it. And if Porsche can make the numbers work, then
Yeah.
I just want to see a 48 car. That's
Sure.
what it comes down to. Like that's really what I want to see.
I would like to see. Well, okay. Yeah, right. I would like to see more customer cars in general. However, they have to be an IMSA. Because I'm not convinced that adding more hypercars in WEC, bearing in mind that we're about to get Aston Martins as well, is going to be a positive thing.
Really?
Yeah.
I think they can just turn off the LMP2 class.
They already did.
Yeah,
they already
turn
did.
Turn off at Le
Excellent.
Mans as well.
Sweet. I mean, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, but then that devalues the ELMS and Asian LMS.
Well, as they should be. They're not a real championship.
Buy a prototype.
Yeah.
Hypercar then.
You can't force people to buy a hypercar if they're not going to sell them, though, and that's why.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my like primary complaint is like, why are they not selling them?
I think if you intend to run in LMDH, you should be forced to sell them. That's the whole point. Is that the cars are way cheaper. If you run an LMH car and you have to build and design everything, then okay, more freedom.
And we're going to go green here. Going green right now is going to save me from saying things that I regret about Acura.
Oh, the 290 has not got up to speed. Maybe it has now. It certainly got absolutely left behind by a car coming past it. May have just been reaction to the green flag. I think it's up to speed now.
Yeah, bearing in mind that 290 now sits second overall in GTU, owing to the second pit stop for the NFC Motorsports Mercedes. That's the Panos car, just up ahead of the Triple I.
The green flag, by the way, saved me from saying that Glickenhaus and Vanwall should definitely be in WTC. But anyway.
Well, that's their decision, not WEC's. The Van Wall is WEC,
Van
but the Glickenhaus is not.
True.
He just gave up.
Huh. Almost like your bad attitude impacts your ability to do business.
No, he just didn't want to spend the money to test and upgrade the car. Everybody else around them found like a second and a half, and he decided not to do anything about
I
it.
wonder how hard he tried to sell the cars.
It's
Anyway.
capitalism, man. Like
I'd have bought one.
Your product.
GTU, baby, let's
good, but
go.
It's not.
I'll buy it for $8.
It's probably 4-0. No, it's probably 6 zeros off of what he would have asked.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yes. In the number of zeros, the leading number is probably not correct.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I hear would go great in the WEC?
Sorry, we just lost Brendan there.
You think do you think a VW Fun Cup could beat a Glickenhaus?
No,
bet
the
you could.
Glickenhaus is quite reliable.
I mean, my Camry is quite reliable, Scott. That doesn't mean it would win at Le Mans.
You just have to beat Glickenhaus. You don't have to win.
Glickenhaus beat most of the hypercars
Yeah,
last year.
last year, yeah, 6th.
And they
It
were
beat-
4th and 5th the year before?
Yeah, but that field doesn't really count.
Okay.
Yeah, they weren't super reliable either.
But they were last year.
They
They
were
were
at Le Mans.
at
last
Le
year,
Yeah,
Mans,
for sure.
yes.
Yeah,
at
when you have a
Le Mans.
5-year,
Yeah, that's all that
when you have a
matters.
5-year head start on your
Sure.
slow car, like, sure, fine, you get to have the podium. Congratulations. Like,
That's the point.
it means nothing though. In the pantheon of like sports car and racing and car history, that car is meaningless.
You say that. Do you know how many terrible prototypes I
I
remember
was going to say,
from the
why does,
mid-2000s?
why does every car have to be meaningful? Like, try.
It
Give
doesn't,
a go.
but
See
Home
what
Slice
happens.
wants it so badly to be meaningful.
Remember
He
the
so
Tobies?
badly wants it to be a thing, and it's not. Like, the way he carries himself is not that of a like plucky privateer team that bought a Lola Judd and was like, oh, well, I guess we'll just take a swing at. Like, that's entertaining. This guy being a total clown weekend after weekend.
He wasn't a total clown.
Yes,
He was an absolute clown.
He was a complete clown.
He was all right.
No, he wasn't. No.
The only time he
No.
was all right was when he wasn't in the paddock.
Well, even then, he's saying
Fair.
ridiculous things on Twitter.
Yes.
And being a
No, there are
Person.
good privateer teams. Rebellion was fantastic.
yes, thank you.
Glickenhaus, no, I'm sorry
No,
to the people
I'm out.
that
I'm out
weren't
of
in the
Glickenhaus.
program, but there are so many issues with that program. It was half-baked. It did very well for what it had.
Wait
But
till
it
you
was
guys.
never going to be great.
Wait till you guys hear about the Asada fresking.
Oh, God. Speaking of ambitious programs, when we were covering HSR last year, I was down in the Cadillac pits with Joe Bradley, and I was introduced to Dan Binks' son, who is also a race engineer. And they're like, oh, so what have you done? And somebody was like, oh, yeah, he worked on that Nissan LMP1 program. I remember turning around and be like, dude, don't out somebody like that. Are you kidding me? He's trying to make an engineering career, and you're going to bring that up? Okay, here's the question for you, Brendan. You can choose from these 3 cars, and you get to have one that you can take to track days. No cost. You take a Delta Wing, a Glickenhaus, or the Nissan GTR front-wheel drive.
Glickenhaus.
No, the
everywhere.
Glickenhaus, yeah, and it's not close.
Oh, see, I think I would take
The only
I would do the
actual
Delta
car.
Wing. I would actually do the Delta Wing.
Yeah, Delta
I-
would be tempting for once, but if this is a long-term thing, for sure the Glickenhaus.
Yeah.
All right. I'll
Like the
accept that.
Nissan was just fundamentally broken. You wouldn't want
Yes.
to drive that thing around.
But it was really fast in a straight line, TM.
Well, a lot of things are.
Like a Glickenhaus.
You guys are severely underestimating the height of those front wheel wells on the Glickenhaus.
Oh,
It's,
no, I'm well
like,
aware.
abnormally large. Like, I'm sure there's an apex over there somewhere. I just can't see it.
Oh, so you want to go the other way and you want a Delta Wing?
Yeah,
Oh, I absolutely would do the Delta Wing.
that's a unique experience, like 100%. And then they've proven that you can put literally in any engine you would like in the back of it fits, because they changed engines on it like 3 times.
Do we have to get the coupe version, or can we get the open top version?
Either one, whichever one you want. I think I'd take the coupe
How about-
just for
how
the
about neither.
meme.
I'd
but
for sure take the original.
Yeah. You know that,
Can I have
that
the
car was.
Zeod?
You know that car was supposed to be an Indy car?
yes,
Yes.
and that was IndyCar's fault for not
Could
picking.
you imagine 25 of those things at Texas?
That'd be great.
No.
I think that's absolutely the decision they should have made, and that's on IndyCar for not making that decision and going with the safe choice, which was Dallara. I think that would have set the
Dallara
series-
is never the safe choice.
I mean,
Whoops, yeah, I mean,
know what you mean. Safe is the wrong word.
Right, yeah. The uninspired choice.
Yes, that.
But that would have set them apart from Formula One and from Super Formula. It would have been genuinely different. Genuinely different. And I think you could have pushed the green angle better, because they are a lot lighter and using less tire and stuff. And that might have encouraged development into these small 4 cylinders, and then maybe you start doing a hybrid or whatever. But you could really lean on, like, yeah, materials, look at this, we go lighter, it's great. But they didn't. They picked this stupid IndyCar thing that they still run, that no one likes. Everybody says it's too heavy. But they're going to make it heavier with the hybrid thing, and that's just, anyway.
Can we.
It's actually lighter with the hybrid.
Is it?
Yes.
Wow.
I think 24 pounds.
Wow.
I do want to point out a couple good fights in GTO at the moment.
Yes, let's do
Fast
it.
Track Racing has been hunting the Audi of shift up now by victory. Last couple laps, they've been relatively even. They're within a second. A little bit further up the road, the 52 ACP Tangerine did get around the Round 3 Racing Porsche and the Supra from GTR up into 9th, but that is by no means over at this point. The 70 is still within a second behind him. GTR is 5 seconds back. So still a good fight inside the top 10 in GTO there.
Brendan, what's our next event?
Well, Ryan, glad you asked. For the World Racing League, the next event is going to be the first competitive event held on the new surface, Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
Can
Very-
I go to the window for that event already?
Notorious. I mean, if you're willing to sit on the waiting list.
So I think I'm going to go to the
I actually
window.
don't know that that's true. I believe that event sold out fairly quickly.
I'm going to go to the window and say that a BMW will win that race.
Oh, you're going to go to the betting window, you mean?
Yeah.
I thought you meant to, like, purchase your ticket in.
No,
Well,
No, go to the window is about betting, please.
That race is going to be quite interesting because there's a new car for Kingpin. At least that shows entered as a new car for them.
Also, if it rains, a BMW will not. We've seen that.
Yeah, so what JT's letting on here is the Kingpin Mercedes AMG GT4. That is a second
so
Kingpin
there's-
car, but by the way.
So I'm interested because, well, I guess we have to see what happens tomorrow. Something that we haven't talked about because it hasn't needed talking about, and I think now that the field has sort of settled itself, we can kind of bring it up, is WRL now has the success ballast type formula by chassis. And so the 290.
Well, let's be precise about it. We haven't talked about it yet, but we'll be precise about it.
Sure.
It is an adjustment to the power to weight based
Correct.
on results of a car transmission engine combination.
Correct. So the 290 and the Thunder Bunny have lost 0.1. Now, I mean, we still have 3 hours, 53 minutes left. One would assume that the Aston Martin is in a position right now to where it's their win to give away, which would probably give them an adjustment. And then we're going to be going to Mid-Ohio with both the Mercedes and the BMW having received no adjustments.
Yeah.
And the BMW has already shown flashes of strong pace this weekend. So I think next weekend, just based on that alone, we're going to have a really tight field, and it's going to be awesome.
So one of the things I've noticed about these new BMWs is they are very, very good when the conditions are changeable, but they don't seem to be meaningfully
we're full course
quicker.
row again.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, we are. They don't seem to be meaningfully quicker in just your average condition. I think it's going to end up being a spin for the 909.
Turn 13.
Nope, spin and continue.
Oh.
That may have been a pass up ahead.
Yeah, it's tight because I don't think the gray car is doing exactly 35.
Gave it back.
You're not supposed to be able to do give-backs. That's not a thing.
Green
and
flag.
green flag, green flag, green flag.
Just
Or
long
if that
enough to
was-
get some passing under yellow penalties in.
Oh. Scott.
Musical chairs is fun.
Anyway, I think the pace is there in those BMWs, but it really shines through when the conditions are challenging. And I wonder if we don't see sustained tough weather. And it may not matter on a new surface at Mid-Ohio. Like, there may be so much grip in the track that it really makes no difference anyway. I wonder what it's going to take for that BMW to have all of the pace, throughout the day, the way that the Mercedes often does or the Supers often do.
I wanted to rain and I wanted GP2 car to win.
You're going to
I
have to
will.
have snow for that.
It nearly happened a couple of years ago.
At Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, unfortunately, we keep getting these, quote, rain races, end quote, where it, is wet at the beginning and then dries out.
That's
Only-
usually the way. Like, I can think of, maybe a half dozen over the last year or so where we wake up and everything's soaked, and by 9:30, everything's dry again.
See, I want it to, rain
Yeah.
middle of the race. Just start dumping and then not get dry.
Can I introduce you to Daytona?
That's true. That is true.
Yeah, but it didn't.
This
I don't,
season, you can't.
It then lightnings. We get a red flag for 3 hours, and by the time we go back to green, it's dry again.
Remember ECR? We
Yeah.
had that random mid-afternoon shower.
yeah, but it didn't stay wet. It dried out
Right, it dried out pretty fast. A lot of energy in the track, as they say.
Energy. Here comes that energy on the High Line. AOA is going to be bringing a 2024 M4 GT4 to
Sweet.
Ohio.
Yep.
We get Team CHR. I think we've seen them before, right? They're bringing BMW.
The M4's
Charlie Haynes
demise
Racing.
has been vastly overstated. It was the end of the M4 TM in the middle of last year. Everybody was going away from it. It sucks. It's over. We're not doing it. 333 was on the pole. ACP's in fourth. Incredible. Track is now fully dry. I don't think there's any wet spots.
No, there weren't some time ago. 9.4's Corvette is coming back from Ohio, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah, you do love to see that.
I am disappointed they've retired the Lexuses.
Yeah.
They didn't really have a choice.
Probably only the second oldest Lexus in current racing. Given that or I guess they would be the oldest, but the second oldest is, a lot newer. Because even Lexus doesn't update their own race cars.
The 111 has been reported for exceeding code 35 and picked up a warning, but I'm not sure exactly what car that is.
Given that there's no 111.
Yeah, it's either the 11, the 411, or somebody's gone in and infused it for the 225.
To be fair, the 411, the way their number board is on the car is goofy. It's as if you showed up to a track day and 2 of you had the same number. So the 4 is like not above the like WRL logo and stuff.
Right.
So yeah, the initial entry list did not have it as the 411. I had to correct that on my end this morning as well. It was entered either as the, I think it's the 110.
It was the 11A last time out.
Yeah,
There's a spun
11A
car
at
in the
ECR.
penultimate corner, by the way.
Oh,
Reversing towards the gravel.
we can
The
pick that up
52?
at the pin entry cam there, Ryan. Sorry, previous one. Oh, there is the 52.
It's that car, yeah.
Yeah. On its way now.
Yeah, it was entered as the 110. NMC's got that gap down to 4 seconds.
Yeah, the Moorhead car's been slow on this. It's actually down to 0.6 per second as they come across the line. But yeah, the Moorhead car has not been up to speed this run. There was a 203 in there a couple of laps. Oh, actually, that would have been the lap where we very briefly went yellow. So ignore that. But yeah, it's not been below 138.9. Actually, the last lap was 38.3. So it's finally starting to move towards the kind of pace it should have. But it's 5 seconds or so off of its own fastest lap.
Well, folks, I have a guest up here in the commentary booth.
Heck
Here
yes.
at Barber Motorsports Park. We've got Scott Mann from Blaze Racing, the number 118, currently running 7th in GP1. Scott, were you in the car this morning?
I was. I did the first double stinner. We, of course, adhered to our under 3 minute or 3 hour, under 3 minute. That's a fast stint.
That'd be a pretty
under,
quick stint.
under 3 hour by the rules, single driver WRL stint. And so we double stinted and we did okay. We had a mechanical issue for the first stint. And not only was it slick, but our own issue that we had to combat and wait until the very, very first pit stop kind of put us back in the rear as we fell back a little bit, but we're slowly but surely kind of making our way forward. And attrition is always a real big thing. And so we're taking advantage of the fact that there's a few of our class egos that are having a little bit of an issue out there. And so we'll continue to lay in the midfield and watch everybody else possibly take themselves out and maybe have a podium towards the end of the day. At least we're looking forward to it. And the number 118 Power Cool Blaze Racing E36 M3. Did I do okay?
That was good. That sounded great.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
just want to make sure. You know?
I've got a follow-up question on that, though. It was probably about middle of 2022, give or take.
All right.
The rhetoric around, well, there's not a whole lot of E46s left, and the E36, you know, the chassis, the way the suspension setup's just not worth it. You have to have an E46, and if you have an E36, you're really behind the 8 ball. But in the last, I don't know, season or so, we've had Palomar join us. We've got you guys in an E36. The 369 is an E36. So we're starting to see more of that car return. Has it been overstated how much worse, allegedly, the E36 is? Or has there been a development where people have been able to make that car more competitive than it used to be? Is it the case of E46s are starting to get really light, and so E36s are available? Can you kind of talk me through that sort of decision-making process? And
I can give you a first-hand account of only us. I don't know what's going to be driving the rest of the field. Most of the time, budget is going to be why they go back to an E36. The funny thing is actually an E46 is becoming a cheaper car to run just because of parts availability, things of that nature. But I will tell you, we chose the E36 on purpose.
okay.
We wanted to do, so a lot of us come from the Miata background. We wanted to do a lower horsepower, excellent gas mileage, super light car. And in order for us to actually remain in class, we've got to be so low on horsepower that which plays into our fuel economy.
Right.
And then we can strip so much out of the E36. That's kind of helped us. And that's the direction that we want to go. A lot of it has to do with the skill level of the team. So I myself, I'm a whopping 58 years old. And here's the fun part. The other two co-drivers are 40 years my junior.
Okay.
And they're both incredibly, incredibly good drivers. I've been racing for, I don't know, 40 years, something like that, and have lots and lots of experience, and I'm their pro coach. And so I kind of did one of those, in order to finish first, you must first finish. So let's go with a dependable platform that's relatively simple. Let's get the horsepower down. Let's work on the momentum and really try to preserve the equipment as best possible. And the E36 kind of lends itself. It's almost like an NC Miata as far as performance goes, and as far as longevity and reliability and things like that. I wish it had a little bit more reliability. There is a few little weak points, things like that. But the chassis is relatively well developed, and we're pretty happy with it. Is the geometry better on an E46? Is the power plant better on an E46? Yeah, arguably. A lot of your listeners out there are going, what the heck do you know, Scott? Well, bottom line is yes, we do realize that there are weaknesses, but we are exploiting some of the strengths of the E36, as you can tell by our strategy. And until we are our own Achilles heel, we do quite well in this car. Excellent. And Eagles Canyon was a great example. I'll tell you a story, because you actually had a sub at Eagles Canyon. The other gentleman, Rob, I believe was his name?
Brendan.
Brendan, sorry about that. I wasn't even in the right area code.
No, you're
sorry
totally
about
fine.
that.
Totally fine.
No, but Brendan and I, for our second stint on the air, I walked up through the cans-on, and we're looking out into the field, and he asked me a question. And as he asked me a question, it was starting to miss just a little bit, and I watched our car four-wheel drift all the way off and into literally a ravine, bury our front splitter like a scoop into this giant hole, fold the entire front end of the car under. I hadn't even said a word, and I turned and I looked to him and I said, well, we're going to have some great news and let you know we were in second place in class,
right.
But obviously, what I just saw might actually have a small impact.
Yep.
I gotta go. And I literally left the broadcast booth, and he's like, wow, that was very timely.
Right. But able to get the car figured back out and fixed in time to get it turned around and come here?
We did. And to give you an idea, the commitment, we were at Eagles Canyon down in Texas. Our home base is in Las Vegas. Much of the team is based out of Utah, up above Salt Lake City, so the Park City vicinity up there. And so in order to assemble enough bodies and enough time and lift time and so on and so forth to rebuild the whole entire front end and make it better, and make it so that if we ever have the same issue again, we can rip the front end off and continue on, which is a new design that I've kind of implemented on the front of the car. That's kind of where we stood. We barely made it, but we did do the stretch all the way from Las Vegas all the way here. It was a 2-day stretch, and
that's
we're
a
here.
tough one.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a long trip for sure.
Definitely.
So 7th place today, not necessarily getting the help that you would usually get with a safety car, for example, because you have the field kind of closing back up.
Yes.
With clearer conditions tomorrow, do you feel better about your opportunity, or do you guys wish it would rain tomorrow?
We have what I would consider to be a decent set of reins and suspension that can be changed quite quickly and easily in order to accommodate rain.
Okay.
So to answer your question, if Mother Nature promised that it was going to rain the entire day and we were rivering, ponding, and basically doing boating out on the track, we would annihilate the field.
Okay,
dropping sway bars, softening this, changing out spring rates, all that sort of stuff. I mean, we'd basically turn the thing into a giant Buick is basically what it would be. And it would be fun. But the strategy that we pulled today, I mean, yesterday, obviously, with as much of the lake effect that was going on yesterday, we decided not to make any changes. And the reason being is because of the projected good weather that we had today. Now, we even went one step further, as opposed to doing a 4-tire change from rains to dries in the first stint this morning, so the first hour and a half, we decided to stay on the dries. And this is the very, very last time we'll be running the RE71 RSs, because Continental now has a spec tire for us, which, by the way, I think is absolutely brilliant. I am very, very thankful that Continental is the company that has chosen us, or vice versa.
Right.
But also, I think the other part of it is it will even the playing field even better. But we have been running the Bridgestone RE71 RSs. I do love them. I know them quite well, but they suck in the rain.
Right.
They absolutely are horrible, especially when you run a brand new set of stickers and you still have mold release on them. So the first 2 laps out there, I actually ran the first 2 stints, as I mentioned before. The first 2 laps, I was just scrubbing as much of the mold release off as possible, and it was like ice. And so, we got there from here, barely.
Well, now they're worked in, and then do you save enough that you're not going to have to make a tire change today?
We'll change the front left.
Change the front.
Barber is notorious for wiping out the front left, and the inside of the rear right too.
Okay.
Kind of depends on your spring package, your sway bar package, and we will be bicycling the inside of the rear right. So there is a chance that we will be doing that change as well. But for the most part, the drivers are actually, again, not necessarily in fuel economy mode, but we have so little horsepower. We're actually, for those people that are into the E36s, we're running a 95 S50 engine, not the S52 engine.
Oh, okay.
It's the OBD1, not the OBD2,
Right.
although we do have a standalone, which is okay. And then we basically have knocked the horsepower, the tops off the horsepower a little bit, just so that we would have the ability to be able to get there from here with the least amount of attrition. The car's reliable. And it's funny because you get into a straightaway at drag race, there's very, very little that other cars on a technical track like this. Now, for a Daytona, which, by the way, of course, we know that that has gone away. We kind of did a dance. I'm going to tell you, as much as it would have been kind of fun to sit there in the high banks and be eating a sandwich and just kind of waving at your neighbors and stuff like that. To me, it was like, okay, we're an extremely low horsepower car.
Right.
And so for us to be sitting there at Daytona would be just everybody would walk away from us. But here, there's so much technicality. We're getting off the corner so quick that it takes a bit for everybody else to get around us, and there's only a couple places that they can. Otherwise, they have to sit behind and kind of stare at our back bumper. So not necessarily a bad thing, because having more horsepower is okay, but getting rid of 1 fuel stop, even 2 fuel stops, that's a winner. Huge, huge, huge.
And we've seen that a lot from a lot of the other E36 teams as well. Palomar, and then, like I said, the 369 Cornwagon car. Both of them can go really far on fuel, and that's been the calling card. You've got some of these guys that have been doing it for a while, Birmingham, PC Racing, those types of cars that are really fast.
Yes.
But they're having to come in and pit way more than everybody else is. So depending on how you catch the yellows, sometimes that strategy, ends up nullified. It's like, that's unfortunate. But in some situations, or when you have the code 35, if you can save that stop, or you can put a little bit less fuel in while you are stopped, that ends up working out in your favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was an interesting morning, too, because the psychology behind having a drying surface with a field that is massively, massively packed. I mean, this is for Barber, for those people that have never been here before, this is, the most incredible, we'll call it autocross of tracks. I mean, it is extremely technical. Of course, I'm exaggerating. Oh, I never do that. But the bottom line is, this is very, very busy. You just don't have a break.
Right.
And so because of that, it's a compact track and a very, very small footprint. And so you're constantly moving and shaking when you're driving this track. So I thought, okay, we got a lot of cars. We have a whole ton of weather conditions that are changing readily, and I thought it's gonna be carnage. I even said, to the 2 fathers that are representing their sons, their 18-year-old sons, I said, first stint is likely going to be not dangerous, but it's likely going to be a bad experience.
Yeah.
And they both pointed at me and said, good, you drive the first stint.
Right.
I went, okay. No problem at all. So we went ahead and went forward with that. And it was surprising, the discipline, the care, I'll even say it, the compassion of the majority of the drivers out there, especially more of the exceptionally quick cars that get just buried below your rear bumper. They were very good about being patient, and so I was really impressed. And the mere fact that we had so few incidences, and now that it's dried off, we're actually, in my opinion, having a little bit more of the ego and testosterone mix kind of becoming an issue. And so, because we have seen some problems, but I also think it has a lot to do with either car attrition, potential failures, or drivers just losing focus, because again, this is a track that keeps your attention. One of my most favorite tracks. I had forgotten how much I had absolutely loved this track. And I hated it this morning because, like I said, we had a mechanical before we were able to rectify it before our first stop. And then after that, it was like, yo, all bets are off. Let's go. And it was drying, so the dry line came in, and it was great. So
excellent. Well, are we going to see the rest of the season, or a partial season, full season?
We're running the whole season.
The whole season.
That's part of the reason why I wanted to make friends with your broadcast crew. I was a broadcaster for 30 years, and because of that, it's you know, you just throw on a set of cans and you shove a microphone in my mouth, and obviously I don't shut up.
Right. Hey, it's the skill, right? I mean, we got 8 hours of content to fill here. You know, it's fine. Yeah.
I figured that's kind of a good thing for you guys, because you know that I'm not going to swear or do something stupid or try to sell you something, you know. But on the flip side, I will tout the program. WRL, out of all the endurance series that I've run, is absolutely extraordinary. And I love the mantra of WRL, which is basically as much about the racing, but even a tiny tick more about the aspect of having fun and being, you know, having good camaraderie with your neighbors and being able to help out each other and things like that. I was met 2 times in the elevator, one here at Barber and one in the elevator at the hotel with other WRL racers. And they said they like the atmosphere here better than any of the other races, because we get to talking about different series and things like that. And it's just, it really truly is. It's a good series with the right attitude. And but it is competitive. There are some, I mean, there's $1 million race teams here. There's pros here that I haven't rubbed elbows with. There's an all-women's team here, headed out by a very, very close friend of mine, Erin Vogel. And Erin is just incredible. And you know, she's out here with her Audi team, with the ladies, and just kicking tushy. And so for all intents and purposes, why the heck not? This is definitely the way to go. The only sucky thing is we're out on the, we'll call it the left coast, and WRL is from the middle out to the right coast. So it is a jaunt for us to make your races. But if you see that it's worth it, then you're going to do it. And I see that everybody's slowing down for a Code 35, which this is a brand new thing for you guys. Other series have picked up on it.
Well, this is track dependent.
So it's not going to be at every one.
No. This is a Barber specific situation.
Got it.
It also happens at VIR.
Okay.
We're not going to go to VIR this season. But no, this is like
Which
a
really
Barber.
bummed me out.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Beautiful track, beautiful place.
Yeah.
Quite wonderful. No, the left coast thing, I'm out of Northern California.
Oh,
so
no kidding.
It took me, I left San Francisco Airport at midnight Thursday.
Yep.
So it would have been Friday morning. So no, that part is absolutely brutal. At one point I was living in the Midwest and I was like, everything's 2-3 hours, like it's fine. And now having to come all the way out here, it's like, boy. And you've got truck drivers and you've got mechanics and like everybody doing it. I'm not responsible for that much at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I got some cameras and I've got a mixer and that's about it. And all these guys, you know, taking care of hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment, also trying to get out here. I don't envy them at all.
Yeah. And actually, that's the other thing, is a lot of people don't realize the behind the scenes of WRL. You might as well be a full-blown pro series. I mean, having the level of scrutineering, having a lot of the intel that's going on. I listened to the young lady that's right here on the end. I don't know her name, but I would like to give her kudos. Do you know?
Oh, that's Stephanie, yeah.
It's Stephanie. So she might as well be a dispatcher for an ambulance company, because of the fact that she is so precise on the radio and she is so cordial to her workers, but then very matter of fact when it comes to dealing with an incident. I mean, I'm just thinking, holy smoke, that is a professional. I mean, just incredibly well done. So do we have a beat on the incident so I don't take attention away?
Yeah, no, it's totally fine. Have we picked up what's going on yet, gentlemen?
Sounds like the 150 ASM GP1 Honda S2000 came to a stop in turn 2.
All right, well, we cannot see that, and I'm guessing it's out of sight of the cameras that we do have.
Yeah, the good news is it should be a fairly quick recovery down there. Turn 2, as long as it hasn't made it far around the corner, you can just tuck it back into the little access road there that spits back out into the bottom end of the paddock.
And that's where the emergency crew is as well, as, you know,
yes, exactly.
100 yards from there. So that should get cleared up rather quickly. Scott, anything else before we take up too much of your time here?
I think it's the other way around. I think
No, please. I just, hey, I mean, I don't want people to feel like they have to sit here. It's like, you know.
You press play, and this Scott will continue on forever. It's funny, you're talking about Northern California, KCBS. Obviously, you know KCBS, okay? I worked for the sister station down in LA, KNX 1070 News Radio.
Okay.
And so now you know.
I got you. Perfect.
All right. No, I've taken up plenty of your listeners' times. I will probably bounce back up here either later on today or tomorrow if you will have me.
100%.
It is definitely a pleasure. And to all your broadcast folks that are back in Grand Central Station, where is that?
Everywhere.
Oh, so everybody
Seattle, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Charlotte, everywhere.
We even had the Tolkien accent. Would that be all the way from Great Britain by any chance?
No, that's from Virginia.
Oh, that's for.
That's a Virginia accent, as it turns out. No, Scott's a good guy. Scott's good. Scott now actually is an American as well. He doesn't like talking about that, but he is.
Just call him a colonist.
Yeah, there we go. He's a colonist. Perfect.
Well, gentlemen that are spread out all over the country, now a lot of people that are actually following what's going on realize that the technological, let's say, web of what you've got to put together on top of everything that actually helps or that happens here to organize the race is pretty extraordinary. And the fact that you're doing 24 races, 12, various different events for the season, -1, but we're going to pretend like it's still, because I like 24. It sounds better than 22. It's quite a breakthrough. So to all the gentlemen about and to you, I will shake your hand.
Of course.
Thank you very much, my
no
friend.
problem.
I will talk to you soon.
You too.
All righty.
That was Scott Mann out of the number 118 Blaze Racing BMW. Had the chance to, as he mentioned, talk to Scott back at Eagles Canyon. It was a great chat. First one was a great chat. Second one involved his car ending up, as he said, in a drainage ditch at just the worst time to come up and share good news. But that is racing, as they say. And good to hear from Scott. Again, we are under full course yellow while the safety crews at Barber Motorsports Park go and retrieve the number 150 ASM Honda S2000. So that was the third place car in GP1. I think JT
working its way
pointed
back.
out. They're sending another truck down pit lane.
I might be misidentifying a car here, but is the 888 still in the pits while the 290 has been and gone?
That does look like 888 further up. Yeah, and the 290s come through. Yeah, for sure.
I don't know where the NFC car is in all this. I'm not
NFC car
convinced
does not
they've
appear to have pitted. Yeah.
Yeah, they've done that at least once before, where they've not pitted under yellow.
Yeah, the pit stop would
inexplicably.
be directly ahead of that car, I believe.
All right, the 888's gone.
Oh no, Scott, that's to complete 147. They're still well out in front. They've just blown Scott's mind.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about. I was hoping you were going to expand.
No, the
What?
888 just completed lap 147 in the pits. The 290s completed 146.
Oh, okay.
There's still most of a lap in between them.
I don't know about most of the lap. The 290 had gone for a while, but sure.
Okay, well, even
They
so.
must have. The yellow obviously came out while the 888 had already passed the start-finish line in that case.
Here comes NFC onto the front straight.
Yep. So that'll keep NFC, let's call it a third of a lap or so behind the 888.
Mm-hmm.
A sector. We'll wait for the 290. That margin was a minute last time.
Yeah, 290's off in either turn 10 or turn 12. Difficult to.
Yeah, so
I think it's
probably
turn
at 12 now. So
Yeah.
yeah, let's call this maybe 30 seconds on track. Just before the 150 was reported stopped down at the exit of turn 1, there was contact reported with the number 411.
Which
is the blue Corvette. Yeah. Is now under investigation. We had been clear of contact for quite some time. They're a slightly chaotic or messy start to the day. We haven't had anything reported since just after noon. Local time. 35, so it's been clean. Sure, we don't need to tell the viewer or the listener, but we have no active camera down there. So it turns 1 and 2 at the moment.
flag.
Bell service getting the better of us. And nothing to show anyway, because we've gone back to green flag racing, as JT says. 3 hours, 23 minutes remaining. Leaders have all been into the pits, and is quite right. Oh, sorry, the NFC card never made it in. How I feel about that. Definitely would have been in, but maybe the opportunity didn't really present itself. They thought they were going to go back to green. Or maybe they didn't have the range to make it an hour and 15 on fuel. Also very possible. Maybe they were going to have to do the stop anyway, but we can debate that.
It's on an hour and 15. It would be an hour and
Hour and
40 plus.
You're right,
plus
hour
10.
45. That's my fault. Yeah.
So that might at this point it might make it still doesn't make sense, but it might be more excusable to not pit under yellow if you're gonna get into your window anyway.
Backtrack.
Yeah, exactly. Back timing. I would still do it personally to give yourself more flexibility, but and yeah, you just don't want to be pitting under green if you can avoid it, because it takes 3 times longer. So that might be what they're doing though, back timing and saying that they just want to do their last 2 stops when they plan to do them.
Yeah, if it's going to be 2 stops anyway.
Yeah, but if those 2 stops can be, or even if you turn it into 3 stops, if they can be under yellow, they are going to be quicker than 2.
Yeah, and you're shorter fill potentially under green.
That's
There's also a world here where it doesn't matter, and we get enough code 35s between now and the end of the day that everything's under code 35 anyway. But you would never want to leave that to chance.
Exactly.
Yep.
Unless your car is literally seconds a lap quicker on low fuel, but I don't think that's the case with these GT cars.
Now, we'll keep eyes on it and see how it pans out. The Triple Eight has made really good progress through traffic on the restart, including dispatching the number 99 through the shot now. There's the number 70. TLM USA it's a fairly long stop actually for the 172. Now it's just come back through, having given up the spot to that number 99. But our eyes for the next little while here, I think, are going to be on that number 123 of NFC Motorsports. Questions being, can they make progress on the number 888? And well, how much longer does that car have before it needs a stop? Our math here, automated, but still math, says 5 laps, which certain is not correct. It's been 24, and I think even the shortest fuel run in the GTO class today has been in the low 40s, so 41, 42 laps. They'll get them another 18 or so, where they need to bring that Mercedes into the pit lane.
Also keep an eye on the GP2 fight for third between Harrison and Open Throttle. Gap was 1 second last time through. And Scott Mann's car, Blaze Racing, comes across the line, 2 tenths behind Sipa Racing. That's a battle for 6th in GP1.
See if we can pick up that Harrison and Open Throttle battle. That is an Open Throttle car.
It just comes across the line here.
Oh, yep.
Less than a tenth. Harrison taking the position, as we see. So it's that white BMW, I think, and the green BMW directly behind, going into turn 1 on the shot.
Battle for 5th place in GTO as well. The 225 Thunder Bunny Racing Supra has caught the 333 of Bruce Innovations and came across the line just a tenth of a second behind. Probably out somewhere on the circuit at the moment. The blue and black Toyota Supra be chased by the that'll be chasing the 333. I think the one we just saw was the 99. All blue. But we'll wait for them to refresh here at start finish. You can actually pick them up there at the second to last camera. Try and get him here. It should be coming through here in about 10 seconds anyway.
For what it's worth,
There it is!
Oh,
The move's been done, but the 225 just about gets 3 wide through the last corner with the Palomar BMW and the Tooth Honda Civic. Brian's returned.
I have. I just want to say it's really hard to aim that camera because I have it mounted to the exterior part of the fence.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not just bone idleness and being lazy. That's like I physically can't get my hand up there to turn it.
We understand.
Whereas
that
this one nailed it.
Pretty good. I'm still unclear as to how I feel about the angle. I usually go on the outside of the entry, but this is it's good.
I went for this one based on the feedback we've received in that we don't have to have absolute coverage and that the shot should look better. And the cars are coming towards, so you can get a really good look at the car as it comes through.
And a good shot. This one.
That's a good shot right there. I like
Well, I don't... Ryan...
Yeah, there you go. It's a speed shot.
It's good. I've noticed that there's stairs for the bridge that cuts through right there.
Yeah, there you go. See?
Surprising amount of traffic on that bridge as well.
If you buy access to the Barber Vintage Museum, you can go wander the bridges that cross over the track.
So they told me I couldn't put anything on the bridge, but can I put something on that platform that's on the other side of the bridge?
I was told the first time I was there, I was told nothing from the circuit overhangs.
Okay. All right.
Which is very interesting because there's a mannequin hanging from the bridge going into turn 7.
I was told it's because the bridges are, quote, sacred, end quote, and that they were offered a lot of money to put advertising on them, and they've said no to that as well.
Which leads you to the mannequin, obviously.
I mean, you know, what are you going to do? Like,
I'm not suggesting anybody does anything. Just taking an observation.
Yeah.
It would be a great angle. And honestly, for as dodgy as the cell coverage is here, to have the extra 15 feet or whatever it is, would actually be tremendously helpful. And the shot from the one that looks over the exit of turn 3 and turn 4 would be excellent.
See, if I was going to do the overhead
alas.
shot there, I would want it to be an actual speed shot of facing basically 45 degrees down, just so you can see the cars come under.
We need to put a helmet GoPro on the mannequin.
Yes, there we
Right.
see. Modern problems require modern solutions. Thank you, JT. You know, I will say the kitschiness of all of the sort of statues and stuff works a lot better in person when you can see all the other ones that are like hidden around the property. Whereas like when I just see the picture of the lady in the pond and also the spider, I'm like, that's weird. Why would you do
The
that?
lady in the pond is wild, man.
See, you don't see it most of the time. I don't drive past that very often, so I haven't been like off-put by it as much as I thought I would.
Wild.
But like all the other statues that are around make more sense when you're on site and you see that there's a lot of them. They're like everywhere. It's like more thoughtful than it appears.
I don't know about the lady in the pond. I only know of the spider.
Oh, see, okay, that's the thing, JT. There's probably, what, Brendan, like a dozen, if not more, different statues, like, just sprinkled, like, everywhere. And they're all different. And so it's like, once you get the vibe for that, it's like, oh, okay. But yeah, if you're just watching it on iRacing or whatever, and it's like you see the spider, it's like, well, why is there a spider there? Like, there's a bunch. There's a bunch of different stuff. It's pretty cool.
As an arachnophobe, I do not support it.
I also don't like spiders. I am not a big spider guy myself. Fortunately, I've now stood close enough to that statue to see how not realistic it looks up close, and I'm no longer worried about it. Like, from a distance, it's creepy, but like when you're standing there, it's like, oh, that's not that bad.
We need a T-Rex.
Here's an idea for an event that RJ can do on the Friday. There should be like a WRL rule, but they have like a pickup challenge.
When you say pickup, are you talking like a pickup game or like using pickup trucks?
Like a truck.
Trash?
Like a literal truck. Truck.
What
No,
do you
but
do with the truck?
race them. Like, what do you mean? What do you do with the truck? Race it? Duh. Like, come on. Like, we're at the racetrack.
What about like a time attack challenge in trucks?
Truck. Yeah, I mean, whatever angle you want to take with it. But yeah, like
rental cars.
rental or SUV. Like, require it to be like a crossover or an SUV. You know, something goofy. You know.
Minimum weight 4,000 pounds or above.
Yes, there we go. That'll be really bad when somebody shows up with a rented like Bentley.
Minimum
Like, oh,
400
well,
treadwear.
There.
Or just everybody has to choose the random car from the rental counter, and what you get is what you run.
After speaking with some other people in WRL yesterday, apparently I have the clutchest angle on rental cars available.
I believe that.
Like, somehow I have lucked into not, like, completely removing myself from the rental car pricing and game structure entirely, and I just get to have cool cars every time I go to the track. Whereas people are like, well, sometimes I only pay for the compact, but then, you know, they don't have it, but I can only get one tier up, and all. I'm like, oh, it sounds awful. I just pick whatever's in the parking garage.
Now, I've had an experience twice in like my last 4 or 5 trips where I've walked to the spot that my chosen car is meant to be in, and there is either no car or the wrong car.
I mean,
and then you got to walk all the way back to the preferred counter and have a conversation with them, and then they choose your car for you, and you got to have a back and forth about it, and the whole thing.
yeah, see, you need to switch to national, Brendan. Like,
I'm in so deep though.
it doesn't matter. You're not getting a good experience now.
True.
Brendan, I don't talk to anyone. I literally talk to no one. I walk into the parking garage having spoken to 0 people, and then it's like, cool, all these, I can pick all of these lanes. Like, the only thing I can't pick is the, like, Porsche SUV that's, like, underneath all the lighting and stuff, which I wouldn't probably pick anyway, because I don't want to damage it. And then I, like, wander around the parking lot for probably 20 minutes finding the car I actually want, because I'm that guy. Like, waiting, like, oh, the car that I got this time, people had, like, put their stuff into it and then decided they didn't want it, and I, like, kept circling back around to see if they were actually going to take it. Unfortunately, they left, so I'm like, yeah, sweet. But yeah, I just pick whatever's available, and it's great. And the only interaction I have is when I try to leave the garage. I don't even have to say anything to the lady. She says, hi, how are you? I say, good. I hand her my ID, credit card, and the key to the car. She types War and Peace into the computer and then says, have a nice day. And I say, thanks. And like that, and then I have a car.
I just want to be clear, other rental car agencies are available. We are not sponsored by a rental car agency. However, if you would like to, please contact Brendan at driverseye.live.
Yeah.
We will entertain.
Well, I feel like if we had a rental car sponsor, we could get a better hookup on the rental cars.
I feel like
you already have one.
they should be motivated to do it as well, because they get the benefit of Ryan making everyone else feel like complete idiots for going for any other choice.
I mean, basically, yeah. Somebody was telling me about an angle where you can book it through Costco, and it's like very cheap. And like the numbers they were telling me were probably cheaper, but like the experience I get was worth the probably 15% premium I make Brendan pay.
Oh, that battle is done. Coming through the shot here, we just saw PC Racing has passed the 392 of Harrison Motorsports 4/3 in GP1. So good recovery drive for PC Racing after having that issue earlier today.
Yeah, that was a weird one. I mean, that was a really weird. It wasn't really an issue. It just slowed down, and then we thought it was doom and gloom and the same stuff all over again, and then it just carried on its way, and everything's been fine. It's not been the fastest, but it's been fine.
Oh. Fortunately, I think it's going to be just sunny enough. And it'll be just warm enough at about 3. What's the temperature? It's still cool.
I was going to point out that it's 10 up, but it's 2 there.
Yeah. It's still cool enough. We'll be all right. Everything ended up fine.
NFC has just started to find enough pace to stop the bleeding of the gap to the 888 car. It obviously is the gap for the lead in GTO. Moorhead, on the other hand, hasn't. They're running in the 39s, 40s, 41s. So that gap is extending out between NFC and Moorhead.
That's fine.
I may have solved the NFC puzzle.
Go on.
I wonder if they are trying to time this to 3 hours to go to put Mr. Povoleto into the car and have him run to the end.
That's what I was thinking with Moorhead as well. So you're getting closer to the point where you can just put in your final driver.
Yeah.
So it's the pace that you have out there right now is basically to have a safe car, stay out of trouble, and try to stay on the lead lap.
And like the counterpoint is, well, are you going to lose more time making the extra stop? Let's say worst case scenario, you have to make the stop under green, come down the pit lane. It's just, that would be the worst outcome. I think there is a world there where the pro in the car makes up enough time for it to
Yes, but
actually
you could
offset that.
still in that pit stop be putting less fuel in.
Sure, but doing it later, or are you giving up half an hour?
Don't have to do it later. Why do you have to run the car dry?
That's fair. You just get it into your window where you're not making an extra.
Because it's not an extra stop, because it's exactly the same amount of time to run through the pit lane as running on the track if you're under yellow. There is no logic where it makes sense.
That's fair. But you can't think like a Scott. You got to think like a him.
I want to get Scott in to call with Greg Kramer the FARA races.
That would be a good time.
That would be a good time.
Would it? There's not a huge amount of strategy going on in those races, is there?
for the enduro. There's
Oh, there's an enduro.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with pit stops.
Oh, wow. What kind of cars?
GT cars.
All of them.
Okay. How long?
2 hours.
Yeah.
Ish.
Yeah. Sounds fun.
It's a good time.
Good.
And you
I'll
can
put you
call
down.
it with Greg Kramer.
Sure.
RJ still doesn't know who Greg Kramer is, so every time I name drop, RJ's like, I don't know who that is. I'm like, oh, okay, well,
For real?
yeah.
Well, it's fun because Greg Kramer's commentated on me, so
There you go. See? Scott's a big deal. Here's a question for you, Scott. Is it worth going to watch World Challenge Americas at Sonoma if I don't have the hookup on all of the CrowdStrike sort of hospitality and stuff? Like, would that be a good use of my time?
Even if you do.
yeah, that's kind of where I was going. Because I do, and I haven't been since St. Petersburg like 4 years ago, and that's for a specific reason.
Well, then if you're at St.
actually, no,
Petersburg, you can watch the IndyCar race too.
That's why I went. Yeah, we paid full price for the IndyCar race, and it just happened to be that Speed World Challenge was there as well, so we dropped in on the CrowdStrike guys. But I'm not sure there's much of a draw from that series, to be honest.
That was coming in
I
April, and I
enjoyed
was like, maybe I should go.
I
The only
guarantee.
time-
Go ahead.
The only time I've watched World Challenge in person, actually twice, was because it was attached to another event. I've seen them at Long Beach, and I've seen them at the IndyCar finale at Sonoma.
I guarantee you have a better time at WRL weekends than you would at an SRO weekend.
I have found that
Yeah,
if I don't have press access at a regular race weekend, it's not that fun.
It's mostly just having something to do.
Yeah, for me, it's having somewhere to sit down that's air conditioned and free food.
Yeah.
Like even marshalling, like to me, okay, you're out in the sun, you're standing, you're on your feet, but like being up and engaged and having a purpose is still way better than just sitting down and having to watch. Like some years ago, back when they still did the Brumos 250 / Paul Revere 250 / whatever at Daytona.
Yeah.
Anybody that marshaled that event, they let stand in the infield, hang out in the infield for the for any of the races that weekend. So the truck race, the Xfinity race, and the or I guess it was just Xfinity and Cup because they don't do a truck summer weekend race. And so like we're out on the corners, all still in our whites, whatever. We go hang out in the infield. We watch 100 laps of Xfinity from one spot in the infield, and by 20-25 laps in, you're just like,
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything.
My family keeps asking me. They say, "Well, you go to these races all the time. We want to come with you to like see a race." And I'm like, "That's cool, but also, I imagine it would be like when I go to a race when I'm not working, and it's like just
To
not a
be
good
fair,
time."
you did show up to Button Willow last weekend as a spectator.
Yeah, but again, I was more engaged than
That's true.
just being a spectator. I absolutely would not advocate for spectating an SCCA weekend.
At Button Willow.
Well, at Button Willow or indeed most places.
All right, so this lap, GTR gets around the 766 of Thunder Bunny for 7th in GTO, and the 28 of Random Vandals gets around the 172 of TLM USA for 9th.
I also have been watching the MSW onboard, and I
Yeah.
think they got lapped just now.
Yeah, and the ACP number 2 behind them is catching them. Last lap it was 7 seconds.
Last lap was horrendous traffic, but at the same time, the TLM car came through and they just cut through the traffic, whereas the Moorhead car sort of sat behind it for a long time.
That Moorhead car is staying well clear of these curbs. I wonder if they're in a very conservative posture at the moment. And again, it does make some sense, right? If you're counting down to the last 3 hours, you're like, okay, I guess in Moorhead's case, we're going to put Johan in the car, Johan Schwartz. Like, you just play it conservative till then. You see what your lot in life gives you, and you take it from there.
Not in a race where there's no safety cars or red flags.
Fair.
'Cause
Fair.
if you lose 2 seconds instead of 1, then that's 1 extra second that your fast driver has to make up before they can actually start.
Much better this time. 138.6.
Yeah, and that's in line with. Actually, that's relatively fast compared to where it's been recently, but that's in line with what they can do when there's no traffic. But yeah, as you say, they've got a very conservative look about them in traffic.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't really care how fast their fastest driver is. They're dropping out of contention at this point. 'Cause you're just not going to win. You're not going to drive a lap back in
Not in 3 hours.
3 hours.
No, and certainly not compared to where we think the 123 is going to end up on pace in the closing stanzas.
Yeah, because they're playing the same game, but they're doing it better.
Yeah.
Not that
Or
much better, but-
or even if they match each other for pace, they're doing it with less margin. Yeah, to the point that the 123 is actually only 35, 36 seconds off the back of the Triple I.
Thank you.
ACP number 52 is also catching the 70 Porsche Cup 991.2 from round 3 racing.
35.9 out of nowhere from Moorhead that time.
That's a good lap.
Yeah, that's faster than NFC ahead of them. So I don't know why they're suddenly able to pull that off.
Just taking the no contact, if there's any question, there's no question approach to traffic to the maximum. Also, it's a relatively clear lap, all things considered.
I love seeing from time to time a GTO car will get on the outside to try and make a pass, and then some opportunistic GP2 car tries to like make up 2 or 3 car lengths on the inside of turn 1, while the faster cars are on the outside having to go a little bit slower. It's like quite entertaining to watch the 22 just mob in there and like overtake 2 GT4 cars momentarily.
Yeah,
Thanks
some
for,
awkwardness in traffic headed down into turn 7.
Thanks for that, Ryan, as we've recently lost our turn 1 camera, so we can't enjoy it with you.
Oh, well, I don't know what to tell you.
Hey guys, I'll be back. I'm gonna go fix it.
I was going to say, how far are you stood away from the turn 1 camera?
I mean, I have to go down to the car. I had to park the car further away because someone took my spot. Are there any other cameras that need messing with?
Turn 2.
Both of them are broken?
1 and 2 are broken, yes.
Oh my god. Okay, well I will go do that.
Also,
turn
the
7.
one at turn 7. Yeah.
Well, that I'm not going to be able to re-aim in a safe manner.
Also, the ones at 11 and 12 and at 13.
Okay, so the 11 and 12 one can't be fixed. Of the ones that were working after I got done, not
If we
ones
could
that
re-aim the one at 7 and reset the ones at 1 and 2, I think we'd be okay.
Okay, 7's not going to happen because I'm not going to stand in that photo hole long enough to mess with that. Just given where it is on the track, not going to do it.
Oh, there's a huge gravel trap there. Are you kidding?
I'm good. I have no health insurance. I'm good.
Okay. Well,
And then, yeah, no, I'll go do the 1 and 2. That's fine. If both of them are down, I'll go do that.
I'm not going to say thank you because we won't go do turn 7.
Yeah, and it sounds like a Ryan refusal rather than a genuine reason.
No, he might actually go. Who knows?
I hope he goes and just moves it further left.
Points it at the gravel.
Yeah.
Just zooms it in. The Moorhead car is inconsistent, to say the least. 5 seconds slower on that lap than it was, and then 5 seconds faster again.
But they're capable of a 35. Like, you know
They just did a 35.
Yeah,
but
again.
They did a 40 on the previous lap, so it takes a long time for a decent driver to make up 5 seconds, and they're giving it away every now and again, sporadically at the moment. So yeah, I think that car is legitimately dropping out of contention, barring any disaster from the two ahead. Do we know anything about Triple Eight drivers, whether they could be saving a very fast driver for the final stint?
I think O'Shaughnessy's are in that car. I don't know who they are with. So no. Don't have driver. We don't have driver ID yet, and I don't have a driver list available to me.
4 wide down the front straight there, I think. There's that Porsche Cup car. And there, I believe, is our overall leader. Stratus number 59.
Indeed. With the Triple Eight right behind it, actually. So it's just gone two laps down.
Yeah. Oh, wow, it's 2 laps now. Yeah, that expanded quickly. Stratus also proven there's plenty of speed in the track with a 31.9.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree,
passing Triple Eight.
to some degree, you'd say that conditions are actually quite good. I mean, the sunlight, yeah, you want a cool track, but it's not. The ambient temperature isn't extremely high.
Yeah, I think we're a second or so, at least a second off the absolute best the track was offering earlier.
55 just about went around there. Oh, and it's a slow Corvette headed down the hill into turn 5. This is the number 411 from AOA Racing, and I don't think this car is it under power?
I think it might be.
It is not moving quickly.
Just noticed JT's favorite. Actually, the 147 came in the pits earlier, but then came straight back out again, didn't it? So.
Yeah. Yeah, they just came in, it looked like they were just checking over the car, and then it went back out and it's been lapping.
Right. Oh, it's not even last. It's overtaken Stratus number 60.
We are going full course yellow.
So we'll have to assume that Corvette didn't make it up the hill.
Yeah, it's kind of the way it feels. Yeah, now it does show car stopped.
All right, so where are we with pit stops? It's gonna be
Well, we're
2.
inside of 3 hours, so let's start there.
Yeah, so which cars were running the absolute longest? trying to remember.
The 70.
Yeah, cars that might be somewhere near contention.
Oh, dude, we've still got 3 hours of WRL, man. I'm not counting the 70 out at this point.
Trying to find. Oh, they're down. They're in 12th, 6 laps down. I guess that's only 4 laps off the GTO leader. Oh, I see Ryan's finger.
Looks like PC Racing and Random Vandals have taken to the pit lane. Down comes Bruce Innovations, and I believe that's the other Thunder Bunny car.
Still so many cars not
Oh,
pitting.
that's tight. GTR comes down pit road.
I'm going to presume that GTR is in the pits every time because they've got Jason Marks in that camp, and he knows that the deal is you just hit every time.
Yeah.
123 is in.
Yep. Tires on the 28.
Fairly late for tires. We did have some wet. Well, 5 hours in, we did have some wet running there at the beginning.
Away goes GTR. Away goes Random Vandals. I think
All right.
Bruce Innovations might be done, but they might not be able to get out of their box yet.
They're the middle one in the sandwich of
Yeah.
3 cars there, right around mid pit. Yeah.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate because they came in first, and then the what I believe was the Thunder Bunny entry came in at an angle. Oh, looks like they're possibly doing tires. I can't tell if it's on the Bruce car or the car behind. NFC's away.
And no stop as far as we can tell for TLM.
I don't think they've come around yet.
Oh,
I think,
you're right. They haven't.
I think the
posted.
yellow came out exactly as NFC were approaching pit entry. And given that this might be a really quick tow, if it's just the Corvette stopping, like the 290 hasn't come around to pit entry yet, and they are still on the back straight heading towards turn 10. So
Double stacking the Stratus cars, that is cool.
Oh no.
Here they come across the start-finish line, the 888.
Yeah, it's kind of getting held up here by
Oh, so
I think
AAA
one of the ACP cars.
AAA has chosen not to pit
Yes, correct.
again. .290's just coming to pit entry now, and they have chosen not to pit.
Zebra Racing out of 6th in GP1.
And green flag. So that was actually, through luck, I guess, the correct decision for the 290 and the AAA, but only because they were really unlucky with when the yellow came out.
AAA probably could have made it in and out. Probably, but not definitely.
Either way, if we go green to the finish now, that really does put the NFC car back in the game for the win.
I think that's a big gamble that we would go green to the end.
Sure, although we did have a big long run of green in the middle of the race.
True.
Well,
but
to be
we've had
fair,
7 code 35s, so
NFC made their gamble on the last Code 35. By not pitting, they were betting that they were going to get another one before the remainder of their 20 or 25 laps or whatever it was on their tank were up. And so that gamble has already worked out for the 123. Whereas now, AAA and 290 are taking one that they don't really need to.
Yeah, and even the one.
And that doesn't really benefit them.
Yeah, the one for the 123 it didn't help them. It's just the fact that they got another yellow means it didn't hurt them. Anyway. Stratus 59, the overall leader is in the pits now, apparently. Or maybe
That'll be, yeah, it's the outlap. There it actually just comes onto the front straightaway right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was the second car in the double
Yeah.
stack from Stratus.
Ah, okay.
So I was going to pull up the results from the last couple of years and see if we had a distance record for the Saturday race. See where we stand relative to that. The Saturday races were all 9 hours.
I don't think we'd be doing very well anyway because of wet start and a solid number of yellows. Although the race has been faster.
Well,
Yes,
Certainly than last year.
they
and
also had 12 last year, though. On Saturday.
exactly, yeah.
And remember, one of them was for an injecting tire that left the track.
That is correct. That was down in turn 13, I think, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
13 to 14.
Screaming Goat. It was not here this weekend. There are big changes coming for that car.
More big changes?
Well, it's a less big change, but still a change. Ryan will end up speaking more to that. I kind of can't. I think Kingpin number 11 is in position to take 15th in GTO here. Sorry, 14th in GTO. Away from the 926 of Fast Track Racing.
Who have dropped behind the GP1 leader.
That's why I had to adjust my number by 1, because I realized GTU and GP1 leaders were involved in all that. Also a good battle developing here between the number 70 from round 3 racing, the 52 of ACP Tangerine Associates. 4.5 seconds was hauled in last time, and the gap only stands at 5.4. So if we can find a white Porsche 911 991.2 Cup and the 52 BMW, is that it?
That's
No,
the
'cause there's no
997.
Porsche there. No, the BMW. I think it's the other. Ryan, my guy.
Hell yeah.
A lot of traffic.
My guy.
That is art.
It's unbelievable.
Kinda got the engines to turn 3.
There we go on the front straight. There's the
We found it. There's the 997 Cup, and there's a BMW headed up the inside. I think, yeah. So the 52 is a little bit further in arrears of that. 70 was able to improve it slightly. The 52 dropped a couple of seconds, but now instead of 5.4, it's 0.6. But we did find the battle. Has camera 2 died again? It's a producer.
Oh, it's been doing that for a long time.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And is this turn 1? Is this Ryan's attempt at fixing it?
This is
what,
turn
is this
5.
what we? No, I'm looking at the multi-view thing, but.
That is turn 7, Ryan.
This is fantastic.
My guy.
Imagine how angry Joseph would be about the tower.
With this group.
Barber, please install a tower. Mr. Barber. Kingpin is now onto the tail of fast track, headed turns 1 and 2. So this battle for 14th in GTO likely to change hands.
Also a good battle. We have a battle for the lead in GP2.
Oh. Yes, we do, Mr. Tammy. The Rubin ASF Motorsports number 525 finally has a little bit of company there at the front of GP2 with the 715 from Rockwell Autosport Development. The car is going quite rapidly. Actually just set its fastest lap of the race about half an hour ago, 25 minutes or so. 142.1. Last lap was 42.7, but the car it's chasing is in the 46s. Those cars should be fairly easy to find. The 715 is yellow, blue, and various darker colors.
So that's the one I think that has the magenta rear bumper.
The 715.
Yes. So I think this one here is the other car, the sister car, the 41, I believe.
Well, it'll have a BMW for company. A white BMW.
I believe it's coming on the start finish straight now. The Gaggle car is going into 1, I think.
It would have already come through there and headed down into 2. Do we have any onboards left? The answer is no there too. Yeah, okay.
We need to figure out what Moorhead Speedworks have done, because whatever it is, it really works with their onboard camera.
I think they bond multiple cellular networks.
Let's
So
see,
some-
see if we can suggest more teams do that, because it's been absolutely flawless all day.
Yeah. It usually relies a little more heavily on T-Mobile, since neither Verizon nor AT&T are very good here.
Interesting that, I guess worth noting, that the GP3 leader is beating all the GP2 cars. As we've been talking about the GP2 battle for the lead. I don't know if it
Oh,
counts.
backwards car here at turn 5.
That's on the Paddock.
Yes, it is. The 909. Now, did he jump or was he pushed?
Speaking about cars that are being
He
beaten
jumped.
by the GP3 leader.
As a quick update here, the 888 was reported for passing under yellow. Right around 10 after 2 local time. And no action needed. Barber Video apparently was able to come in clutch there. What's up, Brian?
Do we see the 909 turned around at turn 5?
We sure do.
So
Excellent.
what we don't see,
Turn 7?
Uh-huh.
or 1 or 2.
No, we see turn 7,
Technically.
and it is fantastic.
Okay, all 3 outwardly appear to be working from my end, so I don't know what to tell you on that.
I assure you, 7 is working.
Excellent.
1 and 2 were probably working while you were there and then stopped working when you got about 3 steps away from them.
Excellent. Good. 1 and 2, both of them were at like low battery situations. But like when I picked them up and turned them back on, it was like, yep, hit go, and like they just worked. So I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you on those.
Gap for the lead in GP2 down to 2 seconds.
Oh,
There it
it's
is.
too far. I took a swing at it.
Too big a swing.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it's great. We can see the pedestrians on the bridge there.
If somebody goes off, you'll be able to see it. Also, it freezes
on the
still.
entry.
Yeah. You get bumped wide, you know?
All
We're
right,
gonna go back
there's
to
that
green
code
here.
35.
Oh, no, we're not. Just kidding. Oh, now they're putting the purple flag out. Got it. Okay. Oh, you had already gone yellow. No, I was committed to because it had gone yellow right as I went out there. So I was like, okay, if it's under yellow, I'll go mess with the camera. That's fine. And like right as I got there, they switched it back to green. I was like, well, all right. But I can't actually see what the camera is showing. So it's just guesswork.
Yeah.
Well, we're under yellow again, so you could go out and take another stab.
I could do that.
Any idea what we're under yellow for?
I
The
would assume the
909 and turn
909
5.
being turned around.
Oh, it's still there. Okay.
Yes. Yes, it is. I need to be able to see the timing tower. Come on. What are we talking about?
That's the second full course yellow for the 909 today. It had that brief stint in turn 13 earlier. That gave us the fifth one.
Do you think they're beached, or do you think the car is broken?
It kind of looked more beached because it made it all the way to the gravel trap.
Interesting.
290 is in the pits.
This comes at an opportune time for people, I reckon. If the previous one didn't, you definitely can now.
I mean, it's been 12 minutes.
Yeah, but the previous one was short enough that we think, like the 290 definitely would have lost time if they'd come in under it. I don't know if that's why they didn't. And then also, yeah, what are we talking, an hour and 18 minutes or so? Stretchable, maybe?
Quick rundown. GTO, so the 888 TLM Mona leading over the 123 NFC Motorsports and the 290 Moorhead Speedworks. GTU, the 59 Stratus over the 58 Stratus, and the 95 Dawn Motorsports sits third. GP1, it was the 98 Birmingham Road and Race leading over the 38 Palomar and the 44 PC Racing, all BMWs. GP2, the 525 Rubin ASF Motorsports, had a 2-second gap over the 715 Rockwell Autosport Development Porsche right before they went to yellow here, with the 164 of Harrison Motorsports sitting third. GP3 has been the 75 MX5 AOA Racing over the sister cars 85 and 55. NFC hits their box here, and GTR comes down again for what I assume will be a quick splash. Possibly. Is that a tire that just went over the wall? On the left side? NFC quick splash and is already out of pit lane. Shift Up Now comes in directly ahead of the headquarter automotive JJEP Racing Miata. And our leader comes onto the front straight here, so stays out.
Again, they stayed out under the last yellow. Also, should also obviously specify GTO leader. Overall leader is
Yes.
Stratus.
We got replay here.
Yes.
For the 909 astronaut. So it's right here. Whoop. That'll do it.
Curious that the car hasn't been able to get back going again.
It has.
Has it?
Yes.
Oh, right.
With
It's
help.
sat there for many laps. So,
And we're green.
there we go. Is anyone still in the pits?
One car just leaving. It's a Miata. Oh, the 65.
Yep. That is a slow car heading towards turn
Is that a
1.
Janetta?
Love to be able to see, but someone made an ineffective camera repair recently.
It was effective.
Was that the 61?
We might be able to see from the 290s on board because they're coming to that part of the track. Which this onboard's getting increasingly shaky through the day, but it is still hanging on.
I think
well-
that's a sun issue, frankly.
A sun issue.
I think in the spots where the service is already spotty, the sun heating everything up is not making things better. It's making them worse.
Whatever.
The batteries on those two at turn 1 and turn 2 were almost dead, which tells me there's not enough service in that spot.
Oh, I see. I thought you were talking about the 290s on board.
Well, I mean, by extension, I would imagine whatever cell thing they're using is also getting hot, or hotter anyway.
Shaky, I was talking about lit in the literal sense.
Oh,
The
okay.
camera shakes
Vibration.
around.
Got
It's
it.
at high RPM as well where it does
Oh,
it.
okay.
So.
Well, then, yeah, I got nothing for you on that.
And you didn't need anything. I'm sure it is more than adequate. Yeah, whatever car was going slow appears to have cleared itself. I think it might have been the car he just overtook, to be honest. But either way, we should be staying under green. So I don't think any cars are going to make it from any of our lead cars are going to make it from here with only one more stop, but some of them will be quite close. And obviously having stopped and topped up here, that will give them flexibility. There's the NFC car, which is running second in GTO. It does mean that most of the lead cars are on a similar strategy, except the GTO leader, which hasn't pitted for quite a long time. When was their last stop? It was about lap 147. So it's been 30 odd laps, which I think they can go quite significantly longer than that. But they are going to give up quite a lot of their lead when they do come into pits, which, yeah, will be a lot sooner than NFC and Moorhead. However, they are significantly faster than all the other GTO cars at the moment, second and a half or so faster than anyone else. So, see, that's just a 1 lap sample, but if they can keep that up, then none of this pit strategy is going to matter because they've already got a 1 minute lead, and that'll just stretch out.
Looks like TCS Hollis Course is going to be GTS Motorsports is going to be trying to get back into this GP1 fight here after running into some sort of issue earlier in the race. Going to be battling Blaze Racing and Zipa Racing just up the road.
Is there any chance that NFC Motorsports made a driver change on the last pit stop? I think we were speculating that they might be waiting for the last 3 hours or so to put their final driver in, and sure enough, straight after that pit stop, they've dropped the lap times down into the 33s, which is much faster than anyone except Stratus are going right now. So if that is their final driver, and he's got more pace than the Triple Eight ahead, that could start to make things interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell just based on the zoom of the camera, but you know, we expect that they'd probably throw in a Pavoleto towards the end of the race.
We're definitely going to have to keep an eye on those lap times then. 36.4 from TLM Mona on that last lap, which is 3 seconds slower than the NFC Motorsports car. 35.5 this time, so not able to back up the 33.6 from the previous lap, but I'm sure that was traffic affected.
Yeah, coming across the line, GTS Motorsports half a second behind Zipa after getting through Blaze Racing for 6th.
Just to put that 33.6 into context for NFC Motorsports on the previous lap, that's faster than the GTO leader has gone the entire race. Their fastest lap is 33.7. So if they can start clicking off laps like that, I don't think BLM is going to be able to stabilize the gap, and then with the fuel advantage NFC has and tire advantage because they took tires on their previous pit stop, that could make things interesting towards the end of the race. .4.6 this time round. And just spotting the NFC car coming through turn 5 has a huge amount of clean air in front of it. So hopefully this lap will be a good representation of the pace that car has, and then maybe a few more after that.
Number 70 of round 3 racing gets around the 172 TLM USA Aston Martin. And that's
Not a
10th in class.
Not a huge amount of traffic around the Triple Eight either, so it should be a good representation over the next couple of laps of what kind of pace both cars have.
Triple 3 is making good progress on the 225 at the moment as well. 5th place. Big GTO, 6th place overall. Even slower that last time from the 225.
Very slow.
143.3.
Yeah.
Good. I mean, it's good lap from the Triple 3 to be clear. 137.6 is, apart from the top 2, I think the fastest on track. Now Kingpin is down there as well. Who's chasing down the shipped up now Audi big time.
TLM Mona is trying to trying to stabilize that gap. It's just threw in a 34.5. Like I was saying, there's not a huge amount of traffic around that car right now. 34.1 still for NFC, so still losing time, but the gap is at around a minute and 10 seconds. That's 58 is making a go at trying to set the fastest lap of the race, only 4 tenths off on the last lap with a 1:30.8. So that's kind of indicating, I guess, that we are, past the hottest part of the day and the track's starting to cool down again. Hot being a relative term. I don't think it's particularly warm out there.
I mean, we've had some days in the past at Barber where it's been well into the 70s, even this time of year. But 60 today is pretty reasonable.
Looks like we're seeing the return of a 150 ASM back out on track as it comes across the line here. Unfortunately for that car, lost about 30 laps. Hopefully they can put in some solid times here. Make sure the car is well sorted for tomorrow. Car doing quite well at Eagle Canyons Raceway. The Sunday event, winning GP2.
Sorry, which car was this, JT?
The 150 ASM Honda S2000.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if Ryan's around, I don't know if we ever had any type of engagement on what encouraged that car to get boosted up into GP1.
I did not.
Whether they had some issues with dyno and they said, well, we're just going to run it GP1, or they thought it was better suited to the class. I don't know.
I have to imagine that it's a good GP2 car if there's nothing else on it. But if they've put suspension and aero and stuff on it, then you're probably in GP1 at that point with that motor. It does make a lot of power for the size.
Yeah, so it was in GP2 a month ago.
Right. Maybe they'd rather... I don't know.
Right, and you would think you wouldn't add things in a month. You would either just play with power and weight.
Right. I mean, maybe they added suspension to it. I don't know.
Yeah. It was a quick car, anyway.
Right. Well, it's a good-looking car, too. I'm happy to see those still making the rounds in sort of racing circles. There's not that many of them sold in the first place, and they don't share parts with a whole lot of Honda stuff.
I think this battle for 6th overall, 5th in GTO is going to change, probably not on this lap, but the lap after. That 225 Thunderbird car is getting slower and slower, so I wonder if there's an issue there. It's back into the 44s now.
I can see it graphically on Race Arrow, Scott. 41, 42, 43, 43, 44. It's
yeah, that's
like service bars.
That's like midfield GP2 times at this point. So it's not really like it could be traffic, because there's not a huge amount of cars on track that will be holding it up. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. I think the gap's down to 9.4 seconds at the start of the previous lap, and Bruce Innovations was almost 7 seconds faster. So I would expect within 2 laps that position's going to change. 45.0 this time, and the gap is down to 3.8 seconds.
Yeah, if we can pick it up on track, it should definitely. I think it's definitely going to change this time around. Maybe headed towards turn 5 now. Here goes GTR, but that's a lap difference. Ooh, Porsche's in deep.
Just looking for the exit.
Trying to square it off.
Is it that car?
Yep, that's the 997. There's a Rockwell car. It has already gone through. I thought based on when it updated across the line. Change is done.
Yeah, it is. Another 44 from Thunder Bunny.
Yeah, good news is they've got a lap and a bit back to the GTR number 99.
Yeah, that's assuming there isn't a mechanical issue, or at least not one that's getting worse, or likely to. But if they can still finish at this speed, they're still going to end up losing that position in the left.
I have even more
minutes.
Or good news, you say?
I have more good news.
Uh-oh.
We were promised Justin Ford, and we have now delivered.
Justin Ford?
Justin Ford
yeah.
to the broadcast. Justin, welcome up here. First time I've seen you this season. I noticed that, well, one, your car is currently on a 4-post lift, which is inside of a trailer, which is like the most gangster thing I've ever seen in my life. But the car's up on the 4-post lift, the 369. What's going on?
Yeah, so we're doing a transmission swap. We had our new and beloved dog box in that it wasn't super happy at COTA last year. And then I banged a curb this morning, pretty good, bent the left rear wheel. Brand new Apex, man. I get to test out that warranty. And then of course, you guys may have noticed, but we did everything but change the left rear wheel. We looked at several other things, but in the midst of all that, the output shaft nut came all the way off the trans. So I wasn't necessarily happy anyways, but keeps popping out of gear on us now. We tried a new nut to keep the transmission in, no luck. So we're going back with the regular, it's like the E46.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you think that's going to be more reliable, question mark? Because like the whole idea of the dog box is like, oh, it's a racing gearbox, it's going to be good to go. Right now,
Yeah, we just hope we can race tomorrow and be somewhat competitive. The being down quite a bit on power, the dog box really helped us on the straights. So we'll be lacking a little bit there, but yeah, ideally we'll get going again. Cho Ray's still suited up. Hopefully he'll go shake it down this evening, and we'll turn it around for tomorrow with the spare transmissions.
Now, do you have time once you put the transmission in to go tech it again and pull some weight out?
That would be, yeah, maybe. Hopefully they're on track to do that as long as nothing goes sideways. So,
all right.
Yeah, hopefully that's the case. But it was great otherwise. So up until that point, I hate that been a wheel and probably didn't help it with the vibration on the nut wanting to come loose. But yeah, I bought that one.
Not a whole lot you can do on that. Now, that gearbox as it sits, do you have like a supplier that will go through it and rebuild it? Is it a replace it thing? How does that work?
Yeah, I don't know the brand who's doing this, but yeah, it's a known BMW dog box thing. We can buy another one, you send a core in kind of thing. So we're hopeful that we can buy another one, I guess, and then also get this one prepared as soon as possible. Middo, that would be quick, but we'll see.
Right. All right. Well, I mean, if we're able to get it switched out this fast, it's just a matter of shipping at that point.
That's it. Yeah, that's the lead times there. So hopefully some of these things are in stock. We bought this one used, but very lightly used from a guy who actually owns some a track day company. So it's been great. Been weird to get used to. It's also a dog box leg. So first was down and down and left it down. And so when we're talking about what gear are you in and what corner, we keep getting it wrong. We're like third, and by third I mean second.
Right.
So we kind of just think 6-speed and then go from there. But the ratios are we do use second in that one, so that seems to be the most unhappy of all the gears too. So and normally you don't have to you don't have to rev match downshift, do anything, but I had to today. Had to yesterday. So yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we can get back out there. It looks like a fun time in GP2 going on.
You started the car, so aside from the gearbox popping out of gear and stuff, how was it driving it in the morning? What did you think about the conditions we had out there?
It was wild. I mean, I had nothing for the Rubin guys. Those guys are fantastic. We missed running with them. We used to VIR, gosh, whatever it was, 2 years ago in the Mellow Yellow car. We had a great time with them, but had nothing for them. I just struggle with the drying track and knowing, okay, is the limit moved yet?
Right.
And try it, and if it didn't, then oof. Then I'm spooked for a sec. So I struggle with that a bit, but using up a last of our other tire brand, getting ready for the swap, but it was nice once it dried out. So I don't know if I still have the purple lap. I did for a while. I think it may be getting too hot now, but I'll take it. I'll take the little win if I can. We'll see. But,
have you tested the new tire yet?
We ran it here 2 years ago and won day one, and then I think we were second or third day too. So
excellent.
We're hopeful for the new sizes. I think that's going to give us some good options for gearing. Luckily, not luckily, but Daytona isn't as big of an issue. We also needed to buy a Daytona specific diff that we're going to get to forego this year at least.
Right.
So we're hopeful on the tires. We want to play around with sidewall heights, different things with that between our 17 and 18-inch wheels. So we'll see. I think everybody's pretty confident that they're going to produce some of these new sizes they're saying. So sweet.
I mean, I have to imagine that they're hooked in with Hoosier. They should have a pretty good idea of the club racer tires that are demanded. So like they must already have the molds for the right size. It's just got to be a matter of getting the tire in there.
Yeah, you wonder what that can change over however they do that. But it's that's what I'm most excited about. I think with the changes is that it is Continental and with the Hoosier backing that I feel the most confident out of all the other tire choices out there, whatever you think about those, is that we will get the support that we're being talked about. I mean, we have for a year or two now, I think, already. Even when there were other guys' tires out here. So, I'm hopeful that they'll do the feedback and improve. And yesterday we were on. I'll get it wrong, but I call it the DW. That's what they used to call it, the dry wet. Not all season, but max performance summer, whatever that is. That's the hot rain tire, and that made the big difference yesterday for us. Get to start second. That tire is amazing. So, we'll see what they come up with. We're excited about and not having them full with tires in racing.
Right.
Show up and just get it done. So I came to the fact that the tire guy, we bought a machine, and I was the only one that taught myself how to use it. After ruining a few tires, after ruining some beads on brand new 200 treadwear tires, it's not the most ideal tire machine, but we can get it done. The big 285 18s we were on. That's like put a lift kit on the tire machine. It's a struggle. No extra arms or anything. It's just the spoons and like a couple guys.
I was seeing the hand, like completely unmechanical ones that they sell at like Harbor Freight, and up until very recently, I worked at a shop. And so I was like, I can go get somebody to change tire for me for a 6-pack. Like, I'm not that worried about it. But now I've got tires at home. I'm like, well, I really wish I could change these, but I don't. And I remember staring at the tire machine at work at one point, and I think I did it successfully once. And it got to where like I can do it, but like I'm certainly not going to do it on somebody else's car. Like I'll mess with it on my own. But I watched somebody go to put a winter tire on a wheel about a year ago. And the arm pushed, and it was like a nice one at a shop. Pushed right through the sidewall. And I'm like, how did you? And the guy's like, I don't. Pull the date code off. It's like 13 years old. I'm like, okay, that's not my fault. All right, we're good. So, but like since then, I've been spooked about the I don't know. Apparently, it's a pretty powerful machine. You just poke right through those things.
Yeah, we our biggest problem, we had the M2 CS Racing BMW wheels, and they have like bead blasted on the outer edge and everything, so it's just extremely hard to work with those tires. Anyways, I take them to a shop locally for a while, and they like see me coming. So they're just like, dang, this dude. So of course we don't care. We scratch them up and stuff a bit, but so that bead blasting and the race tires are something else, man. Street car tires are nothing, but the low profile, man. But I'm excited not to have to deal with that as much. Yeah, that'll be good. And we'll see if we can get the car tuned in and liking it. I'm curious to see what kind of setup changes we'll have to do. We don't do a lot of that
setup work.
No, we don't really mess with that.
Run the car as it is. It's either working or it's not working.
We usually just keep it very neutral and just a normal alignment, nothing special. Yeah, I don't know that we're good enough to know if we were improving or not. I think we just worry we'd break something every time.
Right.
There's a risk we break it if we touch it. So.
Meanwhile, Scott was up here from Blaze Racing a little bit ago, and it was like, oh yeah, we can make changes really easy. We're changing out springs. We're doing this, that. We're gonna change sway bar. Like, I can understand like making a sway bar adjustment.
Sure,
like you change one notch. Like, you're gonna influence, but like the idea of changing springs on the weekend, I'm like, wow, that's
corner like balancing, thinking that's not.
Yeah,
that's
now you're
not
gonna have to realign it, and all like, I'm good. I am good on that. So.
Yeah, I think actually the Rockwell team. I wonder if they sold them, but they had a nice scale pad set up, with the ramps and all that, and we're like, oh man, that'd be nice, but. Nah, I don't really want to do that. Like, I never want to do that at the track ever. I don't even want to set that up.
That's no fun. At least I was having to tell people this when I worked up in Minneapolis in the shop. And so I'd be happy to do an alignment on a race car where everything's been changed within the last 2 years. So nothing's going to be stuck.
Yeah.
It's like it's all greased. It should move.
Oh, yeah.
Versus trying to do the alignment on my X5 that it 190,000 miles and everything is coated in rust. Like, well, we're just going to start buying new stuff because I can't move these. I can't adjust the tie rods on this.
Yeah.
They're going to snap.
We've got the hub stands, the Paco Motorsports hub stands, so the cheaper of those and the strings between them and all that. That's good enough, man. And then we only take toe plates with us to a track when we bend up a tie rod or something. We're just going to replace that and do toe plates and call it good enough. So.
The number of times I've been in a shop, and like I've worked for several dealerships and stuff, and it's like this constant that like, well, the alignment machine doesn't work right, and it's not picking up and so it's a matter of like, well, if I shake the sensor pad thing, then it'll work better, or what? And so it's like I'm not even convinced it's as precise as they want you to believe, since everybody's machine apparently has never been calibrated.
Exactly.
And they all don't work right. So it's like eventually it's like, the string, like
we had that at
there's
first.
Something to that.
We've always, to a degree, bummed off of WRL and Advanced Collision, ACI Motorsports, went back when they were running here with us, but we would drag our car over to theirs and use their laser alignment as a collision center. Right. And it was terrible. It never worked right.
Doesn't
never repeated. So we did the hub stands and we don't labor over every millimeter. It's fine. That's not what's going to be our problem. Our biggest problem.
As long as stuff's wearing evenly, or as even as you want it to wear. At that point.
Yeah.
Like,
we've been fortunate that we've never had the severe tire issues that some other teams you'll see. Chunking and things over the years at Daytona. It seems like every tire. There's some horror story, but we've been lucky in that we've never had that. So
yeah, that's good. No, just I think it's going to be a good thing for the series. I think it's going to put a lot of these cars on like a really level playing field, that everybody's got an E46. And so you're really going to see between the drivers, between the car preparation, on the other side. Are we making sure, are we maximizing the alignment?
Yeah.
Are we making sure we get the spring setups? Are we making, if you can have different tire brands and you can work that to where you know what your setup window is and just kind of leave it, I can see that being more convenient at least. But
yeah, no, we're excited about that. 'Cause, same thing. We started running the big, 18, 285 steamrollers on the thing. It's like, we can do no wrong. Which actually, in all of our testing, are much taller 255 17s are faster overall.
Okay.
Because they help our acceleration and top speed that much. Don't know about Barber, but definitely rode Atlanta. The narrower, taller 17s was the money, and that was our Daytona setup too. So
Are you going to be taking the same kind of setup to Daytona that you are not to Charlotte now that we're not going to Daytona?
Yeah.
Make it more of like a Road America, Road Atlanta type.
I'm thinking more, Road Atlanta, Road America. I think, if I remember right, from other series running, it's tough on tires.
Yeah.
You chews them up pretty well. So, I don't know. That one's going to be interesting. I think the way we're running down on power quite a bit, I think, we'll take all the help we can get with the top end stuff. So we may do that. That's become a bigger priority. That was a lower priority race for us overall, but now that's a much higher priority. We got, I think we got one of our usual renters, Jared Douglas. He was at COTA last year with us and been with us many times. Signed up to be there at Charlotte with us. So
that's good.
We
got somebody making a green flag pit stop right now.
Oh my gosh!
Or did I just see a reflection and I'm all goofy?
Nah, it's a red Aston. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So down there in TLM, I think that's the Mona car making a green flag. Or no, that's not the Mona car. It's the other one. That'd be the one.
USA.
TLM USA. Yep. So that was pitting in from a ways down the order.
The Mona car already pit. Green flag. Just come back out in second.
Okay. Yeah, we're starting to push the strategy here to where you're going to have to make a decision here in the next 20, 30 minutes about whether you're going to roll the dice on the yellow again or you need to just make your green flag pit stop.
Also, just seen the first GTO 32 second lap, 132 second lap in probably about 6 hours, I reckon.
That is especially baffling given the random 1-minute 40s that car turned about 5 laps ago.
Yeah, very strange. 34.1 on this lap. But yeah, they are, because TLM have had to make a green flag pit stop, that has put NFC in with some sort of chance if they've got pace, which they clearly do.
Right.
So, yeah, tracking that a little bit. The gap is about 20 seconds at the moment in NFC's favor, but they have to make 2 stops, whereas TLM have to make 1.
Mm-hmm. But, again, as we said, if we end up with a yellow at some point, you're going to nullify some disadvantage there.
NFC have quite a lot of flexibility, I guess, in their strategy at the moment, whereas TLM is just, they have to get to an hour and 5 to go and pit one more time.
Right. Well, Justin, where are you going to be the rest of the season, and then where's the team going to be the rest of the season?
Yeah, the plan is to, we're trying to go for the championship, definitely. So, absolutely, Mid-Ohio. Road America, we were also on the fence about, but again, seems like a little more priority there. I'm fortunate, actually. I just had a kid. I missed ECR because my second child was being born.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, he's doing great in all of that. But so I get paternity leave in my work. I get 4 weeks. I get 6 months to use 4 weeks, and I have to do it in a row consecutively. So I chose to be off basically all of April, and everyone's like, "Oh wow, why didn't you do it right away?" And I'm like, "Well, there's 2 different races in April.
So,
it's like 6 vacation
work something
days.
out,
So the rest of the time, obviously, I'll be there with my wife. But yeah, the should be at both of those. Charlotte, I think. I can't think of any. I've had a conflict the last several years, Sebring and Halloween and having children.
Right.
Stuff. And then COTA was always on my daughter's birthday. So I never got to. I've never been to COTA. So there are no conflicts this year. So I'm very hopeful that I can be with them at all of them.
Sweet.
If they want me to drive, cool. If they got other drivers, that's cool too. And I'll just do the crew thing. But yeah, I think really most of the crew, Zach Chore, myself, we're hopeful Jason Smith will get in the car some more this year, and then Jared Douglas doing some renting there, and then obviously Justin Wingfield, our new addition, the wrap, courtesy of his business Fast Tech, local Chattanooga Euro Auto Garage. So
excellent.
We're loving having him on the team. He's a longtime autocrosser with us there.
Okay.
Locally, actually lived in Birmingham for a number of years, moved back, and wanted to start getting involved a little more heavily in motorsports. And we told him we had a great way to use up all his time and money.
Sweet.
So yeah, come on. But
I struggle to think, and I think maybe like competitive sailing and yachting is probably the only more expensive hobby.
Yeah, it's
like it's just insane. And like I guess probably planes would count as a hobby, sort of, but that's like limited by safety so much that you're not really racing that. It's it's pretty confined there, but it's just so much money. But the good news is it's so much money in the sense that if you want to make a commitment to that being your thing, you can find ways to squeeze and make it happen.
Yeah, that's what's awesome. I think a lot of your average public doesn't understand how much it costs.
Right.
And then they also, once they do learn that, they don't understand how you can get it done. And I told, yeah, it's similar at a lot of levels. If you were to do golf at a competitive level, you're probably it's at least gonna take this much time. If you're gonna have a band and go on a tour, it's gonna be like this much money and time. Like it's gonna be all of it, kind of thing. So yeah, you won't have any other hobbies, but no, it's great. And then of course, he's a great wrench. He's just as fast as all of us. Got up to speed right away in the car. Wrap looks great. So we're excited to have another, good livery. We really miss being the mellow yellow team. So we're excited to be the new Fast Tech team there. So partnering up with them, and then now obviously we are in the Palomar rig this weekend. So we've always for several years now we've been fairly partnered up with Palomar, but we're working out a deal to try to become the stewards of that rig. So
excellent.
It is so cool.
Well, that'll be helpful to have all their stuff in one spot. Hopefully they can get more of their pre-race checks finished up. They don't have to fly out as early to get everything all squared away. That'll be super nice for them if you guys end up working that out. I was talking to Zach up here yesterday, and they're talking about we're trying to we got ideas for the trailer, but it's not our trailer. So I don't know. And so my suggestion was, if you want to start putting fridges in and cabinets, we just bolt some casters on the bottom of those bad boys, and then you can bungee cord them to the sidewall. And so then if you do end up having a situation where it's like, I need the trailer back,
good call.
You just pull all those things out and you're all set. So
good call.
Got to get the beer fridge in there,
Yeah, we're struggling. We got a little baby mini fridge right now. That's unfortunate, but we'll get there. And then next step, probably when I go back down, there's grip tape on the stairs going to put a little lounge. I absolutely ate it yesterday coming down.
Geez.
Like 30 seconds after putting my race shoes on, just all the way down. So I typically get hurt every race weekend to some degree. So
it happens.
Just try not to be full stitches or broken bone if I can help it. But I usually do it to myself. So par for the course, man. But now we're loving it, man. Glad to feel like we're really back in WRL. We never left. We were always at every race, just about in some capacity. But
doing pit marshalling, doing the whole nine.
Last year, Barber here, we helped cook for the whole crew and everything, and it was probably one of the least fun I've ever had at a race weekend. I was just bummed out. That was terrible. So glad to be back, scratching the itch. But we're excited, man. We're excited to get to Mid-O, the new pavement. I think I've still got the best time in GP2 there. I don't think anyone broke it last year in our absence. It'll be interesting, with the new pavement, and then the different tires. So it's gonna be interesting to see where it goes. I'm confident the times will be much lower. So.
Well, and I'm looking forward again. I love the GP2 class. Generally, I think it's a good kind of speed of car to be messing with. And there's a bunch of people not here this weekend either. And so I think as we get kind of into the heart of the Midwesty part of the schedule, I think RRT will end up coming to some of those. I think you'll have North Loop coming to a bunch of those. They're always a stout team, of course.
So I'd love to see ASM bring some stuff out, or I think it's still them, but the other S2000. There's with the K swap. I can't remember the red one. All those guys. We love it when they have a big turnout.
And then Open Throttle stepping up with this 66. They smoked people in GP3 last season in that same type of chassis. So
exactly.
GP2, I think, going from strength to strength here. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, it's cool to see Mike and that team grow, man. They're really. I think it was maybe this race last year they were still pretty new to us, and very much doing champ car stops and stuff. And I remember being a pit marshal, like, dude, you can go check the tire pressures, man. Like, you don't have to wait. Like, you should be going.
We gotta be going.
Hey, man, don't torque the lugs. You're good. You need to know that those are good and be back on the track. Don't sit here. You do not have 5 minutes. They've really stepped up.
Well, they've stepped it up, and then they're giving a lot of people opportunity. Mike Gorman gets tagged on every single post of, is there a seat available, or can I come help? It's him every time, and it looks like he's given all these people the opportunity to come.
I love it.
So, making it a learning situation for people as well. It's good.
Yeah, I love it, man. We love to see anybody devoting all that to it. And then he's just got the regular crew, and then always a pack of new folks that, so that's great, man. Bringing them into the sport. That's
Awesome.
what we need.
It's good stuff. Justin, thanks for coming and spending time with us. We really, really appreciate it. You're welcome anytime, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Yep.
See y'all.
But Justin Ford has left the booth. Ryan will be back with us in a moment. Thanks to Justin for coming up and hanging out with us on DriverSeye Live. That was very briefly an onboard shot of the number 290, and our producer Ryan says he was cutting to it, and as it went there, they shut the onboard stream off, and that is because that 290 Ginetta G56 is stationary in the pit lane with the well, with the bonnet off, as Scott Michaels would say, with the hood off. It was kind of a secondary look at it, just from a stationary frame.
I believe
not
that's
ideal.
I believe that's a British car, Brendan.
That's fair. So they have a hood.
But what's underneath the hood?
I don't know. We won the war. I just don't.
American muscle, sir.
So this is all happening at a very interesting time. So this basically drops the 290. Well, it does drop the 290 out of contention. It was happening as the 123 suddenly picked up a bunch of pace. Did a lap in the 132s and another one in the 34s, and then immediately did another lap in the mid 139s. And then dropped 37, 35, 35. So the lap times for the 123 are kind of all over the place, as we have the 147 off at the top of turn 7, and then the 123 pitted. So either that car decided to pit as soon as it got into its window and knew that basically they had no real threat from behind, or that car is now having a problem of its own. Ooh, that car is steaming now out of the, looks like the left front.
Raise it more for Chad. That sucks.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that, JT. That's a great point. Poor Chad, man. All of this, if the 123 hasn't gone, and it has now, it's done its entire stop under green flag, which is so unfortunate.
Yeah, well, it's unfortunate, but it also didn't have to pit then, right?
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Unless they're intending on changing drivers, which, okay, fine. You're right. They didn't have to. They chose to. And it seems like it has the potential to cost them here.
Yeah, they were in with a chance because TLM had to pit under green recently, and they had tons of pace, and it's kind of ruined it for them, I think.
Yeah.
Wasn't a long stop at all. 243 in lap is easily the fastest. So I don't know if they're just fueling to get themselves to the point where to 105 to go, which would be also inexplicable because it completely eliminates any flexibility, which is really important to have with these Code 35s. So yeah, I hope that I hope there was an issue. Otherwise, that seems like a very strange decision to pit there.
Again, unless you were doing a driver change, I can't really think of an obvious reason to not just wait and hope that you're going to get a Code 35.
It kind of looked like they did we didn't see it, but it looked like they did a driver change on the previous stop because all of a sudden they were capable of going much quicker after the last stop. And that wasn't tyres because they took tyres on the stop before that.
Yeah, correct.
So, yep, very confused at the moment. We're just going to have to see how this plays out, I guess. The gap under yellow is 134, so I guess that's going to turn into about something like 40 seconds.
I think it's hard to tell because TLM hasn't come through in the pit lane yet.
Right.
And this is the 290 now on its way again. Although I guess TLM wouldn't pit; they were just in 10 laps ago, and they knew they were going to be clear to the end.
I mean, I still would.
Yeah.
But, they have shown through this race that they won't do that.
Yes, and the way things have played out, because there's only one stop left, as long as they get that one stop in a reasonable window, around an hour and 10 minutes to go. They're going to be fine.
I think this is them coming across the
It is.
start-finish line now.
Yep,
So yeah,
it's that
again,
blue
they
Aston.
haven't pitted.
But I think they've decided that's how they're handling this, and so far, it is working out for them. What they are giving up here is flexibility, though. They have to count on a code. I'm sorry. Well, they have to count on a code 35 in the right window in order for them to not take a big penalty by pitting under green. If you pit here, top it off, now you've bought yourself basically till the 45-minute to go mark, give or take a few minutes, in which you come in and you make your last stop, and that buys you a whole window of like 20 minutes in which you could take advantage of a code 35.
Have we identified the car that's causing the yellow? It's at turn 7 and 8. If we haven't.
We haven't. Oh no, it's the 147. Sorry.
Yeah,
we have. We absolutely have. Yes. Yeah, we saw it basically pull up where it is there down at turn 7.
It's on a tow rope at the moment, although they've stopped towing it for some reason.
Yeah, I wonder if they thought they were just dragging it out of like the grass or gravel because it was stuck, and they're going to try and let it go on its own if they disconnect. But also, it didn't look like it was stuck. Well, maybe. Let's see what happens. No, they're going to keep going. I think that thing's going to have to come all the way home. I think. It's a BMW. We are going to have a pretty interesting series of battles here when we go back to green. Battle for 6th in GTO, 7th overall between the GTR 99 and the 766. A pair of Toyota Supras. Moorhead, the number 290, we think is back out on track, although we've been told that their onboard stream ended. So it is possible that it's actually headed back to the paddock. I didn't see which direction it went as it left the pit lane. Remember, that's still a very, very new car, that Janetta G56. The issue they had with it, they thought was sediment/contamination in the fuel tank on the Saturday back at Eagles Canyon Raceway about a month ago. Then obviously it took the win on Sunday. Still waiting for the NFC Mercedes to present itself. Is that it off in the distance there? Didn't come through the shot? Doesn't look like it. Oh, yes, it did. 246.0. That's about, the laps are about 3 times as long as they would be normally. So that gets us down to about 50 seconds or so. 55 seconds probably under green. And just like that, back to green. Producer Ryan just letting us know 290 came out, it did a lap, and then straight back in, and now it's parked up in the paddock. And that is our sole surviving onboard gone for the day, it would appear. TLM Moto comes across the line and begins lap 205. I'm sorry, 203 is the leader in GTO. This is all still happening 2 laps behind the number 59 of Stratus. That is the Subico NP01 that leads GTU by, I haven't even looked at the GTU margin lately, 12 laps. minute and 9.2 is the margin between the 888 and the number 123. So it's a little bit bigger than we thought it might be. And plenty of work to be done here, but we get an idea of what their pace is on track post this most recent Code 35. Remember, too, that every Code 35 we get from now on, which we're going straight back into, I was just going to say every one of these is going to hinder the 123's ability to make up time. So instead of a safety car bunching the field up and giving you a new opportunity, in this case, it's actually significantly hurting you. And this one, the 59 was forced off by another car at turn 14. Now, nope, that's not it. The 55 lost a left rear tire at turn 9. That seems to be the indication of what the actual problem is. Although it is probably also true that the 59 was forced off the road at turn 14.
Yeah, getting forced off in an MP01 is not a lot of fun.
Can I get the turn 5 camera? Is that something that's doable right now?
Yeah.
Check this thing out. Do you see what's coming through?
Nope.
It'll be more clear here in a second. Yeah, it's the 5. The number 5, it's back out. Sans bumper, it already went through.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the All-Star
Nice.
BMW?
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Wow.
just bumper removed, and they're getting after it.
That can't be the only thing they did to that car.
Oh, I'm sure they had to change radiators and stuff, but like that's the hood is in one piece, and like they just did no front bumper, and they're going for it. I'm very excited to see that.
Yeah, it's what we like to see. We like to see these cars come back out after
Yeah.
being, in the wars. Like the 63 open throttle. I haven't had much to talk about them since their issue very early in the race.
Mhm.
Moorhead, the 147, had come out and, they were putting in laps and they were getting real close to catching the 63, but open throttle got that car repaired, got it back out there, and it's still circulating again. So it's always good to see, especially from a team that doesn't quit.
Yeah. Absolutely.
The GTR 99 and the 766, when we go back to green, are going to be nose to tail between those Toyota Supras. The YouTube onboard of that 766 has them headed down into turn 5, so they're probably between 6 and 7 in real time. You go back to green, it'd be great to be able to follow this. 99 is actually slightly below the 35 mile an hour target here.
Uh-oh. Just click the thing. Oh, there we go.
Ryan does Discord live on DriversEye Live.
There we go. Okay. All right.
Yeah, this the battle that just referenced there between the 99 and the 766 is a battle for 6th in GTO. Those of you more interested in the production class, also a good battle ready to resume between the 44 of PC Racing and the 38 of Palomar Racing. It's a battle for 2nd in GP1, separated by 9 seconds. We just picked up the number 55 AOA Racing MX-5. Car that lost the left rear tire down there at turn 9. I'll tell you what, it's a sketchy old place to lose a tire.
Yeah. Right when you're ramping up your speed to go through the quick S.
Yeah, I mean, that S there, that S bend is a 100 mile an hour corner in a production car. '59's force off is being reported as being the number 28.
Or the 119.
Oh, I didn't see the 119. I didn't stay on the page long enough, apparently. Also potentially a battle for 5th in GP1. DS Motorsports and the number 118 in Blaze Racing. As we go, once again, back to green flag racing. Let's stay on this onboard here for a moment, because we'll catch the return to green in basically real time. let it just let it buffer a little. Well, okay, jump away from it. I was gonna say let's just let it buffer. It'll come around down the front straightaway here with any luck. Maybe.
There we go. Let it buffer more. We'll get. Oh,
There we go. Got it. Facing down the 99 Toyota Supra GT4. I had such high hopes.
I believe.
Ah, there they are. Wow, that's very far behind. 766 actually was through in the shot there. So this will provide a little bit of information as to how it got there. 99 is out wide. 766 has to breathe the throttle, headed up the hill, and is just going to shoot the gap. Cresting the hill out of turn 4 on the brakes into 5. Both have pretty decent position, but the 766 is able to come back to the throttle a little bit earlier and track out wide over the exit curve at turn 6. And I think by the time they get down towards turn 7, we will have found that the 766 out of Thunder Bunny Racing has taken away that that spot in GTO. I think the Stratus 59 is into the pits because the TLM AAA, the TLM Mona AAA now is into the overall race lead. So this drama with the 59, I thought was just going to be fairly innocuous. That a car was pushed off track and, you know, just off and on, car continued, whatever the case might have been. That's not what happened. That car did not come back through. The NPO one that comes through the shot there at the final corner is the sister car. That's the number 60. There is a gold and black NPO one that is just has gone missing. This has been far and away the fastest car since the track dried out during the second and third hours of racing. Clawed itself up from a starting position in the low 20s. I guess the high 20s is the case, 28th. And has led for the overwhelming majority of the afternoon. And while it still holds a pretty healthy lead in GTU of about 9 laps, well, it's not as much as I thought, actually. To the 58 car, the sister car, the number 58. And I'm sorry, it wasn't the 60 that came through, it was 58, the blue car. The 59 is going to tumble here, and if it can't get whatever the issue that's been created is resolved, it's going to find itself not only off of the overall rankings here, but the GTU rankings as well. I wonder if either the contact did some damage to the car or it bottomed out when it went off track, and that created some problems. Turn 14, I mean, it's a quick old corner. Kind of tightens there, but we don't have any obvious signs of impact or anything like that. No impact listed in the race control log either.
Well, it's as possible contact.
Well, possible contact, but no impact. My point is it didn't go off and then back into a tire wall as far as we can tell. The contact could have done some damage and it could have, you know, bottomed out or whatever the case might be, but I don't see any obvious signs down there as at 14 and 15 as to what created that. But that is, if it's not drama, it is chaos. The 290 drops by the wayside. The 59 drops by the wayside. TLM Mona is... Well, the 123 picked up a little bit of time. Big slide there on one of the Rockwell Porsche Boxsters. The NFC car's picking up time. The gap is 1:05, and then there's another minute and some change back to the number 2 of ACP Tangerine Associates.
Minute 5 sounds a lot like the amount of time NFC would have saved if they'd made that last pit stop under... Well, not quite true. It's a very short stop, but... Well, then again, on the lap that they pitted under green, they did lose 1 minute and 10 seconds. Which they obviously wouldn't have had to lose if they'd just waited 2 laps.
Well, just the length of the stop. Whatever the actual pit stop delta is there, they would not have lost.
Yeah. Anyway.
Anyway,
Did we know what happened to Zebra Racing?
We do not.
Stratus has crossed the line. So they must be exiting the pits, presumably.
Yes. Yes, they've just come through. It now says pit on Race Hero. We're only 2 laps off of the overall lead.
Well, I mean, obviously,
it doesn't
more,
matter, yeah.
most importantly for them is that they are getting out of the pits still 8 laps ahead of the next GTU car. The overall win's gone, clearly. But at this point, they'll just be trying to cruise around and secure that GTU win.
secure the bag, as the kids say.
Part of me doesn't want that to happen. Part of me wants them to go out and try and, you know, let's see some 130s.
They were doing 31s before the issue. Well, actually, no, they weren't on this stint. Admittedly. If you want to see them, it's the 58 that's been doing the really fast lap times.
Is the Indy car the fastest race car that's raced here? Probably.
Yeah, I think so.
Feels like too big of a compliment for an IndyCar, but
Not a Daytona prototype.
That's true.
well, my brain was going to like ALMS. Probably came here.
Never raced here.
No.
Never raced here. Really?
Just Grand Am. Just Grand Am.
Wow.
Well, you can't really use the too small argument when you race at places like the Houston street course. And
Yeah, this place isn't too small. If it's too small for that, it's too small for IndyCar.
I mean, there's only 25 or 30 cars in IndyCar. There were occasionally races where ALMS would have more than 30 cars.
ALMS
Not
with
often.
the Lime Rock, dude.
That's true. I think Lime Rock's too small also.
Well, Lime Rock is clearly too small if there is such a thing as too small. And like, if you just want a bull ring race, then there's nothing stopping you.
when WRL at Lime Rock when?
That'd be awesome.
That would have been great if I still lived in Connecticut.
I heard there's an open date in June.
It's lovely in Connecticut in June.
I believe that. Being that I live in Pennsylvania in June.
Oh, that's the total race time. Okay, got it. I was like, there's no way they're running 147s, but that's an hour and 47 total. Got it. Okay. .107 by Will of Power.
Yeah. We were close. Getting in PO1.
Roman Grosjean did a 105 in qualifying. That's pretty fast. All right. Could a F1 car do under a minute?
Yes.
For an
Yes.
F1 car?
Yeah, very
Yeah.
easily.
Yeah, okay. That's what I figured.
Any F1 car for the last 25 years, probably.
All right.
Lead margin is under a minute, so the 123 is finding some consistency here in the 35s, now into the 33s. Oh. Struggling here at the bottom of the hill just a touch.
Could a fully turned up Formula E car go under a minute?
Are the straights that long? I guess on the back half of the track, you'd be at top speed for a long time.
Bearing in mind they go pretty quick at Portland
Right.
when you turn them up for qualifying.
Well, I guess my question would be, do they have more aero than an Indy car at a road course? Like, I understand that they're low drag, but are they set up to take
They're so
sweepers?
much lighter, aren't they?
I Maybe. I feel like
I actually
the
think
battery's still pretty heavy.
The thing that's really making me, yeah, batteries are heavy, but not that. The Indy cars are very heavy, I think. The thing that's making me doubt is the tires, because they're running on.
Oh, yeah.
If you
Okay.
put Formula 1 tires on a Formula E car, I would say yes.
Yes. All right.
Or even IndyCar tires on a Formula E car.
GTO battle, 13th overall to be 12th place in class. Kingpin versus Shift Up Now by AE Victory. The 119 has caught the number 11 Toyota Supra. And we'll keep eyes out for it. But they were 0.3 of a second apart across the line last time.
Ooh. So from an incident a couple hours ago, the 98 has been given a 2-lap penalty for contact with the 65. That has removed them from the GP1 lead and promoted PC Racing back to the front.
Unforced errors, man.
Yep. That'll do it. That's a good result for PC
Well,
Racing,
so-
having had mechanical issues today.
I don't know that it's going to do it, because that 98 car is still pretty quick. And the PC Racing car is going well, but we're going to need to find out what the gap actually is, bearing in mind that it was in the lead. So it's not going to be a full lap down. Actually, here it comes. Be across the line here.
It's about half a lap because the
41 seconds.
PC Racing is going into turn 7 right now.
41 seconds is the number. So that's, I mean, it's going to make it very hard. And actually, they've just given back another 2 seconds on that lap. I think it's some traffic. But it now makes our job substantially harder.
Right. I don't know if you've noticed this while you've been here, Brendan, but the display board at Barber, the like tower in the infield, isn't digital.
I mean, that doesn't, I'm not going to stand here and argue with you.
It uses the flippy, like white bits of plastic.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I don't think they are lit. I think it's just.
I was pretty sure they were lit.
If they're lit, it's very bright.
It's up to the right side of this shot. I'm fairly certain it's lit.
Watch how the numbers change, though.
I can't. We can't see it.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it's to the right of the shot. Oh,
No, oh, there it is. Yeah. No, that's lit.
are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Love this shot.
It's very bright.
You did this to this shot on purpose
Yeah, that's it.
so that we could talk
There it
about the
is.
tower
There it is.
hours ago.
I love this.
Oh, from there it doesn't look right.
You can get
It looks very lit from that
5.
side, but I guess. Okay.
No, yeah, you can see it. It just changed from 33 to 35. It'll go to 37. Yeah.
Okay.
That tower is lit, though.
I'm looking at because it scrolls through the places underneath the template.
Yeah, that's what I was just talking about.
And like I could swear that it's not lit because of like how crisp the white is. It does not look digital.
Maybe it's just the best scoring pylon you've ever seen.
It could be. Okay, no, but there's also shadow on that one on the bottom.
I'm telling you, man.
I don't know.
There could be slightly dull lights on the bottom.
Maybe.
Towergate 2024.
That's very bright. Like I cannot believe that. Anyway.
We know everything about this facility is great except the cell tower.
Right. Well, they could put one on the timing tower and it would fix all of our problems.
Hey, Ryan,
Yeah.
you gonna check out the boat show?
I have not checked out the boat show yet. Brendan, I understand you were going to pay me in Bayliner for my work this season.
I
need to get down there and see what color would look good on my Bayliner. I was thinking about taking my daughter wakeboarding
correct.
with it. You know what I'm saying?
On
So-
where?
What do you mean where? I live in California. What are you talking about? There's plenty of places to go wakeboarding. What?
You know they have lakes in California, right?
Like what? People in Minnesota were surprised by that too. Where do you go wakeboarding in California? I don't know. All the lakes, like the one 5 minutes from my house, or the other one 30 minutes from my house, or the other one 90 minutes from my house. Where? Come on.
I wasn't telling you had nowhere to go or suggesting you had nowhere to go, but like, I didn't know there were lakes near your part of California.
There's lakes in all of California, Brendan. There's not a part of California that doesn't have lakes, especially right now that Death Valley is also a lake.
There are several of them on the interior of Buttonwillow Raceway Park.
That's true. I do dispute the 10,000 lakes moniker that Minnesota has, given that most of them are large ponds. Like, the term lake really gets stretched. I'm like, is this really a lake? Is that what you're going to call this? A lake? I don't know.
That pit entry is dramatic.
Look at that. Look at that shot.
I think that's the 2, is it not?
Let's see. That's the multicolored one, right?
Yes. It's the
Yeah,
only
so
one
that's
that
the
isn't.
2.
Yeah.
So that's
2 for
at a
Brad.
third in GTO.
It's like 3 for Dale, 2 for Brad.
For Brad?
Isn't that who drives the 2? Brad Keselowski?
Oh.
No.
I thought we were Austin Cindric.
Oh, I don't care about Austin Cindric. Never mind.
2 for Catesby.
How long until we see webbed gloves in WRL?
Charlotte's webbed gloves. You're welcome.
By the way, as someone who used to work for Penske, yeah, you're right. What is not right is my my thoughts about the speed of Formula E. They're roughly about as quick around Portland as a GT3 car, so no, they're not going under a minute.
All right. Can you buy a Formula E car? Like, is that available
No.
off the shelf? No.
No, they're prototypes, essentially.
All right.
It's like, yeah.
It's like somebody's got to throw a set of sticky tires on one of those at some point and do it. Have the good folks at
you'd
A.
hope. I'd rather see more fun stuff done with Formula student cars, personally. But
Sure. I'm sure it's a licensing and insurance risk, but like the idea that Formula Student doesn't race like wheel to wheel seems like a missed opportunity.
no, it doesn't to me.
Oh, all right.
Because
Well,
the drivers would need racing licenses for a start.
well, that was my point. Is like I'm sure that's part of the issue, but
Yeah, and the driver is supposed to be a member of the team, which means they have to be at the college, and it just adds a whole web of expense if getting them racing licensed.
yeah. But I mean, these schools, rightfully so. I want to clarify this. I know I'm in the Southeast, where college sports are supposed to only make money, but there's a lot of schools in this country that have like upwards of 12 to 15 non-revenue sports. And like, I don't think the cost of sending 1 or 2 people to a racing school once per year is like that high.
Well, as someone who was on a Formula student team, not in America, because colleges exist outside of America,
Right.
no, that would have been prohibitively expensive.
Really? Like, I can't imagine you wouldn't have been able to find a donor or like even like.
Well, they'd rather use it on the car.
Sure, but like if you made that part of the deal, they would do that too. And then you'd have and then but then it gets into like, okay, well, does this car race well? Like, is it durable? Like when you hit somebody, did the wing come off in 5 seconds? Like, what? I mean, I don't know.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing. Is some of these cars are not put together with enough.
That should be part of it.
glue.
That should be part of it.
It is to a limit, but you don't want to be limiting the scope of what teams can do because they have to meet all these insane safety standards. That's really not the point of the project.
It's just a different set of constraints that you're trying to work around. Like,
yeah,
at the end
and
of the
they're
day,
less interesting ones.
I don't think so.
Yeah, if you take it from a pure engineering exercise to a competitive on-track exercise.
It's still engineering. Like, at no point in time are you going to have a...
Yeah, but you'd get way less bonkers.
It's not performance engineering.
Like one of those massive wings falls off and like bonks the following driver in the head. Or something.
Well, to be fair,
That's more engineering.
I mean, engineer... Okay, if they have to have cockpits now. Do you want to use an aero screen or do you want to use the other one?
And the costs go up.
Not necessarily. I just don't spend $9 million on your tires that are the texture of a marshmallow. Like there's so much of that.
I think there's a spec tire. Or
oh, it didn't used to be. It used to be.
Maybe
it
not.
was
No.
whatever tire you wanted, and that was like where the expense was.
No, it's not
Or one of
spec.
the
There's tires offered, and then you could go elsewhere if you wanted. It wouldn't be a big issue for the top teams. I'm talking more about the grassroots teams, like the one I was on. You'd ruin it for them.
I don't know, man.
Was yours like a hot lap competition at Thruxton?
Silverstone.
Well, they do this enduro run, but you can only pass at the like designated like pull-out lane. It's like an autocross course.
It's not pass. You have to pull over if you're the slower car.
Oh, is it? Oh, it goes that way. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. But like, the competition itself seems contrived at this point, wherein we're going to make up these rules just for
Smoking
funsies.
Corvette, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, headed down through turn 7A and B. It's either smoking or...
I think it locked up.
No, but so it did it at the top of the hill, and I thought the same thing, Scott. And then
Okay.
as it rounded the right-hander at turn 8, you could see it trailing something. And it's either smoke from a tire rub at the left front, or it's actually dropping some fluid out of maybe like the radiator. That'll be the 411. Let's wait for it to come through again. Or pit. Or stop on track out of the view of our cameras, I guess. Cover all the bases. But we would see it out of the left. I think it was out of the left front when we just saw it earlier. Here it is. Blue C5. Stratus car dives up the inside.
It's all right.
Can't really see it there. No more water. Well, we'll follow this for a minute. Nobody's reported it. Maybe it's just that dirty offline. I don't know. If the number 123 is going to make progress on the number 888, it's going to be chipping away at it 10th by 10th over the next hour and some change here.
I'm assuming. Oh no, actually, I was going to make the assumption that they'll have a similar length pit stop, but they won't, will they? Because TLM Mona haven't pitted since lap 190, and NFC pitted on lap 201. But they've got to get closer than they are for that to make a big difference.
I do want to finish my point from earlier because I'm curious what Scott has to say. That's all. I would argue at this point that Formula Student and Formula SAE, while I understand that like an engineering exercise and a teamwork exercise is like inherently a good thing to do to like learn how to be a part of a team and stuff like that in the process, I get it. But I don't think there are that many jobs in racing that are asking you to optimize aero to that degree for a non-wheel-to-wheel hot lap competition where you also care about efficiency. And I would like to see that competition start to incorporate rules that are more specifically useful to motorsports engineering jobs like that.
Well, to your point earlier, as someone who competed in the championship, none of it felt contrived. All the rules, at least the competition rules.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my main purpose on the team was driver. All the competition for rules felt like they made sense. Like I was a guy who also did karting alongside it, and obviously I would be quite happy and comfortable, and I would have fun doing a bunch race.
Right.
But I totally understood why we didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And then all the rules around the way the endurance was set up, that was actually kind of fun because you had cars running all day for the endurance, and there were multiple cars on the track at the same time. And it was fun because they started with the slowest cars from the day before, so throughout the day the cars built up to being faster and faster and faster, and there's this really cool progression to the endurance day. So that was always my favorite part of the competition by far. As for what you're talking about, it's an extracurricular activity.
Mm-hmm.
The teams are generally pretty small relative to real life racing teams.
Sure.
So if you're trying to create something that mimics something that happens in the real world, you'll end up doing every little job badly. Whereas what it currently does, or at least was when I was in it, was taking small parts of what a real race team does, and you do them really thoroughly. You don't do everything a real race team does, because you just don't have the resources or capacity to do that in most cases, or probably all cases. You just take small parts of it and you do them really, really well. And for me, as an educator now, I'm kind of more and more seeing the benefit of, let's do a few things really in depth, and then at another point, or using another project, you can learn other parts of the industry if you get the opportunity to do so. Otherwise, at least you learn something properly to the right depth, rather than half-assing everything.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I get what you're putting down there. I feel that. I see.
You're kind of looking at it from, oh, this will be so much more interesting for me as an outsider.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's not for. It's one of those sports that isn't for the outsider. It's for the insiders.
I find, at least in the pictures that I am shown, that the cars always end up looking incredibly similar.
Isn't that the same with everything?
That's true, but like my hope would be that they like change the rules at some point so you can quit using the same wing design for the last 5 years.
Well, I mean, again, you're also getting drawn into looking at the aero. The aero isn't the most important part. For me, the really
the University of Michigan doesn't seem to think so.
They
usually have the most ridiculous-looking car.
Well, yeah, but that's because they're maximizing the aero. But that doesn't mean and that is a big part of the performance. But it's not necessarily the biggest differentiator. Stuff like, particularly with the electric cars, the wheels are the most interesting thing. But you kind of have to get up close to see, like, wheels are very much. Yeah, they're all going to look similar. But if you actually look at the internal, like some of the teams had the power units within the wheel for the electric cars when I was competing. And that was fascinating, seeing how they did that, because that's just stuff you don't see in the real world, which you could argue, well, it's not relevant then, but at least it allowed them the freedom to play around with stuff like that. And yeah, so the cars are all very different. Have you ever actually been to a SAE event?
I've been to ones that are put on by the university and like look around the car, and they like pull out all the old cars and like, oh, look at this, and like this is our process. I've never been to the competition.
I'd recommend if you're talking about like getting to SRO or something, try going to an SAE event, a big one.
The problem is it's in Nebraska or something.
Yeah, sure.
Like, so I don't necessarily want to make a trip to do, like, if they like, oh, we're gonna do a Formula SAE in Portland, I would like go to that.
How dare you? Lincoln's a nice town.
No, it's not.
And I think they used to do it at Auto Club.
They used to do it at all kinds. I think they did it. Yeah, they did one in Michigan. I think they still
Texas,
do one
I think.
in New Hampshire.
But if you can get to one, just walking around my favorite part of the event was always the endurance on the Sunday, but my second favorite part was turning up on the Thursday and walking around and seeing all the other cars and getting all the other students from all the other teams to talk you through their cars and stuff, which they all love doing, and it's all super open because that's kind of the point. So yeah, and you would notice that the vast majority of the cars are extremely unique and different. Some of them, you'll have this mid-pack that is all very finely tuned Honda CBR 600 engine cars. They're all kind of similar, but it's still cool to see how they did it. They will all have come from a different set of resources. But the top-end electric cars in particular, they're all completely unique. The aero might look similar, but if you get up close, there'll be differences there. But the aero is kind of the least interesting, as an aerodynamicist. The aero is kind of the least interesting part of an SAE car, usually.
Interesting. The last thing I'll say on this subject, and we can move on and talk about racing. The university I went to, they were okay for Formula student, and like I wasn't there long enough to like get into it, but I had intended to, because I was taking mechanical engineering technician courses at that time. Which is a thing in some states and not in others. Not in California, as it turns out. Anyway, I was going to do that, and then but their big thing was doing the Formula Baja, which from like the suspension perspective, I understand is very cool. But I found they had a spec engine for that. And I could see how that would, one, save some money, obviously, in engine development. But it kind of bummed me out, because if it's off-road, you're not really going to do a whole lot of aero stuff, generally, because you're not going to be going that quickly. And then you're going to take away the engine too, then you're really only designing the chassis, which because of the way they wanted the rollover structure, they all, again, outwardly seemed really similar. And then, like, yeah, suspension geometry you can change, obviously, but that really bummed me out when I was looking at it, and I was much more excited at the prospect of doing the Formula SAE than the Baja one, which was unfortunate because the Formula SAE didn't get all the funding.
I can imagine Baja is like that specifically because they wouldn't want to split the SAE crowd. The SAE crowd is the guys who have the size of team and the resources to do everything on the car. Most of the car is built from scratch and it's your design. If Baja was the same thing, then all you'd be doing is splitting that group. So I can see why they would have a separate competition that is, right, well, you guys can just focus on like chassis and suspension design within smaller parameters.
Right.
Obviously do it for off-road, which is a different application, but it's similar enough that if you had them basically the same rule set, but just one was off-road and one was on-road, you'd just be, you wouldn't be able to find sponsors for both. You wouldn't be able to split your team up. So that kind of makes sense to me. It's a shame that your specific university could only do one of them seriously.
Right.
By the way,
like I said, I wasn't there long enough to actually do it, but like I did have intentions of like, that was part of why I went there. It was like, oh, they have all these programs that like, because they had other stuff too. They tried to do that Shell Challenge electric car thing, and yeah.
New fastest lap, by the way. We're almost under 1 minute 30. 1 minute 30.081 by the 58 Stratus, so the one running second in GTU.
There's a couple of things happening here. The 65 open throttle.
Yeah, there you go.
They're close.
Is catching the 251 Jep Racing Mazda Miata for the final podium spot in GP3. It started, well, it was about 7 seconds ago when JT picked it up and posted it in the YouTube chat, and since then we've kind of been tracking it. And now, I mean, there's every chance that it's already happened on this lap as they circle back around to start-finish. Complete lap 193. And there it is. 65 comes through and displaces the number 251. And does a 152.1 in the process, which isn't particularly quick for GP3, but it's quick enough to build about a second margin on the same lap back to that number 251. And no real more gains to be made there, but it is a podium spot, and therefore worth noting. Also, watch Birmingham Road and Race. We know that car had picked up a lap penalty and had fallen behind the number 44 of PC Racing. The margin is now 44.8 seconds. PC Racing has actually kept the pace up pretty well in this closing stanza of the race. They come across the line here and do a 39 flat, which is exactly the same lap time window that the 98 from Birmingham Road and Race has been in. The occasional 38 out of that car, but it is pretty dependent on traffic from the looks of things. As the 909 automatic Aston Martin is into the pit lane.
Yeah, it's been consistently 41 to 44 seconds, that gap there.
Yeah, the potential is there, but I think the 44, I think the 44's pace might actually be enough to kind of hold this off. Even a second lap is probably not going to be enough, as the number 123 NFC Mercedes slides through. That margin, meanwhile, has actually gone out ever so slightly. It came down to 45.5 seconds. Now it's back up to just under 46, with the TLM Mona number 888 having dropped into the 134s, which is the first time we've seen that in a minute. This time comes through and does a 137. So again, it's coming down a couple of tenths or a couple of seconds at a time, but it's not happening on a consistent enough basis to assume that that car is going to get there. If it does, it's not going to be one of these, doesn't have that feeling of inevitability about it. It has a feeling of they're going to have to really work at this to make it happen.
We've got to wait for the last pit stop to happen because...
that's also a very good point.
Yeah, the 1-2-23 is going to have a faster final pit stop. We just don't know how much faster. And if it's a big chunk, then this rate of catching could be enough. If it's not a big chunk, then it probably isn't. So we kind of got to wait for that. 43 seconds is the get run out. Actually, it doesn't have to be much quicker. They can get within 25 seconds.
I was going to say, I would expect it to be in the region of 15 or so seconds quicker.
That
would be my guess.
Yeah, those couple of 140s we spotted, it could end up being that could end up making the difference, honestly.
Yeah.
Or depending on so they have more flexibility because TLM is going to have to pit first. Doesn't mean they will pit first, but they have to pit earlier than the NFC car has to pit. If they pit and then a yellow comes out, then it's game on for NFC.
Contact reported between the 172 and the 2 somewhere around 10 minutes ago. That was up at turn 5.
Who's in third overall?
Yep.
But that
It's
matters.
listed as the second car, so
But
it's
that-
not always. Oh, the 123 is under investigation for contact too.
Yes. Yeah,
With the
from earlier.
164 up
I
at
don't
turn
want it to come
14.
down to this, you know?
No, definitely not.
No,
This
Just-
is...
To be clear, that was noted 50 minutes ago.
it is, but these decisions on contact
Yes,
have taken
absolutely.
a little while.
By the way, Stratus is about to take third overall off of the number 2. Not that it doesn't really matter, but
No, that's overall recovery there.
and they have now taken it.
The 369 is out and circulating again,
Very good.
so I'm sure they'll be ready to go tomorrow.
Paul Sparta rightly notes that the 28 is closing on the 99 as well.
Do you think Paul Sparta has a vested interest in that battle, or do you think he's just a casual observer noting?
He's a diehard fan.
Got it. Okay.
4 seconds faster that lap for NFC against TLM.
He owns 2 raccoons himself.
But that's the thing, Scott, is this is the outlier, right? We know what that car is capable of, but it doesn't do it anywhere near consistently enough.
Well, you can say the same about TLM. They can do 34s, but they keep doing 37s.
True.
That's traffic, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
We're headed into the final hour of racing from Barber Motorsports Park. Thanks for being with us, everybody. It's been a long enough day. Some of us have been at the endurance racing thing since very early this morning, thanks to the 1,812 kilometers of Qatar. But it's been a great day of racing nonetheless.
excuse me, sir, you just gave away the finishing race distance.
No, that is actually the name of the race.
Stop.
Yeah. It's related to the Qatari independence celebration. I don't know, something 335 lap.
Wow. We
Or
haven't even had to
maximum
dig
of
into
10
that
hours.
bag yet.
To be fair, I actually am becoming less and less of a fan of timed races. I quite like, you know how long the race wants to last, so just make a distance out of it. Especially if you have FCYs and whatnot.
Counterpoint, Canada 2012, F1.
So, I mean, it's all
I didn't
done
have a
for-
problem with that personally, but
I didn't either, but like that ended up being a 6-hour process.
oh, you've committed the day anyway.
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, but TV hasn't.
Yeah, I know.
Which is why that's why Petite isn't 1,000 miles anymore. Straight up 10 hours.
Yeah,
Sorry,
because they're
Petit
so
to them
concerned
all.
about the viewership for Petite.
Let's do what bike race is
At
doing.
10:40 at night
Yeah.
Let's do what bike races do. Get a certain amount through the race and then set a lap.
or 8:48.
I like that, Scott. That's a good idea.
Anyway, 2 seconds faster for NFC this time, so the gap's down to 37.7 seconds. This is quick enough. A quick enough rate of catch. Doesn't really matter how much quicker their pit stop is. What we got? Oh, we got exactly an hour to go. Yeah, I think that's fast enough that they'll catch them.
Again,
at this rate.
it's got to be sustained. Also,
It has been recently.
Yeah.
Well, they're 34.9 now for TLM, so they prove that they can. They prove again that they can go back into the 34s when they get a good lap in.
the thing that makes this really interesting to me, as Random Vandals Racing is now, I'm sure, alongside of the 99, that time through start finish, half a tenth of a second. The thing that has me really interested is in this lead battle is it's not just a matter of like doing the math.
Pass is done. The Random Vandals car is like 5 car
Very
lengths
good.
ahead of
Okay,
the
so
99.
that's up to 8th overall, 7th in GTO. It's not like you just do the math and say, well, he's 3 seconds quicker every lap. It's going to take him 20 laps. Like, yeah, it might look close, but he'll get him in the last 20 minutes.
Oh, no.
and it's over.
The Harrison Motorsports GP2 car is stopped on the back straightaway,
All right.
which we don't really have a view of.
Slow lap by NFC that time round, so they've lost all their gains. from the
Yep, we're
last
going to
few
go full
laps.
course yellow here.
And that will bail TLM out because they'll get to pit and fill up. So that plus the 5 seconds NFC just lost, we'll see how quick NFC's pit stop is compared to TLM's, but that might actually end it. No, end it in terms of them catching.
I don't think it's gonna
I don't.
end it.
I don't think so either.
We'll see.
I think both cars are inconsistent enough in and through traffic that at this point, I mean, who knows? You know, a couple of really slow laps out of the 888 and decent laps out of the 123, and all of a sudden now we're back under 30 seconds.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that was probably been a bit overly dramatic, but it's it swung very much the other way. Like if you,
Yeah,
two laps ago, it looked like NFC was going to catch them without a pit stop, let alone. And now, yeah, 5 seconds slower and both of them pitting under yellow. That swings it a lot more towards, swings the pendulum towards TLM a bit more.
That's going to move the 164 having trouble here and having to be towed already. The truck is there, hooking it up. The 66 of open throttle is going to be promoted to 3rd position here. They were about a minute 13 down, so that's not in all likelihood a position they would have been able to get to. But now they are in a podium in GP2.
There is the lead Aston Martin into the pit lane. My guess is they'll have been ready for that car. Just waiting for either the right full course yellow at the right time, or the inevitable cough and splutter for needing to get that car into the pit lane. Bailout is probably a strong term, as you say, Scott, but
well, it's not any more of a bailout than having a full course yellow would, or having a safety car would have put the 123 on the 88 on the 888s.
Oh, no. I'm not. To be clear, I'm not suggesting that. You know, that it's unfair or anything like that. Or
are you suggesting that RJ intentionally called?
Yes. Okay.
The full course yellow.
Great. No. What I'm saying.
This is a competition caution. We're entering the final stage.
Yep. Do you guys remember the Truck Series caution clock? What a terrible era of racing. 20 minutes.
So the Aston Martin is already on the way out of the pits, and that was almost exactly a minute stopped.
Okay, the thing I do want to see is that the GTR 99 came out of the pit lane right behind the 766, like only separated by the 888 there. So the 28 is going to be in contention here to grab another position.
The 123, by the way, we haven't even seen him come into the shot yet.
Yeah, that's kind of the point I was making there, was the Aston Martin was only, here's the 123.
That is,
the Aston Martin was only stopped wasn't even stopped for enough time for the NFC to pass them if they didn't need a pit stop. So doesn't matter how much shorter it's going to be.
This will be really quick for the 123, though.
Car is being towed as we speak.
Where is it?
Turn.
It had been 11.
Question mark 11 over there.
Might be blind, or did the 123 just drive all the way through?
No, it's there.
No, it just got released right there.
Oh, it's that one. Okay, sorry, I thought they were way down pit lane. Yeah, I missed that. Okay, but that stop was very short. In fact,
it was a good stop.
I reckon it was less than 20 seconds, which would have put them ahead if that had both been under green. But alas.
Yeah, they're still going to be at that 40-second gap because the 888 is just going under the bridge right now.
Well, it won't be 40 because it was 40 anyway, and they've stopped for a lot less time, but it'll be,
Well, it turned into, I'm only
maybe.
saying that based on earlier we had a similar situation where somebody was coming out as the other person was going into turn 7, and that was about a 40-second gap.
Yeah, it was 40 to 41, which is exactly where we were just as the full course yellow was coming.
Yeah, I think they'll end up. It will be over 30, I think. So, which.
Oh, well, the number 5. Now that I've seen the other side, has no front left fender. Only saw the right side. It's like, oh, it doesn't look that bad. No, the left side's pretty bad.
And we should be going green right about here.
All right. So how long do we have to go?
54 minutes and 25 seconds.
Do some maths on what that's going to be in laps, or do we have a lap prediction?
I don't know if the lap prediction is going to be accurate because of the full course yellow situation. 72's back out.
Nice.
About 34 laps. 34, 35, somewhere in that region. So.
And we're going to go green here.
I think that means that NFC only needs a second a lap on average, which they are kind of capable of.
I mean, they're capable of 3.
Even if you look at the car's very best laps of the race, it's exactly a second. Well, 1.1. So actually, this could be very, very tight. And Yeah, it's looked like, other than these random 1 minute 40 lap times that the only NFC seems to have occasionally, it does look like they're a second and a half to 2 seconds on average faster.
Yeah, it is worth noting this potential contacting that's hanging over the head of the 123 at the moment, still under investigation from exactly an hour ago. I think we're happy to put that to one side and just let this play out on track. If something happens in the meantime, we'll deal with it, but no real point in focusing in on it when we've got this chase happening for the number 123, trying to catch that blue Aston Martin that heads through your shot.
It's 30 seconds across the line. I don't know whether TLM spent any of this lap under yellow. So that would mean the gap is a maximum of 30 seconds, right?
Yeah.
So that means it's less than a second a lap that NFC needs.
Well,
We'll see at the
Scott,
end of
you know
this
what
lap
they
exactly
say.
what it is.
Catching is one thing, passing is another.
It is, and we saw earlier on in the race this 888 car was very reluctant to let anyone through and genuinely driving really, really well in a defensive scenario. I don't know, obviously, if it's the same driver. Seems reasonable that it could be same driver to start and finish.
Quick update in GP2. Ruben ASF Motorsports had pit from the GP2 lead under green just before we went full course yellow. 715 Rockwell Autosport Development were able to pit under code 35. They've come out behind 16.5 seconds. That is your gap. Both cars are good to go to the end of the race.
All right. So we've got GTO and overall battles to contend with. We've got GP2 battles, honors to contend with.
GP3 podium. Still.
GP1, did Birmingham Road and Race pit under green?
I think their pit stop ended under green, as in it went green before they finished.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not, I don't know if it was by much, though. 28.9 seconds is the gap for the lead, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, the timing hasn't caught up yet.
Yeah, including the 1.6 that just came down. So
Yeah.
Yeah, including that. So NFC's on target at the moment, based on that one lap.
calling it.
This turn 8 and 9 camera is getting spottier and spottier as you go, isn't it? I think that might be just wheel rub on that car,
Yeah.
on the outside front tyre. ACP didn't pit under that last safety car, that last code 35. That seems
They
very
really
odd.
don't agreed, but they also don't really have much to gain or lose.
But why would you not just get your last stop done? Like, you can say what you want about, like, they're not going to lose any places, but just why would you not do it?
Yeah. Yeah, they
It's
were
more
almost
fun to try to catch random vandals here.
unless they thought they weren't going to need one. And they were in at 2.
Seems unlikely.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
17
definitely
plus
need one.
50 minutes.
They've gained back third place overall because of it, but they'll obviously lose that on pace if nothing else, but they'll lose it when they have to pit. Yeah, they got 2 laps on Bruce Innovations, so they're 2 laps behind the car ahead. So yeah, there really is nothing to gain or lose in class.
Who tends to choose between TLM Mona and NFC Motorsports that time around?
All right, so that one wasn't fast enough then.
Right. And this is the problem, is if you don't meet that second lap average, then every lap you don't is more you've got to pick up in the ensuing laps.
Yes.
And that might be a few hundredths a lap spread out, over 40 minutes, but over time that's going to grow and become 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.5. And then you've got something that's insurmountable.
Well, I was rounding up, but at the moment it's around 0.8 that they need, and over the last
Sure.
2 laps they've averaged 0.9. So they're okay for now, but then also, yeah, as Ryan made the point, they've got to arrive with enough time to actually construct an overtake. Isn't trivial.
99 is now catching the 28, which is the opposite of what just happened on track about 15 minutes ago.
that open throttle car coming down pit lane missing a trunk lid?
It's been
or-
missing a trunk.
I was going to say, I've
time.
seen
Yeah.
that for a while.
I wonder if that was the one that was running a white trunk lid earlier.
That's the 66, which has a white roof and trunk.
Okay.
So if this was an F1 broadcast, we would say that the pass will happen in about 30 laps, and the difficulty would be high.
Well, at the current rate of closure, the pass will happen in 1,000 laps.
Well, that's true.
The overtake will be very high. The difficulty will be very high because it was only 800ths of a second on the last lap.
I still don't believe there's any advanced computer modeling involved in that traffic.
Oh,
It's like, I think it's literally just it knowing what the lap time differences are. and,
every
like, making
overtake
it
is
right.
easy if you just ram him off the road.
So you coulda.
If there is
Or
advanced,
VIR.
if there is advanced computing involved in that, it's just to make someone else's life easier, so that somebody else doesn't have to just decide that.
Yeah.
Who has to? Oh, I see what you're
Joseph
saying, yeah.
Joseph believed very strongly that they wouldn't be sponsoring that if there wasn't some data thing involved, and I was like,
I'm sure there is, but all it does is it saves someone a job that a human is perfectly capable of doing.
right. Which you're all in favor of, by the way.
I am.
Oh, big traffic here for the AAA headed into the final corner. There's supers involved in that. There's general
39-1.
involved in that.
That was a very
Yeah.
basically these 39s and 40s are bad traffic laps.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it doesn't take very many of them, 5 or 6 going the wrong way, and this gap closes right up.
Comes to Mercedes. I don't see much in the Mercedes wake that would suggest a slow lap. 34 flat. So that 5 seconds you lost just before the code 35 is now immediately well, not immediately, but has come back the other way.
Hmm.
And now finds himself ahead of schedule, as it were, needing 23 seconds in the next 46 minutes. But again, that 123 is going to have to contend with maybe not the same traffic in the same order, but all of those cars are going to get passed eventually.
That is the thing with WRL, is that there's so much traffic, but it's also varied, that if you get these clumps, the clump that the Aston Martin just caught, it will be spread out, or well, not necessarily spread out, but it will be different when NFC gets there. So it really can boil down to luck at this point in the race.
I think
Over 7 hours, it'll law of averages says they'll all catch the same amount, but when we're talking about the last 45 minutes, it actually could come down to luck.
Yeah. The 39s and the 40s, like you say, the bad traffic, I think, is catching lots of cars in bad spots.
37.8 that time because the Aston Martin still haven't quite got through.
Yellow flag been onto the front.
Oh,
straight
yep.
there.
Spinner there off the final corner, Ryan?
766.
I can't see the final corner from
No,
this.
Ryan, producer.
There's
Ryan.
nothing
Yeah.
on the camera. Oh, there it is. Yeah, the Mazda
Nope.
with the big wing. I think it's.
Oh, yep. Ooh, center of the track going 4 wide.
NFC is going to catch this huge gaggle of cars here.
Yeah, just shot through the inside of most of it. Having picked up another 1.3 seconds, but will undoubtedly be compromised there on the way into turn number 1.
That was actually incredibly lucky. If that whole group got slowed down so much that they, I think, jumped the whole lot of them on one straight.
That's the way it looked. Was able to dive up the inside on the brakes. May have had to back out of one or two of them.
Meanwhile, the Aston Martin through turn 5 is stuck behind side-by-side lapped cars.
Thunder Bunny catching Bruce Innovations. That's 225 catching 333. 8.6 seconds is the margin on track. We're also keeping an eye on the GP2 battle, which JT currently favors 525, but not by much. 14.6 seconds.
Yeah, it was at 16 and a half with 50 to go. So there's give or take a bit. They're running very similar lap times.
The 98 is now firmly out of their ability to catch PC racing, I think.
Yeah, that one's kind of going the same way as the leaders. They've actually both stepped up their game fairly well. They were both in the 39s for basically every time we looked at them. Now they're into the 37s and 38s, but the 98 just hasn't made any progress. Martin's 22 seconds for the lead. Oh, a replay.
Yeah, bottom left should be looking for the Mazda.
Nope. That is a
there we
backwards 251. That was backwards by the time he got there. We saw the yellow flag appear in real time at the final corner.
Yeah, there's reporting he may have got a little bit of help.
Been a busy old race for our friends up in the race control tower this weekend.
That it has.
Unfortunately, it's looking like problems for the 85 from AOA. Probably promote the 65 to second in a moment or so. And now also put the headquarter automotive Mazda that we just saw spun out there in that replay. Probably up to third in class.
Good lap from the 888, 135.2. .35.5 for NFC. So that one's more or less stagnant. A couple of tenths to the 888. Also anticipate seeing a change for third overall in the next couple of laps with the Stratus number 59 catching the number 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates. They've actually just come through here at turn 5. BMW's already gone. And the Stratus follows through. 123's caught up in quite a bit of traffic. Some of it he's already gotten through in the first half of the lap, or first third of the lap. The rest is going to have to get between here and, say, turn 9.
It's looking like the 44 may be receiving a 1-lap penalty.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so he was up here speaking with the stewards, Peter Shang was, about 20 or 30 minutes ago, and I wanted to hold my tongue about it because I didn't want it to have been overturned.
It's a quick view of the replay between the 766 and the, oh my. Well,
It'll help.
a lot of sap.
That was right in front of the leader as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's a very wide corner with a very wide arc. Sticking your nose up the inside late like that is it kind of asking for it.
Yeah, that's when we were earlier on discussing how the 888 was driving through traffic aggressively. Those were the moves that car wasn't making.
Yeah.
It was making the high percentage moves where the driver of the slower car should see you coming, and if they don't, that's obviously the risk you take. But moves like that, the driver of the slower car it's not necessarily stacking the deck in your favor for him seeing you, because you're coming from such a weird angle in the middle of a complex. It's always a difficult, and it's such a wide arc into that corner.
Yeah.
Mirrors aren't necessarily going to spot someone that far down the inside. So yeah, it was a low percentage move, that one.
Yeah, for no real gain either. I mean, that car is not embroiled in a battle at the moment. Now it's got some damage to the right front corner of the car. That car won't race tomorrow, so it's not the end of the world, but it will probably pick itself up a penalty for its troubles.
4 seconds lost on that lap by NFC.
Ryan notes, producer Ryan notes, piece of debris just where these two cars are headed through there. Right in the middle of the road, just off to the right side of the racing line. Dylan Motor comes through 134.8 with the NFC Mercedes having already lost a little bit of time, well, quite a bit of time on the previous lap, 4 seconds. And now tucked up behind the Random Vandals, number 28. 32.9. Good response from the number 123. There is that debris we were talking about. Good response from NFC Motorsports. Stratus 59 right up onto the back of the number 2 as well. That's half a second. And we'll almost certainly go the other way next time we see them across start and finish. GTR 99, again, it's right around 7 seconds from the 99 up to the 28. That position had already gone sort of flip-flopped once. And now that 99 is kind of hanging on for dear life here, hoping to be able to pick up that 7th spot in GTO.
Overall leader diving down the inside of a BMW into the last corner there. We'll see what the next lap time is. It's a 37.7. That's a lot of time lost potentially. Certainly versus the NFC previous lap. We'll see what.
Yeah, the NFC car was going to have a few cars to contend with.
Oh, there's a big group of cars there, which I think
headed down the front straight.
Yeah, which there's the NFC car, so they're going to have to deal with that probably towards the end of this lap.
Yeah, 33.9, so that's got the gap down to 20.8. I realize we're throwing a lot of numbers at you here, but kind of what this is going to come down to.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully before too long we'll be able to follow them on similar trackside shots, and it will be a bit more visual than just number based.
Thanks, Scott.
Certainly at this rate, it'll be down in that range within the next 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, we're hurting down here at the bottom of the hill. It's irritating because that one's been good for, or decent at least, most of the day. But as we always do, we're contending with the spotty cell coverage around Barber, plus the Alabama Boat Show.
Boat Show!
Big echo there.
2 days only. Your F-250,
powered by Jag. Oh, this is the battle between the 225 and the 333. Battle for 5th overall, 4th in GTO. Just entered and came through our shot there at turn number 5. Now, we can pick him up down to the bottom of turn 7. That blue and yellow BMW M4 and the 225 is in there as well. There it is. So the 333 has defended that quite well, actually. The 225 has kind of been charging here for the last few laps. I think generally we would expect the Super to be the quicker car. 3 wide, headed into the final corner here. The 58 backs out of it. The 59 is in there as well. 909 is into the pit lane again. It's not the first time in the last little while we've seen that car make the hard left into the pit lane through turns 15 and 16.
A reminder on
let's follow this. Let's follow this battle if we can. Just through the cameras we've got left at turn 5 and turn 7. 333 defends the inside, headed into turn number 1 with the 225 holding the racing line. It's going to shallow up the entrance for the number 333, but with the long corner at turns 2 and 3, I don't know that that's going to be enough for the 225 to get a run unless it's a really good early application of throttle for the Toyota Supra. DM under the shot all the way, already on the brakes on the right side of our screen, headed into turn number 5. Again, the 333 defends, is able to kind of park it as they get into the turn-in point, right onto the apex, but the 225 is able to carry more speed, headed towards turn 7 with our slightly misaligned camera here. I think the Supra is off to driver's left. 333 goes in deep and is going to be out over the curb as they crest the hill. Fortunately, you can run it out really wide and still come back into the throttle pretty early on the exit of turn 8 as you head up the run to turn 9 and 10. where you've really got to carry the speed through the corners so you can defend through this final complex. Gap is 20.9. TLM Mona is able to pull in a couple of, or stretch out a couple of tenths, excuse me.
Yeah, that's TLM Mona finding some of their fastest laps this stint. But we know NFC is capable of 32s. The last lap for TLM Mona was a 34.3.
Watch the crossover here. 225's got to run. 333 defends. That's Bruce Innovations trying to hang on to the 4th spot in GTO.
They're going to hold on to it going into turn number 1.
Yeah.
3 is going to stay in the lead.
Turn 5 again. 225 is out wide. 333 into the inside, but this time the 225 looks to be much more on the attack.
Yeah.
Headed through 5 and 6. Ryan, you're going to see it out the window, but my guess is
225 has made the move. They're going to start to create a gap coming into turn 7 here. The 333's got nothing else for him. You can see him just coming. Looks a lot closer on that camera than it is. Yeah.
Yeah, good defending for the last few laps, but it felt inevitable that the 225 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra was eventually going to have the stuff needed to make the move. The lead margin has gone out to 21.9 seconds, so another second lost by the number 123. And you do just begin to wonder, we know that car changed tires a couple of hours ago. The more that car pushes on in this final stanza of the race, you wonder if the temperatures start to run away a little bit, or if you take the best out of the tires early in the run to the checkered flag, and in this final half hour you're a little bit less consistent, or you have less to take the fight to the leader with.
A battle no less important in GP2 for the lead.
Yep.
Rockwell continues to take out seconds each lap on Ruben. That gap is now down to 4.4 seconds this last time by.
Down in GP1, the penalty has been applied to the number 44, so they've lost the lap back, and what we effectively have is no net change, because the 98 picked up a penalty about 45 minutes ago that did exactly the same thing in reverse. So we're right back where we started with the 98 and the 44, and the response by PC Racing has been to throw down their fastest lap of the race, a 136.288. The last time around. That's a slow BMW headed through turn 5. What have you got eyes on that, Ryan?
No slow BMWs here.
Okay, and maybe it was just an artifact of the camera. Now there's, well, it's not that slow lap from the 123, but it's a quick lap from 888. The margin's out to 23.3.
Yeah, I think this is getting out of hand now.
Still half an hour left, so things can happen, but
Yeah, they need to gain an average of 1.3 seconds after this one.
And make a pass. Like the 123 is having to get through GTO traffic now, which is going to be harder, obviously.
But to Scott's point earlier, the number was 0.8 20 minutes ago. And by not holding up the 0.8 of a second per lap bargain, now you're up to 1.3 because you haven't been getting the requisite time on a lap-by-lap basis. Even though you take a chunk out.
I don't think it's possible. I think they're out of... I've made the call here at the decision desk.
We're definitely not making the call 29 minutes before the end of the race.
Yeah,
we
it's
have all
definitely...
this content to fill in, but it does feel a little bit less than it did maybe at the top of the hour.
They can still do 1.3 seconds. They've shown that. It's just, are they going to? And it's becoming harder and harder. Like a 34.8 there, that requires a 33.5 from NFC, and they've shown they can do 32s. So
yes, but the 33.5 is equally as likely as a 37.
Yes.
On average.
Sure. Yeah.
It has a real Road Atlanta feel to it. I know we're not able to see the traffic management quite as well, but Road Atlanta is another track where you get big swings in lap times because it is so difficult to pass through, some of the highest speed sections of the track, and the top class cars in particular tend to get bit by that quite hard.
Target is now up to 1.5 seconds because
Yeah.
they lost more time on that lap.
They're still behind the number 2. That's the problem. I was just saying it last lap. They're behind all this GTO traffic. It's going to make it really difficult to keep pulling that time out. Before they were behind the Dexter Racing Supra was causing the problem. Now they're behind the 2 who are only a lap down here.
Across the line, 6/10 in the battle for GP2 lead.
They're actually 2 laps down, Ryan.
Or they're about to be 2 laps down, yeah. A lap.
No, they're already 2 laps down.
Oh, okay.
It's the second place car that's behind them.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the 2 car.
Yeah. I see.
The 2 car really has nothing to race for, so it'd be nice if they didn't just get themselves inserted into the battle for first and second. But they're in a race as well. Just seen the leader go across the line in front of us there behind 3 wide traffic. Was a 34.7 on that lap, which is a solid lap. It's going to be hard to take more than a second out of that, even if NFC has a clean lap. And instead they lose another 2 tenths. Over 1.5 seconds a lap they need now, if they're going to make the catch. Yeah, that's essentially doubled since...
They are still behind the number 2, and now the 61 is catching the 2 and the 123. So the 123, I think, needs to be a little more aggressive here to get themselves by the 2. Otherwise, that's really not going to happen.
Cynically, the 2's only chance of making a place is if the 123 tries to pass them and makes egregious contact with them and gets a 2-lap penalty.
I mean, that's a really cynical way to look at it.
It is. I'm not wrong, though, am I? There's the leader coming into the last corner. 36.6, so it was a bad lap for TLM.
The 99 has closed up on the number 28 of Random Vandals. That's a pass that's going to occur here shortly. The 123 is down the inside of the number 2 going into turn number 1. I think that is going to be them clearing the 2, yes. So going up into turn 2, the 99 or the 123, excuse me, has now made the pass on some lap traffic cleanly, it appeared. So they can get back in search of their ultimate goal here. Unfortunately, down to 25 minutes left, and now about 25 seconds down to the leader.
Yeah, 1.6 seconds required now. They did gain on that lap.
The 52 is going rather slowly right now. I don't know if they were just letting some traffic through or if they've had some trouble. The 52, I think, is going to pull off here just out the exit of turn 5. I think a full course yellow here really is the nail in the coffin.
Rockwell into the lead in GP2.
That's a great result there for them, having pulled some time out of the leaders.
GP3 leader in the pits. Well, they're probably just on the way out of the pits.
Let's see if I can find...
Correct.
So the 52 has come to a complete stop. We are showing yellow flag at turn 5. 52 is now back to rolling. They have pulled off the racing line, so they should stay out of the way, but we're really hoping that car can make it all the way around.
NFC pulls in a second on that lap.
Yeah, okay. So as I suspected, they were being pretty severely held up by the 2.
Well, it's still not a very fast lap relative to what they're capable of, but at least it's something. But it's behind the target time that they need. So there's now over 1.6 seconds a lap they need. a white flag going into turn 7, so that means there's a slow car. Could presumably be the 52.
Yeah. Do you think the Triple Eight's going to buy some beer for the number 2 team, or we're going to go 4 wide? Okay, they made it back to 3. Thank goodness, into turn number 1.
The race leader behind a little bit of traffic as they come through the last corner.
Yep.
35-1 that lap. It's solid as long as they avoid these 39 and 40-second lap times. That should be enough for them. They need to just not lose huge chunks of time.
I think they could even still handle 1 or 2, Scott.
But yeah, sure.
You'd obviously prefer to avoid them, but at this point,
Oh, we're going to
oh
come
man,
to yellow.
yellow.
Right after
wow.
Of course, yellow, directly in front of, I believe that was the NFC car coming out. You could see the white MX-5 directly behind the 65 from Open Throttle Racing. That gap in second in GP2 or GP3 is now down to 2 seconds.
Yeah, the Corvette also locked all 4 wheels up to try not to overtake the car ahead of them coming out of the last corner at the start of that yellow. Not super sure how the rules really work with that. If you have the momentum to pass the car as the yellow flag comes out, are you expected to slam the brakes on to stop?
I witnessed a car that experienced that type of situation for the first full course yellow, and I never saw it mentioned as a pass under yellow. So I don't know if it was missed, or I believe you have until the purple flag comes out to be down at the 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. So
That is true, but I don't think you can pass under the double yellow.
Well, I'm not saying people should be trying to take advantage of the purple and make up spaces while they can. What I am saying is, if you're already overlapped with somebody and the yellow comes out, I think it's probably more prudent pass than it is to try to lock the brakes and then potentially slide into someone.
Yeah, I would say what happened there was them slowing down in an unsafe manner.
Yeah.
And if they pressed the brake, like they had so much momentum coming off the corner and were already pulling alongside as it came out. If they tried to slow down in a safe manner, I think the momentum would have carried them past the Mazda they were catching.
Right.
And at that point, I can't see how that could be a penalty, because you're slowing down in a safe way. As it was lucky. It looked lucky that the Corvette driver managed to hold on to it.
So a couple of things here. First, did we mention the 2 being noted for defensive driving?
No, I did not. But
as I came back, I heard you talking about the the Triple Eight buying the 2 some beers. It has whatever is happening out there has been seen by somebody. I'm not saying it's intentional by any stretch, but it was being looked at. The car stopped as the number 52 up at turn 6. Somewhere between 6 and 7 rounds.
That car not able to complete a distance around the track that I think they would have hoped for.
All of it.
Yes.
Yeah. Hope for all of it.
Or even to a cutout, even.
Yeah.
Here's a question then for the class. If you're in a race car that's sputtering and you get it refired, at what point do you decide, you know what, I am going to just go into this cutout because it's not very consistent? I would like to think that I would do a sociable thing into the cutout, but on the flip side, you know, if the car's running, it's still running, so I'm going to try to get it back to the pit lane, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on where you are. Like, if you're at turn 5 and you pull off to driver's right and you pull into a cut, right, so you're not on track, you're not getting recovered from there.
Right.
Like, nobody's going to come pick you up until they go full course yellow for something else, and then your day is just shot.
Right.
Also, do I have a team car that needs a full course yellow?
Not the case here, to be clear. Yeah, we're not Michael Waltrip Racing. And
I was going to say, don't. As a former member of Team Penske, don't get me started on that, because they manage to do the opposite quite often.
Scott, how did that work? Did you guys all watch it as a team? Was it like they do for F1 and everybody's at the factory like watching the race? Or were you all just like at home and you come in and you're like, oh my god?
At home, because there's no work on weekends.
Right.
Unless you're doing really badly.
Of course not, it's racing.
Yeah. Well, not for those of us jockeys, anyway.
Sure.
Did watch all the races because I had quite large win bonuses riding on them. Hence I'm bitter about a few... One time in particular where we really didn't need a yellow and one of the team cars caused one.
Excellent.
Yes.
So I imagine then, I don't need to see your tax return, but I imagine then this is a decent sized bonus and not a like gift card to Jamba Juice or something.
Oh, it's probably somewhere in between, but
okay, all right.
it's I think it's a percentage of salary type of thing.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, for me it was 3 figures, not 4.
I mean, that's still like depending on how much, like you know.
Listen,
that's money. That's part of your rent.
Yeah.
If
It made the races worth watching. That's for sure.
Yeah.
if old Brad Keselowski moonlighting in Xfinity is the difference between me being able to buy a new graphics card or something, and then homeboy in the 12 walls it with 4 to go, like I'm not gonna be happy either.
Yeah.
I get it.
The 12 wasn't typically my issue, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was running out of Penske numbers, to be honest with you.
22 is the other one.
Oh man.
We are headed towards 15 minutes to go in the Saturday 8-hour enduro from Barber Motorsports Park. We've got 7 more whole hours to do tomorrow.
Nice.
We are going to kick off our coverage from Barber at 8 a.m. local time. The checkered flag to come at 4. And you say, but Brendan, that's 8 hours. And I say, oh no. There is a quiet hour.
I think
from 11 to 12.
This would complicate things significantly, but I think they should do the releases like they do the Iditarod, where you have to stop for the whole hour because there's like a designated start and stop time, but they let you out of the pit lane in the correct intervals so that your track position isn't affected.
Yeah, that is...
You let everybody race to the line, and then go to full course yellow basically as soon as after you pass the line, and then you have somebody on the grid, and you just make sure everybody's in the same order, roughly the same gaps, and like okay, cool. I think that would be fun.
I'm a little confused by what's happening in this 225 versus 333 battle. 225 appears to have pitted but stayed ahead.
I mean, that is how little time you lose.
Yeah, you don't lose any. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's why there's a rule about that, because you could just make time up.
I'm also confused at why they're pitting. Why do they still need to pit?
Maybe just a little insurance top off there.
It's the Oryx Racing. You need to come in so that Chris Dyson can get this championship win. I'm not actually suggesting that's occurring on race 2.
Laura Hayes Al Masood. Combining eras of sports car racing.
I think that would be Laura Hayes Molam and not Al Masood in this case.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. I was thinking sorry.
The other thing is that Race Hero is now updated, and Bruce Innovations is 36 seconds behind. I thought was that not quite a close race?
It was a couple of seconds.
So, obviously the gaps balloon under what are you going around 35 miles an hour, but
3 is in a gaggle of cars. And I imagine may have had to slow down in a more aggressive manner, as we discussed earlier, because there's a lot of lower class cars around it, right?
That is a good point, because their last 2 laps have been an average of 15 seconds slower than the Thunder Bunnies, despite Thunder Bunny having pitting on one of those laps.
Worth noting here, under the full course yellow, the 7:15 gap to the 5:25 is now 36 seconds. under slow speed. So at pace, we're looking at something like 10 to 12.
Yeah,
The 766 also came in for what it's worth.
The more
So
important gap is GP3.
The gap from the 65 open throttle back to the JEP for
Yep.
251.
Yep.
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 All right.
And we're gonna go
Yeah,
green
Hey,
here.
green flag. 13.5 minutes remain from Barber Motorsports Park in the
Oh
run to the
my.
checkered flag
Oh
on
my.
Saturday.
Ooh,
Ryan?
Okay. There was a potential that the two could have made a move on the 123 into turn 5. It did not come to pass, but I'm glad it didn't. Let's put it that way.
So is the 123 clear of the two now?
No. Or yeah, they're now they're clear. Yes. But again, as the green came out, there was a little bit of jockeying where it was like, oh, that could be not fun.
The 123 was caught up in, I think, a queue under the full course yellow here. The lap time was 4:15.2.
Yeah, that's pretty slow.
Yeah, which I think we're down below 4:10 generally.
There's the leader across the line.
He lost a lap?
Unfortunately, it would seem that the decision desk was correct.
12.5 minutes. Need this. Did the NFC car lose like almost a lap here?
No.
No, it just hasn't updated the timing.
Where
They
is
not. They just so the Aston Martin's in turn 5. The 123 just pit lane or start finish.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
there
it's
it is,
27.8 seconds.
Yeah. That's.
I had the wrong car crossing the start finish.
But they now need 3.5 seconds a lap, so I don't think it's going to happen at this
No, I
point.
don't think so. If you yeet it over the top of turn 7 here.
Oh, there's plenty of shortcuts.
It's like Manicourt in that way, where it just kind of goes back and forth.
You know, I have heard Barber often called the Magny-Cours of Alabama.
I mean, it's pretty close.
Ew? Did JT just say ew?
They could make it especially close if they put up a giant tire wall in turn 7 on that curb right there. So it would be like that final corner going to the pit lane.
As far as tracks go, JT likes Cutter more than he likes Magny-Cours.
Oh, I love Magny-Cours.
I dislike it so much.
Preferred mid-90s Manicourt before they changed that last sector.
Agreed.
I'd rather go to Manicourt than Le Castellet or whatever we're supposed to call it now.
You know what races at Magny-Cours?
VW Fun Cup.
VW Fun Cup.
Yep.
12 hours, baby.
Oh gosh.
How is that information just off the top of your head?
I pay a lot of attention to the VW.
Brendan's got a lot. Brendan's investigating the market, dude. He's up to.
I got a whole
snuff on this.
calendar, man. Yeah.
I actually got.
Does DriversEye Live need to cover back-to-back 12 hours at Magny-Cours and 25 hours of Spa? Who can say?
I actually got recommended a post where Brendan very thoroughly dressed someone down for having the start time of a V8 Supercars race wrong.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, on the racing line?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I don't even follow that, and I was like, "Dang, dude, Brendan is serious."
I know the guy that makes the app. I was more letting him know than complaining.
So he makes the app that you made. Is that?
Yes,
is that what I'm
correct.
hearing?
Yes,
Okay, got
I
it.
made the app and did it bad, and then he's like, "Oh, this is a good idea. I'm going to do it," and then did it better.
Nice.
NFC took
And now it's the racing line.
TN.
NFC took 7.5 seconds out of the lead that lap. So they are over target on that one specific
On
lap.
one lap, yes.
But it is a 32.7, which is an impressive time. It's exactly a tenth off of their fastest lap of the race.
So they got the tires cooled down. for a couple-
Exactly what I was going to say, Ryan. Yep.
Whereas TLM are struggling to heat their tires up, presumably. Yeah.
I don't.
Actually, I bet what it probably is that train that 123 was stuck in means that there was a big old gap in front of him with no traffic.
I think you're right. 35.7 that time for TLM, so that time was a little bit better. This is such a good shot.
Yeah, I'm not
I enjoy it.
I'm not by any means suggesting this could happen now, but
That shot gives you cars at 3 different parts of the track.
This one is legitimately pretty good, though.
Yeah.
Around the outside.
I did that.
Somebody else helped you build that.
Yeah, something like that.
Almost 3 seconds on that lap.
Wow.
They need 3.125 per lap. to
They're
make the
doing it.
catch. Well, they're not
They're
actually.
doing
The
the
last lap
thing.
was only 2.7, but
Ryan West Kornacki over here.
2.8.
And fortunately, you will be able to use evidence of me calling the race back then as proof that the race was fixed
Okay.
later on in a court trial.
You're contractually obligated to wear khakis, and I'm going to get you a touchscreen, and I'm just going to see what happens. We are inside of the final 8 minutes. 254 laps are complete. We've got a handful more remaining. And while we are hyping up a battle for the overall race lead and win, it does appear to be fairly comfortably, pending anything truly chaotic, into the hands of the number 888 TLM Mona Aston Martin V8 Vantage. I don't have this in front of me, but can any of you remember a race victory for the new Aston Martin?
Oh no, I can't, but I can tell you that the Harrison Racing BMW M3 is slowing down on the run to turn 5 and now stopped. Oh, and now they're going to get going again.
This is the 164?
Now,
Or the 392?
this is the 392.
Okay.
The interesting thing is the Aston Martin had to go through the yellow section not having used their big run to overtake the shift up now Audi.
They had to
Whereas the
breathe out of the
the NFC car will have not had to slow down there. So that's just bonus time. It's free real
How
estate.
many dozens of seconds will that have cost the TLM car?
Like 2.
2 dozen
2
seconds.
dozen seconds.
Oh yeah, that,
Move done. Our other class battles we've been watching, Birmingham Road and Race now comfortably leads. Well, yeah, comfortably leads PC
Yes.
Racing, the number 44. So that penalty for the 44 kind of settled this back the other way. The net there was basically nothing changed in the last hour.
Coming out onto the front straight. Nose to
Palomar.
tail coming across the line. 4:10 separating second in GP3. Coming into turn 1 here. So white MX-5 and a green BMW.
The net was that Palomar was a lot closer. I think they've taken their foot off the gas here a little bit, but they were under 30 seconds when that switch happened.
NFC should be headed across the line here momentarily. 38.2 for TLM Mona, but that car hasn't crossed the line yet. I don't know that it's going to reflect any massive gains. The 123 is going to dive to the inside, headed into turn 1. Yeah, 36.6. So that was the, well, I mean, there's 5 minutes left, but if there were an opportunity there to pick up a big chunk, that was it, and it's just not happening. Harrison is in the pits, and looks like the 52 is in the pits as well.
Reminder that this is a race where the field hasn't been reset the entire race.
Yeah.
And the gap is 17
But this
and a half seconds.
always happens at Barber, Scott. More than half of the races we've held here have been decided in the seconds within the last hour. It always seems to happen this way, where if you can call it luck or whatever, but when you don't artificially impact the end result of a race or the running order of a race, let's say, with a unnecessary process to string the field together and break up class battles and all of the things that safety cars actually do, then you still get really good racing. It's organic. It feels organic. It feels like, like everybody earned their place here. Nobody got lucky. Nobody caught up under a safety car. Nobody got their lap back.
Counterpoint, that's the sport.
It's not the sport. It doesn't have to be the sport. 2 drops a wheel on the exit of the final corner. Doesn't have to be the sport, right?
It doesn't
That is
have to be the sport, yeah.
Play the rules that are given.
I agree with that, but they don't have to be the rules because they're obviously not here. And it's going great for us. We've gotten a really good race out of this Saturday. as the sun sets over Birmingham, Alabama. 16 seconds separating the two leaders. We've had a battle for the GP1 lead inside of the last hour. We've had a battle for the GP2 lead inside of the last hour. But GP3, what is it? Battle for third and GP3 is half a second between open throttle racing and Jep.
Yep.
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 65 and 251.
Yeah, the
251's been backwards inside the last hour as well. Well, last hour and a half, I guess. Down there at the final corner.
Well, that was Dawn Motorsport making a final trip to the pits.
Yes, it is.
That's the white MPO1.
Yes, correct. And whenever we say the 888 next should begin its penultimate lap, there it is.
Triple A.
And with 3 minutes and...
There was no white flag displayed.
No, not the penultimate.
next time back.
Yeah. So with 3 minutes remaining, minute 36, minute 36. Yeah, this will be fine. Ooh, there's the Mercedes.
Yeah, it's still 13.6
13,
seconds.
yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, if you can make up
7 seconds allowed.
7 3/4 seconds.
Triple A
it's been a
does
good
not
one
have a
today.
lot of traffic up ahead, it must be said. And the 123 does. Ooh,
Yeah, I mean, that's where the 888 would have lost all its time in the last couple of laps.
Oh, okay, they'll go 3 wide. All right.
Long shadows through turns 7 and 8. Could be a much... Oh, man, look at this traffic. At this point, it really doesn't matter, but still, that's a stack of 4 or 5 cars in addition to the 4 or 5 you already passed.
It does matter because that entire traffic at the very front was a green BMW, and at the very back was a white MX-5. So that was very much a deciding factor in what we're going to see coming in the last 2 laps here.
The battle for third in GP3, second.
Second, yes.
Well, it also means that the leaders have only recently passed them, so that's 1 less lap they get to do.
The white flag is out here in Alabama. Was that the correct way to say it?
I think so. TLM Mona played nobody, Paul. 888 TLM Mona hits out on its 260th tour of the 2.3-mile Barber Motorsports Park with just 60 seconds left on the clock, headed to the checkered flag for the first half of our racing weekend for round 2 of the 2024 World Racing League season. It's been a good one, one I've enjoyed immensely. It would be easy to say, well, this lead battle didn't materialize on track, but 13 seconds after this much racing, well over 400 miles and 8 hours completed, is nothing to be too upset about. We believe this is going to wind up being the first, or maybe the second, win for the new generation Aston Martin GT4 in the World Racing League. And a reminder that the ballast or the weight adjustment that comes with the victory will not take effect until the next weekend. So that 888 TLM Monocar will head into tomorrow, not starting from the pole position because that'll be determined by lap time, but will certainly head towards tomorrow as one of the favorites. It's been a relatively clean one. It's been a great one, an interesting one to follow. And as the white flag waves off in the distance, we await the arrival of the blue number 888 TLM Mona Aston Martin Vantage GT4, who heads onto the front straightaway for the final time and wins the Saturday 8-hour enduro at Barber Motorsports Park. Just 12 seconds further back up the road should come the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4. There it is onto the front straightaway. Takes the checkered flag. 15.2 seconds is the final margin of victory in GTO and overall. The Stratus number 59 Sebago NPO1 will round out the overall podium, and for its troubles and a fairly late scare for that car, recovered to take the GTU class victory. Class that dominated all day and frankly probably deserved to have a shot at the overall win, having led through most
of the afternoon. Down in GP1, Birmingham Road and Race, through all of the back and forth we had with the 98 and the 44, goes the way of Birmingham Road and Race at their home venue, of course. A brand new build for that team in GP1. GP2 won by Rockwell Autosport Development by 27 seconds over the number 525 Rubin ASF Motorsports BMW 330i. And in GP3, the 75 from AOA Racing taking as commanding a GP3 win as we've seen AOA Racing take in the World Racing League. But our battle of interest there had been the 65 and the 251, in the end decided by 1.3 seconds for the second step on the GP3 podium. Jep Racing, JJEP, whatever we're going to call it this weekend, will round out the GP3 class podium.
It's always fun seeing teams who take tomorrow's grid seriously and come out even after a bad race and put in a really fast lap right at the end. The number 52 ACP Tangerine Associates, I think, has put themselves third on the grid for tomorrow with their last lap, the 33.5.
So the grid I have for tomorrow in GTO,
I'm assuming it's the same rules where its fastest laps from today are.
It is 123 NFC, 290 Moorhead Speedworks, 56 Pano's Performance.
Oh, I missed them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, down to 31st. Yeah.
ACP Tangerine Associates, then Automatic Racing, TLM Mona 6, TLM USA 7. We can get to that tomorrow morning. It is going to be a little topsy-turvy start tomorrow, but we're expecting much, much better weather than we had at the start of the race this morning. Hard to believe that, frankly, it was even the same day so long ago. It feels like. We will begin our coverage at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Ryan West will be boots on the ground fairly early. 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern time. We'll actually begin a couple of minutes before that, but that's when the race kicks off. I'll be live on the World Racing League YouTube channel and the World Racing League Facebook page as well. If you have closing thoughts, you're not obligated to give them, but feel free to, and then we can wrap up and get ourselves ready for tomorrow. Great.
It was good.
Yeah. No,
awesome.
I can wrap this one up because we've been talking about it ultimately for the last 45 minutes. There's really nothing that played out in the last 45 minutes that wasn't indicative of what we saw the whole race, because we didn't have anything goofy impact the race. We just had our code 35s. We had good strategy decisions. We had bad strategy decisions. We had traffic, good management, bad management. It's just endurance, multi-class sports car racing, man. A good, clean race for the most part, and I don't think anybody would look up and down the results from today and say that TLM Mona wasn't a deserving winner, that Birmingham Road and Race wasn't a deserving winner. Everything played out in a fairly organic and very natural way. Tomorrow's going to be, by necessity and by literal local law, slightly different. But it presents us an interesting day all the same. So, we'll look forward to doing that bright and early tomorrow morning and round out our weekend for round 2 of the 2024 World Racing League season. JT Tammy joined us today from his perch out in Seattle, and will be back with us for part of the day tomorrow. Scott Michaels joined us for the full day today for the first time in, I don't know, like a year. That's not true. He was with us at COTA. But we thank Scott for his time in joining us today. He's got some business to attend to tomorrow, but Ryan West and I will be back with JT here on DriversEye Live, potentially with another new voice to add to the lineup as well. More on that in the morning. Ryan Bauer handled production for us on this fine Saturday with a limited selection of both onboards and tracksides, but still did a fantastic job to bring you all the coverage from one of the best racing weekends on the World Racing League calendar. For JT and Scott, Ryan, I am Brendan Kazmarek. Thank you for joining us on this Saturday afternoon. Join us again tomorrow, just before 8 o'clock Central Time, 9 o'clock Eastern, for the conclusion of our weekend from Barber Motorsports Park. Until then, take care.